What's up, guys? This is Truthseekers. For those of you who don't know who I am a researcher and a journalist, and I research ufology and paranormal studies. I have been in the alternative community now for quite a few years. Some of you may know me from the YouTube channel Divine Frequency and some of the interviews that I've performed and some of the multimedia videos that I've created and put on YouTube and other platforms as well. There's a lot that's happened over the last few years, and I have not been able to talk about it, and I feel like this is maybe a forum where I can. And so there's kind of been this new opening of a potential healing process for me. And also I want to just say thank you to Bill, because I didn't even really think that this was going to be an option, but now I'm thinking maybe I can actually talk about some things. For those of you who don't know, there have been some really bad stuff that's happened to me as a journalist over the last few years. I got involved with some really dangerous characters in alternative media and dealt with all of that. There's also a whole cult aspect that I want to get into. For some light reading, I would recommend Combating Cult Mind Control and Cults Inside Out. We're going to be talking about these kinds of topics. Anyway, what's the goal of this series? The goal of this series is to tell the actual story. What I realize over the years is that a lot of what you see on the internet is the tip top of the iceberg of what the true story is. And I have been silenced for a long time. I want to see what this could potentially be like. A large motive also of going through this exercise is I want to express how serious UFO cults are, and I think something that's going to be really apparent in telling the story is the cult snapping aspect of this. And basically what cult snapping is like you have certain people that are going to be more apt or prone to be looped into a false narrative or a destructive narrative or a dangerous group of people or whatever that looks like. And there are certain, I think when it comes to things like ufology and the paranormal fields, there are some very specific things that I've identified. I'm sure you guys will all know this, but there are certain points where you're going to be more susceptible to getting pulled into these false narratives, and usually this is around a destabilization of worldview. And what you find is that a lot of people in the paranormal or who are drawn to researching the paranormal have had their own experiences. And so what this creates is this almost gray area or soft spot for people to be more receptive to accepting somebody else's worldview. And something that I found in this community is that there's a particular individual that almost figured out the magic behind this and has been harvesting people's spiritual awakenings. And that happened to me. It's happened to a lot of people around me, and that is part of the reason why I feel like it's important to sort of work through this. I don't have any intentions of going public with any of this stuff, right? At least not right now. There's been so much trauma around all of this for me that I'm really only now getting to the point where I can talk about certain things. And if this is something you're not interested in, no big deal. I'm just throwing it out there for the maybe, I don't know, 3 or 4 people that, might care. I do know that this individual has done a lot of damage to the UFO community. He almost destroyed my life. So in early 2017, I got back on the internet, and I had stopped making YouTube videos for about 6 months because I was going through a divorce. And then I was feeling like I wanted to get back in and make the YouTube videos again. And so I am on Facebook, and I'm on a thread about the secret space program, and I am typing some response to some guy, and I'm like, oh, this guy seems like he has some interesting thoughts. And so we're sort of talking back and forth on commenting, and then we end up going into direct messaging, and then we're direct messaging each other. And anyway, this guy is, some of you might know, Jordan Sather. So in early 2017, I met Jordan Sather randomly on the internet. Him and I were both small fries, I think. I had as far as media followership, I probably had less than 400 subscribers, and I think he was probably at the same amount, if that. He had just started YouTube videos, but we just met each other randomly on the internet, and then he told me he was working with Corey Goode, and then Jordan invited me to Contact in the Desert. So, Contact in the Desert, for those of you who don't know, is a UFO conference, and there are lots of speakers and authors and researchers and journalists that go and they pull information and all kinds of stuff. It's like a big party of of UFO people and conspiracy paranormal researchers. So I was invited to that, and that was May 31st. And that's where we're going to start the next video, because that is when I got brought into this gigantic community that I really didn't know much about at all. And so by the time I went to Contact in the Desert, Jordan and I had been dating for a few months. We had never met in person. Contact was the first time we met in person. So I go to Contact in the Desert. I was really excited. I love alternative media. And so I took my resume because I was going to try to get a job with Gaia TV. And I wanted to do broadcast journalism with them. And so I go to this conference, and I have to tell you guys, it was like beyond my wildest dreams. It was like walking into nothing I could have expected to be a part of. It was meeting other people who were alternative media like me, and they had these big operations, and they were running these websites, and they were writing these blogs, and they were writing articles and interviewing people and doing all of this amazing stuff that I was just like, oh my gosh, this is the lifestyle. Anyway, so that was all. This conference was where I met Corey Goode. So he is this person who got famous through Gaia TV, through a TV show called Cosmic Disclosure. And at that point in my life, I was really interested in the secret space program because of the things that I had gone through. And when I had first heard about this Corey Goode guy, and I told you guys this in the last video, it piqued my interest because of the Carswell Air Force Base reference, which, you know, I grew up in Fort Worth. And when I met him and I met his wife, I asked her for an interview. She granted the interview. I also met a lot of people at that gathering that ended up becoming pretty close friends with me, like really close friends, Roger and Adrian and Renee, and we became like a unit. So I get invited by Corey to go to San Diego. Jordan and I do. So we extended our stay. We went to San Diego, and they were working on this book called A Case for the Secret Space Program. When I came back from Contact in the Desert, a lot of things got crazy for me, because keep in mind, I was just coming into a brand new community. And so when we got back and I interviewed Stacy Goode, that went viral because she had never been interviewed before, and it brought with it a lot of hatred toward me. I didn't anticipate that, but there was this YouTuber named Dark Journalist who made this whole series about how me and Jordan and Justin and whatever, we were brainwashed, and we were just all these like horrible stuff. And it was really awful to experience and go through for me, being just like a month out of the closet, meaning I had just turned my social media public. I just dropped my pseudonym, and then now all of a sudden this YouTuber with like 70,000 subscribers, or however many Dark Journalists had at the time, is saying all this negative stuff about me, calling me a Satanist, saying I was doing a satanic ritual in the desert. And I had just turned my social media over thinking like, okay, I don't care what my family thinks about me anymore. And then it was like, boom, she's a Satanist? What? It was crazy. Then he has Derek Faust on his show, and Derek Faust doxes my father. I was so livid at Contact in the Desert. This was really weird, but Jordan, you know, he knew about my dad being in the military and everything. I didn't talk about that. And Jordan goes over to Derek Faust and starts like almost like bragging about my dad's involvement in the military. And you know, with this community, you have to be really careful with this stuff. You don't know how people are going to take things, and like people have weird ideas about different things. And plus it's my family. So anyway, it was really strange. And I remember walking up and just feeling really violated. Like, why does Jordan think this is okay for him to be giving this random guy private information about my family? Little did I know Derek was going to turn around and just start talking about my dad on the internet with this guy named Dark Journalist in front of thousands and thousands of people. And I'm like, okay, this is super bad. This is where things were weird, because Corey had gotten a like a private investigator to like dig up dirt on Dark Journalist or something, and he's like sending me all this crap, and I'm like, what? It was such a sensitive point in my life that it would have been really cool to have somebody approach me that saw through all of the stuff I was about to get looped up in with Corey and everything, to actually like have a direct conversation with me instead of calling me a Satanist and saying all these lies. Because, you know, I realize now that Corey really was putting together this whole marketing campaign and had turned disclosure into this like entertainment thing, which for me, I was actually really interested in the concept of disclosure and bringing out truth. Like, as a journalist, of course, that resonated with me, but I had unknowingly, you know, unwittingly locked myself in with a person with an agenda that I was clearly not. I am much more interested in the truth than I am in, you know, comic books. And like Dark Journalist and I, well, Daniel and I are actually friends now, and like we've hashed all that out. You know, he's apologized, I've apologized, we've moved past that. And so there it is. You know, I apologize for any kind of negative thing that I brought on him using his name. And, you know, he's apologized to me for lying about stuff on the internet, you know, whatever. We've gotten past it. It was complicated. This was around the time that Corey, I guess I should talk about this. Corey asked me to interview him because of all the stuff that Dark Journalist and Bill Ryan were talking about. Like, if a friend, I could tell he had social anxiety, and, well, that's, you know, what he led me to believe. Who knows the level of manipulation here, but it was like a friend coming to a friend. That's how I perceived it. Like, hey, can you please help me with this? I'd really love you to interview me because you're a good interviewer and like whatever. And so when I went back and forth on it, I was like, just do it on your own channel, like whatever. And then he's like, no, I really wanted to do it on a Divine Frequency. I'm like, okay, I'll do the interview. It took a lot of work, and I want to say that I did the best that I could with that interview. I went through every single video that Bill Ryan and Dark Journalist produced. I literally transcribed every video. I listened to everything. I took all the questions and assertions and claims that they made. I put it all in a spreadsheet. I even sent out an email through, I sent out media basically asking for questions. I received questions from all over the world for Corey, people from China, it was insanity. My inbox blew up. I went through every single email. I cataloged every single question. It took me weeks to prepare for this interview because I knew how much people seem to have a lot of questions, and I wanted to make sure to answer all the questions. And so I put it all in this huge, it was probably like 8 pages long. I could probably find it, but it was like all of this stuff that I wanted to ask because I felt like there was a responsibility that I needed to go in and ask all these questions because I was given this opportunity. So from a journalistic perspective, like I know I caught a lot of flack for that interview, but I stand by it and I did the best I could. And I hope that shines through because honestly, that's the honest truth. So whatever, that's that. Once we got to Washington State, and this was like, I don't know, June of 2017 or something. Oh, real quick, MUFON. I thought it was really cool because there was a panel at MUFON. This was literally the MUFON that was called a case for the secret space program or something like that. So I was riding this wave. Looking back now, I realized 2017 was really the year of this whole secret space program narrative. I think when I really like think about it now, and I could be wrong on this is just an assessment. I could change my mind on this. Don't hold me to this. But I wonder how much of this craziness of 2017 of my own life was related to the wave of Corey getting famous off of Cosmic Disclosure and him and David Wilcock kind of like expanding on this whole concept and kind of writing that. I don't know. It's interesting how it all kind of like popped, happened, and then went away. But so there was a panel at MUFON that was cool because there were all these different researchers, a lot of them that disagreed with each other, but they were all talking about this concept of the secret space program. You know, Richard Dolan was there, across the board. It was just really interesting to witness. And as a journalist, I loved that because I was seeing the discourse. I was getting to see the civil discourse. And to me, all the people that were hating on me, telling me like, oh, why is she talking about this stuff? Like, it made me think, it gave me hope because I'm like, no, as a journalist, you're supposed to talk about the stuff that no one's talking about. That's what we're doing. So then I got invited to speak at Eclipse of Disclosure, which was one of Corey's conferences. That was really cool because I was, at the time, I was a tarot card reader, and I put together this entire talk navigating through the subconscious to the conscious to the superconscious mind through the major arcana archetypes. And I was really excited about this presentation, and I presented it as a workshop.
Oh, there it is. Oh, whoa. Oh, can somebody take this coffee? I need 2 hands on this.
Yeah, I'll take
a coffee?
You might not get it back.
Yeah, right.
Sorry, Jimmy.
Oh, wow. Do you see some kind of coronal thing going on at the top?
Yeah. So awesome.
Yeah.
Tell Jimmy about the UFO.
Who saw the UFO?
We got a photo of it.
What did you ask me about it?
Wow.
Yeah, you know, that's what people are just, yeah, we're supposed to see something.
Who's already?
This girl was trying to see. Very smile, Tracy.
Hey, Jimmy, say hi on live Facebook.
We're live right now. This is incredible. We're a few minutes away, everybody. Corey, come on in. So, sharing this moment with everybody here. Everybody say, yo! Yo! Absolutely. It's just incredible. We're just a few minutes away from the full eclipse right now. And a few minutes ago, saw an object, triangular.
Yes, we got a photo of it.
We got a photo of it, so that's going to get posted up. Roger's going to take care of that. But the vibe here, we have hundreds and hundreds of people up here on the mountain right now. I've got to say, this is a warm experience, and I can't. The vibe is we are one. Oh, by the way, I want to say this, Bill Tompkins.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you for everybody that has donated. What's the update?
We haven't had one. It's still the same.
Yeah, still the same. So he's off life support. He had a blood clot issue, but our thoughts and our prayers are with him. And also, 2 weeks ago, we lost one of the greats, Jim Mars, too, as well. And so, again, we are here for our community. So thank you, everybody. Now, you know what? We're like 60 seconds away from this thing. So I must say, here, I must depart.
Michael has an update on Bill.
Oh, what do you got, Michael?
We have an update.
Michael Sala.
I heard from Bob Wood this morning that Bill Tompkins did pass this morning at 2 a.m. But Bob said that Bill's second volume of his book is still going to be coming out. And Bill's watching us now from the other side, and he's going to be helping us, and maybe he's up there now on that ship.
It's the Tompkins Eclipse 2017.
And Tompkins wrote and contributed to a fourth of our new book coming out as well.
Right, there you go.
And we have some interviews of him just before he passed.
Got it all done. Bye, everybody. We're back to watching.
Back to burning our retinas.
And about 10 minutes ago, everything got really cold. So can you
Gravity
tell us a little
shift.
bit? Yeah, tell us
Gravity
a
is
little bit about
associated with cold, radiation is associated with heat. So if there's hyperdimensional physics at play, gravity could be shifting. Could be seeing a cold, you know.
that. So we've had some people owning over here. I know that you guys have probably seen on this live update over here, everyone's just standing there and kind of doing their grounding exercises and trying to remain at the same frequency. We're calling in ETs. That would be really cool. I'm waiting to see something come out of the mountain. That would be sick.
That would be pretty rad. And unfortunately, we just got the news that Bill Tompkins passed at 2 a.m. this morning.
And so after that, I was invited on to Jimmy Church Radio, Fade to Black. And so I got kind of on the radio circuit. And then I also got on the conference circuit after that. So I was invited to speak at other conferences like Portal to Ascension and even Conscious Life Expo and stuff like that. So that fall, Jordan and I broke up. I moved back home, and this was around the time that Corey started to ask me about joining his business, and it was really weird around this time because, and keep in mind, I've been in corporate America. I've lived that life. I get it. I know what it's like to have a real job for a long time. And then there's this guy asking me to join his company, and he's like, oh, you'll have to put in your blood, sweat, and tears and this kind of thing. And this is when, like, looking back now, this was extremely culty. That's like the cult aspect where it's like, no, I'm not just gonna like work for you because of the cause, you know. And he started talking about how the extraterrestrials were telling him that he couldn't do it without me, and I had a special role to play and all this kind of stuff, and it pissed me off. I actually got in I was talking to Roger about it, and he's like, what do you think? And I'm like, honestly, I'm pissed. And I told him what I felt, and I was very heated, and I declined I told Corey I wasn't going to do it. I wasn't going to join his company. And it was just not, the thing wasn't fully fleshed out. Anyway, that winter, I had gone out to Virginia, and this is when Justin Deschamps and I started dating. Oh, by the way, the Contact in the Desert thing, back to 2017 real quick. I ended up not giving my resume to Gaia TV at that conference because instead I gave it to Corey, which is interesting. But anyway, so I go to Colorado and I go to Dimensions of Disclosure. I host that. It went really well. It was really like a high point in my life. It was a blast. And I was staying with my assistant and Bridget Nielsen. We were sharing like this apartment. And one of the nights we threw a party, and it felt cool because I'm like sitting on the couch with Corey and we're just hanging out, and then who walks in? David Wilcock, and he's coming to my party, you know. And it was kind of like a moment where I kind of felt cool. I'm like, I'm hanging out with like what I perceived to be really cool people that were doing great work and like all this kind of stuff. And we were just having a good time and giving talks and stuff like that. But I started to see through the cracks because I was, since I was hosting the conference, I was seeing, but at this point I had gone to so many conferences over the last 2 years that I wasn't seeing the shiny veneer anymore. I was seeing these people as people, and it was like, and again, that was like kind of the way I always approached it. I was never like starstruck over these people. That's something I think is really important, that I think some people assumed that I was like, oh my gosh, like some naive bitch. And it's like, no, what's important for people to realize is that I am a truth seeker. I was yearning to be in the throes I was in my element. Anyway, and so I come home from, so Dimensions of Disclosure, I host that, and then I go to Gaia TV, and that's where I'm walking around, meeting people, hanging out. By this point, I had already met the CEO in person at Conscious Life Expo. The day or two around, it was at the conference I spoke at, and when I published my book. So that was when I met Yurka, sat down with him, pitched a bunch of different ideas, and so that was when like I got really in the door with Gaia TV, was at Conscious Life Expo 2018. And so I finally like went into the office in August of 2018, and I was really excited because they had these ideas of, to work with me, and I was getting to talk with some of the executive producers. And then I get invited by Corey to come back to Colorado because he wants to, I don't remember exactly why he wanted me to come back. It's like we had some kind of work, had some work for us to do. At this point, we were in the talks about, creating documentaries and stuff like that to assist with disclosure. And so I go back out to Colorado, and this is where everything takes a turn because Roger sits me down and pitches me a job. Okay, we're ready to actually bring you on now. We have funding. We're going to go and do all of this amazing stuff for disclosure. We want to bring you on board. I hope that I'm telling this correctly. I'm probably getting some of the details wrong. So please don't hold me to all of this because this is all really complicated, but I'm pretty sure I'm doing a damn good job of keeping this all in order. So anyway, Roger invites me to join the company, Full Disclosure Project. And I said, I will only do it if I can continue doing what I'm doing with Gaia TV. I said, full disclosure, I am in the talks with Gaia TV. We're talking about different opportunities for me there. And I am more than happy to help with the documentaries and stuff like that for Full Disclosure Project, as long as I can do both. And the reason why was because Corey was having all this complex stuff happen between him and Gaia, and, you know, there was bad blood there. And I'm like, I don't want to get involved in that at all. I don't want to burn any of my bridges. And I am doing this thing with Gaia TV, and I have full intentions of continuing to do that. And Roger's like, no issue at all. Yeah, 100%. You can stay doing that, whatever. So I accept the position. And so I go home, and I'm starting to work with Full Disclosure Project. It was a lot of logistical, kind of organizational management, working with different team members, putting together projects. I mean, we had like 5 different documentaries going on at the same time, and I have a background in logistics. Like, it's very comfortable for me, that kind of stuff, like spreadsheets, project management, whatever. So I did that job for maybe a month before the whole thing totally crashed. All the stuff that we were doing with FDP was awesome, because it was actually like going in and like telling stories, and it was journalism. It was what I wanted. But somehow along the line, I had gotten fused, because Corey was a part of Full Disclosure Project. Everything I was doing with FDP got like latched onto his Sphere Being Alliance crap. And I'm like, how is this even no, we're like, it was just so frustrating. And I wish that I had been smart enough to realize that there was no separation between the two. I should have known better and not, you know, gotten involved. But then again, I'm glad that I did, because I was able to see the truth. I don't know if I would have seen the truth had I not made that mistake of getting involved the way I did. And so there's a lot here, but I did start to put together that Corey was he was like talking crap about everyone else around him, as though he was the only one that had the truth and everybody else was like evil. And it was really bizarre, and I was just like, what is this? And I started to see this stuff on the internet, and I'm like, what am I involved in? And then this whole like the documentary about I can see the front of it, but I can't think of the name of it. Above Majestic. Yeah. And so yeah, we're gonna launch this thing. This is where the overlap was, because there was like Full Disclosure Project, but then there was like this Above Majestic thing that was like Roger's baby, but like Corey's involved, and so there was a lot of overlap. And so we're gonna do this like party, this release party. And so like, you know, I fly back out to Colorado, and Adrian and I are trying to figure out like logistics on that. Where is it gonna be? Like all this kind of stuff. And I come home, and then this was like, and then when I saw that Corey started to like send cease and desist letters to other people in the community, that was like a big slap in the face. That was like the ultimate betrayal. You know, it was like, it got really, really, really real. And he was trying to trademark things that he shouldn't have been. It was just like, it was so bad. And everybody in the whole community was so pissed. And I was just like, what is this guy thinking? What is he doing? And then it was like, I realized, I pieced together some evidence, and then I started asking questions. And that was when they turned on me, was when I started to ask questions. I was like, what is this? Why, you know, I have reason to believe that Corey is putting this information together and releasing it through other people. And then, you know, I was told not to ask questions, and that evidence was dangerous, and basically threatened. And then I told Corey he needed to drop the trademarks. I told him, you know, and then when he decided to do it, he was like, oh, you can write a press release. Now he wants me to write a press release for him. I'm like, how did I go from working for Full Disclosure Project to now doing freaking PR for Corey Goode? Fuck that. I'm sorry. Excuse my language. I was so livid. I was like, no, you can write it, because you made the mistake. Your fuck up. You write it. You come clean. Do what you're supposed to do. Take responsibility. And so that was the day before I quit. I was so angry. all the things that I had gotten tied up in, and Corey didn't even feel any remorse at all. He knew what he was doing, and he sabotaged me, and he betrayed me. He went behind my back, and it was awful. I remember after I had taken it was like the day after I accepted the Full Disclosure Project position, I was eating lunch with Corey and Stacy, and Corey said, "Did you tell Gaia TV?" And I was like, "Tell him what?" And he said, "Did you tell Gaia TV that you're not going to work with them anymore because you're on my team?" And I was like, "No." And then after lunch, I called Roger, and I'm like, "Roger, the only reason why I took this position was because I was told I could still continue working with Gaia TV. What's up? Like, like, you and Corey are clearly not talking. What's the deal?" He's like, "I'm so sorry. Hold on. Let me fix this. Whatever." And Corey had to know. He had to know that I was not going to be able to work with Gaia TV after suing them and all of it. It was so, and then I was completely ghosted by Gaia TV. I was blacklisted because of Corey. And as soon as I quit the Full Disclosure Project and I released a statement and said that I had quit, my whole entire world was turned upside down. There were people that I had been friends with that started publishing lies about me. It was one of the worst things I ever went through in my life. It was really awful. It was like one gigantic betrayal, person after person after person. And I realized the depth of the lie that had taken a hold, the deception that had taken a hold of these people that are just so entrenched in the delusion that they're not able to see anything outside of that. And I realize now that it's because I think there was so much anger around the deception that when I left Full Disclosure Project and I tried to, do my live stream and then, talk about it, there was just so much anger and hatred on both sides that like I took the full brunt end of all of it. I ended up moving across the country, getting out of Dodge for a while and going through a complete transformation, and the whole thing was extremely painful. But I think that going through that fire was something that I had to do. I've learned a lot. There's a lot there that I didn't cover, but I think this is probably a good just overview. And I do want to say that like I have pure intentions through this, that my goal in everything is to try to like break through and be goal oriented and get to that like next step and get closer to the truth. And that's a winding ass road, as we all know. But anyway, okay. Love you guys. Thanks for listening. And this was navigating the disclosure machine. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Come on the show and tell your side of the story. My audience will hear you out, right? And then maybe while you're on the show, you could show us the aliens that you take money from people to talk to. You could show us the angels, you fake bitch. She hired either Nick Ricita or Legal Eagle. No, it's some guy named Patrick Ruiz, who is a fake lawyer. And I'm going to try to, let me see if I can't get that lawyer letter, because now I have more. Great, thanks. Now I have the fake lawyer letter that she sent. She sent a fake lawyer letter to this manager of hers, and she just sent it to me. And now I have a copy of it, but it's very difficult. Remember that I am visually impaired, so it's very difficult for me to read on a tiny phone screen. I'm going to try to get it over. See if we can't go to my drive. Upload. Looks like I got it. Just give me a moment to upload that to my Google Drive, and then I'll share that. If we hit the second overtime goal, I'll share the fake lawyer letter. All right, let's do it that way. I'll hold it hostage. I'm going to hold it hostage. She's too scared to come on the show. What do you think about that, Steven? I think she is, because I will rip her to shreds. I'll tell her to open a fucking Stargate live on my show. And either it'll work and I'll get great ratings, or she'll fail miserably, not be able to show. How are you taking money, hundreds of dollars from people saying, I'll teach you how to open Stargates, when you can't show us a Stargate that you can open Stargates? Shouldn't she have to show that she can open a Stargate before she takes money from people to teach them how to open a Stargate? Like, this whole thing is so ridiculous and stupid. Now she's threatening my YouTube channel. Let's see if we can't get that. See if we can't get that lawyer letter, because it's a kind of a laugh riot. It's going to take a while to upload it from the phone. Oh no, I've got it. Just give me one moment. The email that the fake lawyer sent her, the email address that he's using is lawyeredup.369. Lawyered up. That sounds really professional, Patrick Ruiz, you fake lawyer, right? Yeah, so they sent this manager a whole bunch of the legal threats in this letter. Yeah, her lawyer sent me the letter he sent you in 2022. Oh, that's interesting. So we have the lawyer that he sent. Yeah, can you send that to me, to Jinder? Send me the letter, the whole thing, right? Oh, Taj, we'll work on the uploading. Taj has already uploaded 15 gigabyte to the oh my god, 15 gigabyte of Sarah R. Adams videos. It's the mother load of, oh, how much are we going to be able to felt this girl with 15 gigabytes? He's not done, and he's already filled the Google Drive that I gave him. Let me see here. Oh, my drive. Let me see if I can find that. Taj is already furiously uploading. It sounds like he's pretty pissed. Oh, wow. Well, we'll have to listen, I'll talk to you off air, Taj, and we'll figure out how we can get the rest of them, or I'll download these to my local drive and then delete them all, and you can keep going. Hopefully you kept track of how much you got. How many more videos do you got? And this is interesting. I can't share that letter that he sent me. 1 second. I'll read a portion of the legal threat letter that he sent me. Just bear with me, because I can't share it on the screen because it shows my home address. I don't want to. I've been doxxed enough. Yes. So he sent it to my company on April 14th. This is 2022. I represent Sarah R. Adams. This letter is a formal notification for you to cease and desist defamatory, slanderous, or libelous communications about Sarah R. Adams and the general harassment of her. You have made outrageous statements about Miss Adams on YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. While you declare yourself a truth seeker, what you offer is your opinion. Yeah, my constitutionally protected rights of free speech and expression. Malicious statements are an effort to defame, cyber harass, and to ultimately hurt my client. The content of your statements has also caused emotional distress. And then they go on to give examples. Look, all I ever said is her fake powers, her superpowers are fake as shit. And I stand by that statement. Sarah R. Adams' superpowers are fake. And so is her lawyer. Her lawyer is fake, just like her superpowers, right? Oh man, this is getting good. I didn't think this was going to get this good tonight. Here we go. Now she's texting me more. She must have saved my cell phone all this time. That's interesting. Your podcast is going to be used as evidence on you and Mr. Gill. who is already a felon in the USA. Well, I don't know if that's true, but that's a claim of Sarah R. Adams. It's clearly your intent to stalk, harm, or harass on the part of a criminal. This is grounds for a restraining order on you, which will be done along with strikes on your channel. I manage Miss Adams. She is currently going through a heart condition. Oh, she has a heart condition. Why doesn't she just heal her heart condition with her fake superpowers, bro? And this is an intent to cause her harm. No, let me put it on the record. Oh, so this person texting me is not Sarah. It's apparently her fake lawyer. Text me right now your state-issued license number. What state in the United States are you a legal attorney in? Text it to me right now. Did you pass the bar in your home state? What was that? Your home state was, I believe, New Mexico, as best I recall. No, I don't even know offhand what state this guy lives in, but he's one of her simps. You know, he hangs. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Hello, this is Steven, and you're live on YouTube.
He's speaking with Taj.
Pardon me?
Are you speaking now with Taj?
No, who is this? Is this Patrick Ruiz?
No, sir.
Then who is this?
Are you planning to speak with Taj?
I'm speaking to him through Messenger.
How are you speaking to him through?
I don't need to tell you that. Who is this calling my phone?
Are you aware of the legal actions being taken against Taj?
I'm aware that a fake psychic, fake healer, con artist is claiming that she's taking legal actions, but she's claimed to be taking legal actions from many people.
He is taking legal actions against Taj and will against you as well.
All right, so send me the paperwork then. Big tough guy, fake lawyer. You know, a legal degree does not entitle you to legally represent someone in this country. You need to have passed a state bar and been admitted to practice law in one of the states. Which state are you a lawyer in?
You'll receive the paperwork shortly.
Okay, is it coming from a real law firm or from your home address like last time?
I don't know what you mean by last time.
Is this Patrick Ruiz? The fake lawyer that sent me the fake letter last time? Patrick, I don't know who you think you're dealing with, but I live in Pennsylvania. There's very strong journalist shield laws. Good luck. There's anti-SLAPP. There's a journalist shield law. I don't have to reveal any sources, even under threat of subpoena or lawsuit or arrest. Do you understand that if I'm not going to be intimidated by a fake lawyer that hasn't passed a bar in my home state or any other, to the best of my knowledge? And what lawyer calls somebody and won't give their name and their bar number? What's your name and your bar number?
I'm not going to tell you that in this venue.
You're not going to tell me that. So you're a fake lawyer. I get that you have a law degree and that you're one of her simps. Do you know how many other people she has used, like she's using you and then burnt when things didn't go her way? Do you have any idea how many people she's threatened with lawsuits, child protective services, restraining orders? Do you have any idea? Because I've got all those files. Do you know what it's going to look like to a judge and a jury? That you're trying to help her threaten and intimidate journalists into silence?
That's not what I'm doing.
Okay, well then what's your purpose here? You won't give me your name? That's pretty cowardly. Are you a pussy? Do you want to give me your name? Or are you too much of a pussy to even give me your name? You want to call my personal cell phone and threaten me, then give me your name, you pussy. No? No? What do you want to do here? Call ended. The pussy wouldn't give me his name. And you know what? We win. I am a journalist. I am exercising my constitutional rights to free speech and freedom of expression. I am reporting relevant news events in the beat that I cover, which is the consciousness community and the UFO community. I'm not doing anything wrong here, but let me just put this on the record. The purpose of tonight's broadcast is not to harass, defame, cyberstalk, intimidate, or threaten anybody. The purpose of tonight's broadcast is to educate the public about the dangers of fake New Age healers, fake New Age psychics, and literal crazy crystal hippie bitches who are stealing money from people, in my opinion, for fake superpowers. This idiot is calling me defending a woman who claims she can open stargates and teach you how to do it for $333. Call me Astro with a kind and generous 220. Says, Sarah, help us hit the goal and we'll be nicer. Yes. Axie, let's hit the goal, bitch. Can we hit it? Yes. Yes. That's something else. I thought it was Sarah texting me. She must have given him my phone number. So she thinks I'm going to be intimidated by her simp lawyer, who's just some dude like hundreds of other people. She uses and manipulates men especially, but I've seen her do it to women as well. Don't touch me, I'm crazy. Fantastic content, Steve. They're bluffing. Well, I will aggressively defend my business, my YouTube channel, my media company, and my right to freedom of speech and freedom of expression. Old Nosy with a kind and generous 5 says, get this poser loser Steve. Yeah, listen, I used to work in corporate America for attorneys. That was my job. I was in the so-called pre-legal department. No real attorney will ever call you and refuse to give you his name. Do you know who will do that? Some scammy, scummy simp for a fake psychic bitch. That's who will do that. Old Nosy, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. A mom theorist with a kind and generous $4. Hippo character smacks his hands. Oh, it's a super sticker, but thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Robo Nexus 666 with $2 says, go Felted. Thank you for your kindness. Greedo the Green with $10. Steve wins. Big ups, man. I hope you are doing well. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Yeah, and also it's 10:30 at night. No real lawyer is calling somebody to threaten them with legal shit at 10:30 at night. Thank you, Greedo the Green. Very kind of you. Farty McFly says they can't contact you at this hour. Harassment. I agree. $2 from a mom theorist. One for the goal. Thank you for your kindness. Nissa Thurpwood with a kind and generous £5. And by the way, does it sound like somebody who's spiritually enlightened would send a fake lawyer to call somebody at 10:30 their time at night to threaten them? Does that sound like something a spiritual guru would do? Giving this just for the excellent way you handled the call. Firm, calm, and didn't fly off the handle. Well, thank you, Nissa Thurpwood. We appreciate your kindness. £5, one for the goal. Thank you for the kind and generous support. Terry Joyce is here and is laughing out loud. Yes, her fake lawyer called me at 10:30 at night. And Terry, come on, you know, a real lawyer is not going to call you and then refuse to give you his name or his bar number. He's not a real lawyer. You know, he may give her advice, I guess, but he's not a real lawyer. He can't file suit in any state in the union. Angelic Warrior says, no, she's clearly desperate to salvage whatever reputation she has left. Yeah. 202 Shiggle says, HFS, this Kenzo Kathy is strung out. Is the interview between her car dates and hits. Yeah, it's one of those things, right? Calling you at this hour is a lawsuit in and of itself. Yes, it's 10:30, Nissa. This is cinema. This is a good show. Suffer, Patrick, bitch. Suffer. Suffer, you fake lawyer, bitch. Suffer, you fake lawyer, bitch. Suffer. And we're at 13 of 50 of the new goal. So this turned out to be a lot spicier than I thought. I'm good. I'm here for it. Oh man, this is something else. Listen to this. Somebody's in my comments saying, I think everyone should look at the other side of the story. This is a show about David Wilcock, where Stephen threatened David Wilcock and Corey Goode's family, saying he would chop their body up, including their kids. That never happened. Prove that happened. It never did. I would never do that. Ridiculous. 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 And guess who's putting those kind of comments on my channel? Right? A brand new sock puppet account. A brand new sock puppet account just created is putting these fake comments, right? The law is 9 p.m. is the cutoff, says Arlene Atkins. Well, I don't really care about them calling me at 10:30. Does the fake lawyer actually know the law? Anyone is able to address and commentate their opinions on public photos or videos. I agree, Angelic Warrior, right? Yes, innocent children and families need to be protected. I agree, 100%. Oh, that one. Nissa Thiepwood says, found you through Keno Casino, stayed for the no-nonsense felting of Freudian frauds, right? Oh, I just love the fake lawyers calling in. She abuses children. My kid would scorch her, but I don't want further traumatize him. Yeah, that's a shame. Steve is protecting families from this woman who terrorizes children. Thank you, Haley. Sounds like a legit lawyer for sure, right? All right, so we're trying to hit the next goal, but I got to take a quick break. Here, and then we will resume our coverage. Nissa Thiepwood says, felt those Freudian frauds with kind of generous £5. Yes, we will. Who is this Sarah puppet? Is it David's sister? Yeah, they're both so crazy they belong together. She talks to gnomes, though. Does she know the living gnome that is Ellie Bongo? I'm not familiar with the reference. It was probably Wilcock. He's trying to avenge those millions of people you killed, Stephen. It's getting crazy in here, right? Can you ring him back and ask him how I can cancel my speeding ticket? Sarah hired Dershowitz. Yes. Yeah, whatever anybody... I agree, Haley. Whatever anybody believes, innocent people and family members should be left out of it. I agree. 100%. React to DSP live. Is he live now? Probably. He's a loser. Today's episode is legendary, says Al Garay. Well, it's not every day you get threatened by a fake attorney who won't give you his name or his state bar association number or tell you when he passed the state bar, right? You are doing the Lord's work, says Me Too. Glad I found you on the Keno. The 40 times, I guess that's a reference to, yeah. The What Files says, I'm Sarah's lawyer. Hang on, she is blowing me. Well, she's got to pay for those fake legal lawyers somehow, right? So far, my friends, she has said that she can open stargates, go through black holes, aliens appear in her dressing room or her bedroom every morning. And also, she talks to the Archangel Michael. Venus is actually projecting our time and reality, and she can use that as a portal to go to her past lives. She was sent here to Earth to open a stargate. She's not from Earth. Do we need to take notes? Like, this is so bunch of mixed together. Arlene said diarrhea of the mouth. It just seems like, let me just mix together. Let me watch way too much Ancient Aliens and just regurgitate everything I heard on Ancient Aliens.
travel. That's something. And
It's totally unoriginal, by the way. Everything she said, there's nothing original in anything she said.
like one time I was having a very hard time with merging a better timeline on this planet with the ETs, and I pulled myself from the future of when I was more into my abilities with doing that, and switched myself up briefly. You know? So I pulled in my future self, did what I needed to do, and then switched back into the present now self.
When this happens, let's go back to the 1950s,
astrologist, says Kate,
you know, a couple of days ago.
Oh, here we go again.
When that occurs, do people...
Here we go again. Hello, this is Steven.
Yeah, that's why I'm at the police station. Yeah, they have this, and he's live right now saying, he's gonna like release all of my emails and stuff from the last 10 years.
No, I didn't say that.
He's like on a live station right now.
I didn't say that.
He's on YouTube, like he's just, yeah.
Well, let's just listen in. They're not saying anything to me. Well, they called me.
And he's like ridiculing my lawyer, that my lawyer's not to the state and speaking. And what he's doing is like criminal to like release information of my client.
So if you want like something like that, like a restraining order, that would all go through like the 8th judicial court.
Yeah, okay.
That's what you'd have to file that through.
Okay.
If that's what you're doing, I would still go.
What would you go for on somebody like this? Because he's in the USA.
Kind of people with disorder type of thing. Like
yeah, he's not listening to that. So should we just go for a lawsuit on him, or how would we go?
I mean, that's where your lawyer
can
give you criminal advice, or can give you like lawyer advice, right? So
okay.
What I do is I would start with fraud detectives and the...
Yeah, I have the fraud department involved already in California.
Did they give you any advice?
Yeah, so he's a felon in the United States because he stole my identity. He lost my account. He fired himself money. He did a lot of stuff, honestly. So he's like, he has so many charges in the United States. But basically, he's in England, but he's getting on show.
Yeah, that's hopefully
they butt dialed me.
Well, we have Interpol. That is, yeah.
They don't know they called me.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd maybe talk to maybe the department sit out in California.
Yeah, they're helping me with
the charges, like with them and everything.
Yes.
So,
but my lawyer said to come here and do another police report tonight because he said that we need to like have the report for what he's sending into Interpol right now.
Who's sending it to Interpol?
My lawyer is. He's transferring everything from the United States because my lawyer's in the United States.
The charges would all go through Interpol.
Okay.
You can't do anything locally.
No, so I just need to do a report, another report. Yeah.
You don't need to do like the local report. So if your lawyer's going through Interpol and everything, that's all going to be handled by Interpol. And if you've already talked to like California, because we can't really get a report if something happens.
Okay.
We can't do that.
But he's doing it like on a radio show here. Like he's literally doing more harassment, more stalking, more defamation here.
So but you've already started charges with California.
Yeah.
So I would update them because they're going to be the ones that are doing the like charges and everything.
Okay.
If you start one out here, then it's like they're just going to pass it off to the detectives in California. Or we did this in California.
Okay.
So I pass it all. They're the ones that are building all this case and everything.
Yeah.
If you want to start like a source RC and the order,
yeah.
I go down to the 8th Judicial Court, it's like Pecos and Bonanza.
Okay, we'll do that tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow like 8 to 4 hours. What was the address of it? 8th Judicial Court. Did you? Something Bonanza? Yeah, it's like Pecos and Bonanza. Pecos and Bonanza, okay. Go down there. 8th Judicial Court. It's a family court. Okay.
So I'm dealing with a heart condition right now, and basically, like, I went to the ER because of the stress of him doing this.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to get it like taken care of, and he's aware of that. And he's just like telling people.
601 North Pecos, PECOS Road. Whatever. recording.
Instant classic.
Learned about my heart condition and how my lawyer said that he was purposely doing this to try to cause me, because I collapsed and went to the ER, and I have a weak heart, and so it's gonna step
Okay,
down.
I've muted myself
So he's doing this on purpose.
so I
to
can
try to cause
speak.
harm, and so is this guy,
She's.
the one that
It
I
appears she's in a
have
police
to
station trying to file police reports about Taj.
And he's just like really like a rude person that his wife like don't want to be with him about it. It's just a troll show. But they're like
She's talking about me now.
all of my personal information and everything, and that's why I'm trying to get through the legal system so I can just get a verbal statistic on him, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good source.
Yeah.
There's enough that you have to do.
Oh yeah, this guy did he's doing it live on a radio show. So I have it recorded. Yeah, we got it recorded, and I also have
I show that to the judge.
Yeah.
And then I mean, they do what they need to do with that.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. And if I could,
right now, but you're okay.
I earlier had some heart palpitations because like my lawyer
Clips, friends.
Is still he's some of my friends and be like, and I wanted him so the lawyer for my letter, and he's like, a letter from my lawyer, and he's like, oh, it's not real and stuff. This guy's like complete nuts. So it's kind of like listening that you're gonna have like your client's emails and personal information is like not very like it's definitely like kind of some anxiety there.
Yeah, I think we're gonna also do like non-disclosure and all that stuff.
I just want to say I'm trying to remain as quiet as possible so that we could record this for other researchers and for posterity. This is gold, friends.
All this money out of my, I actually have this paperwork down here out of my bank accounts and stuff. So like highest level chase, they have him under like investigation right now for fraud. So
Yeah, me and her former lawyer.
he's trying to get on shows because he's mad because he wants more money for his meth addiction. And he stole probably like hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Batman villains.
Yeah, I definitely, I mean, the agents without counsel.
Yeah. Okay.
Some psychic. She didn't see this coming. She butt dialed me.
That's what, right, that's what Interpol told me. So they were like, we're going to get them
She's dumber than the rock she talks to.
go after a civil lawsuit to get to the ultimate stuff. No, thank you, Ward. Definitely, thank you for keeping us up.
No, you're very welcome.
That man is going to jail.
Hey, Sarah, you butt dialed me. You know that?
It's Steve. Steve's wife is
Before we leave this, the next step is to contact lawyers and help.
Okay, yeah, we gotta get the detective that's helping me on the case from Hallie. Yeah, and then
we have to get to that video.
Yeah, a feed and yeah. But I also have a whole bunch of friends.
This
that
is
are
Kino.
Like their testimonies on how they were listening to the show and he was saying all this stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, let's get some subs, guys.
But the thing is I think that like
Are you not entertained?
so crazy. They're not gonna
I swear this is not a setup. Oh, the call ended. Oh, the call ended, friends. I swear to God, I did not set anything up with Sarah. I think she butt dialed me while she went into the... She is fucking stupid. She is fucking stupid. She butt dialed me while she's telling cops, while she's slandering me to cops. Do they know that I'm a journalist? Right? Chill Station 7 with one for the goal says 220 alert. And come on, friends. Who else brings you shit like this? This is some Kino shit. We need 11 more to hit the overtime goal. Frank Brown says, come on then, Sarah. Do you think we should try to call her back, but wait 20 minutes until she's done talking with the cops? I don't know what happened. She called me. I said hello. I can clearly hear her talking to what I think is some police officers, but she didn't respond when I tried to talk to her. So I think that she butt dialed me, and she's talking to cops, butt dialing me, not knowing that I'm playing it live. And by the way, I just want to say that despite anything that Sarah R. Adams is trying to falsely assert to law enforcement, Taj, to the best, here's my understanding. He owns her website, he owns her email, he owns everything. It's all, registered and paid for under his name or something. So he's giving me all of her video archive. And next, he may be giving me emails. If it's legal, we don't do anything illegal here, ever. And if I have a question about whether I can release those emails or whatever, I'll talk to a lawyer before we decide to broadcast them. I'm not simply going to take all her clients' emails and broadcast them. She called the cyber police. Yes, did Sarah just lie to the police? I don't know. But I do know one thing. We need to get 11 more subs or we have to end the show pretty quickly. We've been at this for 4 hours and 45 minutes. This is like an old school Truthseekers, like never-ending show. Cave Teeth. Googate has begun, says Cave Teeth, and thank you for that. Hank McGurk doesn't like the sound quality. Fake butt dial, dude's cop voice very embellished. Yeah, it could be. She could have faked that. She could have faked that to scare me. They're desperate to get me to back down. If she would just have used her superpowers, she could have avoided all of this. Yes. Oh, Sarah is here because she says, I don't know if that's the real Sarah. We'll check in, Sarah, and I'll send you. You're free to come on the show and tell your side of this story. But acceptance to appear on your YouTube channel today. I appreciate the opportunity to share my side of the story and provide clarity on the matters at hand. I confirm my participation and look forward to an open and fair discussion. Please share the necessary details, including the time, platform, link, and any guidelines I should follow during the session. Looking forward to our conversation. Best regards, Sarah. Well, okay, Sarah. Look, I'm doing this show for 4.5 hours, so I'm not doing it tonight, but I'll give you tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern. 7 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. If you want to come on the show, I'd be happy to hear your side of the story. The next day, Sarah did not return my phone calls or emails. She refused to come on the show and tell her side of the story. I tried for several more days to contact her and arrange her appearance. She ignored me.
This particular interview we're about to do, this is a man who's in the U.S. military, who's had experiences, he says, relating to knowledge of ET, the ET presence here on Earth. We know he is who he says he was. This is a man who's in the U.S. military. We know he is who he says he was. This is a man who's in the U.S. military. We know he is who he says he was. Is who he says he was. We know he is who he says he was.
This next question comes from Stephen Cambian. He wants to know, how do you feel about your participation in this CIA deathbed confession interview? I'm unsure what that is, but many people keep referencing that in the comment section. Now that other researchers have proven, quote unquote, that man was not who he said he was and never worked for the military or CIA.
Oh, wow. I guess I should get up on top of that one. I'll just say this, look, I met him. I met his son-in-law. I got to know his son-in-law pretty well. This man had been a witness back in the 90s for Linda Moulton Howe. Yeah, maybe he was just pulling a yarn. I mean, the way it happened, look, I can't know before I go in to interview someone every single way it's going to turn out. I can't be, you can't make me like apologize for if I make a mistake. I've made mistakes. What am I supposed to do? Go cower into a cave? Like, it just happened. So this man, if that's true, I promise this because I actually didn't know. I wasn't on top of this. So I'll look into it. And if that's the case, I'll make my own statement. But the thing is, I never really knew what to make of it. I was asked in 2013, the very beginning of 2013, to interview this man. I was told he was an important witness. I'm like, well, okay. It was actually Linda's case, and I didn't want to take it. But the impression that I got, which turned out to be not true, was that Linda wasn't going to do it. Turns out Linda just didn't know that it was being done. I think she would have easily done it. So I went up there. He was in northern Minnesota, and I went with a few other people. I'll leave their names off. The late Ron Garner, he's no longer with us, he was the one who really pushed this case. And I was like, all right, well, I'll interview him. I did my best to get on top of it. I met with him. He was a very sweet man. I thought he was going to die in front of me, like during much of this interview. His health was terrible. But I will tell you this. I spoke to his son-in-law, who was a theology student at the time. These are these are good people. And the son said, yep, I've heard this man's story for years. He's never wavered. So all I did was I interviewed him, and I did my best. Sometimes the best isn't good enough. I didn't go through a detailed background check of him. No, I didn't. So if it's been proven to be a mistake, then, well, these are the breaks. This is a man who's in the U.S. military. We know he is who he says he was. We know he is who he says he was. I didn't go through a detailed background check of him. No, I didn't. We know he is who he says he was. I didn't go through a detailed background check of him. No, I didn't. We know he is who he says he was. And look, I can't know before I go in to interview someone every single way it's going to turn out. I can't be, you can't make me like apologize for if I make a mistake. I've made mistakes. What am I supposed to do? Go cower into a cave? Like, it just happened. I didn't go through a detailed background check of him. No, I didn't. You can't make me like apologize for if I make a mistake. I promise this because I actually didn't know. I wasn't on top of this. So I'll look into it. And if that's the case, I'll make my own statement.
It's not my hoax, okay? I just grifted on to the hoax. And yeah, I said he is who he says he is, but they both told me he was, okay? So I didn't bother to vet that guy myself or share his records for proof, because proof, who needs proof when you could just sit there and lie through your dough scam teeth and say that man did work for the military and the CIA when you can't prove it and didn't even try to prove it. It's a great business. Listen, dumb people I sell these fake alien stories to will believe anything. I shouldn't have to work for my UFO dollars. I should not have to prove anything. It's a big deal. I made the money already. Who cares if I got totally punked by Steve Cambian into admitting that I never fact-checked that guy or his background? It doesn't mean I'm not telling the truth about these fake Wilson documents that I'm making money from now. People can only prove I used one fake anonymous source, since I had to admit it live on air with Kurt from Theories of Everything. Just because one of my fake anonymous sources is fake, well, that doesn't mean they're all fake anonymous sources that I use are fake, okay? Maybe some of them are real. And hey, that doesn't mean I won't comment on the fake anonymous sources I'm using to sell these fake Wilson documents. documents. Okay, so what if Stephen Cambian poked me and made me admit I never even background checked the fake anonymous source I was using? It doesn't mean my new anonymous sources aren't real. Maybe they're just real in my imagination, Steve Cambian. Okay, ever think of that? Just because this whole story is based on a hoaxed fake document, John Greenwald just proved that document is totally fake, that doesn't mean these notes are fake. Well, yes it does. But I still will not admit it that I got caught selling yet another fake story because I got more UFO dollars I plan to make out of this fake story. Just because I made more money than any person on planet Earth talking about these fake Wilson documents, it doesn't mean I'm a bad person or I have no moral compass. I'd like to think I do. Well, yeah, it does mean I'm a little slimy. It does mean I'm a little slimy, okay? It does. But I needed the money. And hey, just because I told everyone that these fake stories that I've been involved in were true stories, and then someone proves that they're totally fake, I've already run with the money, okay? I'm not giving any of the money back. I'm not giving any of the Roswell Slides hoax money back. I'm not giving any of the fake CIA deathbed confession money I made back. I'm not giving any of the Travis Walton money I made back now. I'm not giving back any of the money I made when I lied and said I was getting leaked classified information from the classified version of the UAP report. And just so everyone knows, I'm not giving any of my UFO leak of the century money back. I don't care if people are proving this whole Wilson note story is fake. I don't care if the whole story is built on a foundation of a completely fake, made-up document. I'm not giving my money back. I don't care if Wilson has said these notes are a complete and total work of fiction. And I don't care if Admiral Wilson can prove that he was halfway across the country at the same time that these fake meetings with Eric Davis were supposed to be taking place, and he can prove that. I'm still going to go on the internet and slander him and accuse him of federal crimes so I can make the dollar bills, y'all. It's business, okay? I'm doing UFO business. Who cares if I'm slandering people? Who cares if I'm accusing decorated admirals of crimes? Who cares if I'm using completely, totally fake, made-up sources I never even check into to sell these stories and get my UFO dollars? Who cares, okay? I am not giving any of this money back. Now, how much money have I made? Look, we're just going to do one quick example. This came from Steve Cambian. According to Social Blade and other social and other YouTube tracking sites, many YouTube content creators can expect to make about $4,000 from 200,000 monetized views. But hey, let's not forget all the super chats I got during that clickbait adventure. It's called the UFO Leak of the Century. Great clickbait title. The UFO Leak of the Century. I got 200,000 monetized views, and that translates into somewhere between $3,500 and $5,000 dollar bills, y'all. And even though now it appears that the Wilson documents are completely and totally proven to be built on a foundation of lies in the form of a fake hoax document and some stuff Stephen Greer said. And oh, let's not forget a dead man. Rest in peace, Edgar Mitchell, American hero. I was willing to just say anything that Edgar Mitchell said this, he said that. He's a dead man. He can't refute me. So I made somewhere between $3,500 and $5,000. Now that's just from one video that I made on the Wilson documents. I've made a whole bunch of videos on the Wilson documents. I've put videos about the Wilson documents behind my paywall. I've taken super chat donations for the Wilson documents, talking about them, speculating endlessly, trying to prove they're real. I did a 6-hour stream once with Mr. X talking about how these documents must be real and trying to connect dots that don't exist, and I made some UFO dollars, okay? I've made money at conferences talking about these fake documents, built on a fake hoax document. Oh, it's great. And something Stephen Greer said, the biggest liar in UFOs. Great. I made so much money off these Wilson documents. It would be wrong to speculate. But if I did, I would say that Richard Doscan must have made at least $20,000 to $50,000 in conference speaking fees, monetized YouTube views, Patreon, behind his paywall, Richard Dolan members. He talks about all this fake. I talked about the Wilson documents everywhere. I got new lectures coming on the Wilson documents, but now people like Steve Cambian and John Greenwald are messing up my money. Why are they messing with my money? I'm gonna make it rain up in here. I am not giving back any of my UFO money.
Greetings and salutations. For quite some time now, many of you have asked us to do shorter videos or clips from our long format live show. I understand some people want to see shorter and more concise, quick videos, so we started a clips channel on YouTube. I am sorry it took me so long to get it started. In order to have some help going through our thousands of hours of previous live shows and making clips, I'm going to need help. Honestly, my hands are full as it is, just hosting and producing the live shows we do. So we started a clips channel. It's Truthseekers Clips on YouTube, but all one word. You can use the YouTube search tool to find it. Just search for Truthseekers Clips again, all one word. You'll see a strange guy with sunglasses pop up. Go there and smash that subscribe button today. Otherwise, you can find and click on the link near the top of every video or podcast description going forward. Please go there and smash that subscribe button. It would really help us out. We will also be pinning the link to our new clips channel in the YouTube and kick.com chats during every live show. So if you have not already, please do go over to our clips channel, watch some clips and subscribe. We need your support to make the clips channel a success. We need to get that channel monetized so I can hire a clips producer to help us expand that channel and grow the show and its formats. If you subscribe to the clips channel during the live broadcasts, please do type "I subscribe to the new clips channel" in all capital letters, and I'll give you a thank you and shout out. My thanks to all of you who have subscribed already. We appreciate your support. And hey, those of you who asked for the clips channel, please do go and support our efforts in giving you what you asked for. Besides hitting the magic number of subscribers YouTube requires to get the channel monetized, we also need more watch time, so please do go check out some of the videos on the clips channel. Some of our best and funniest bits are there. So please subscribe today, watch some of the videos, and help us get that channel going and monetized. Praise the cash, bitches. Our new clips channel will become an additional source of revenue, which I need, because I need that money. I really, really do. Praise the cash, bitches. Let's get that channel monetized and praising the cash.
Ha! Steven had your old boss on your show. Suffer, bitch!
Winter says Steven had your old boss on his show last week, David. That's great.
Because you need help. Somebody who loves David needs to come in and help him. And David, you need to stay away from Corey Goode.
That's great. That's actually exactly what we want. Please do that again and do more of it. Please do that again.
Even after the spectacular Corey Goode admission that he made all those stories up, David Wilcox still goes and does an appearance with him live.
Yep. How could you do that?
Anyway, yeah, you're gonna.
I had his old boss on my show who agrees with me that David Wilcox is conning everybody. He's not talking to angels. He doesn't have secret sacred prophecies. He's a liar and a con artist and is losing his goddamn mind.
You know, we're comparing it in the suit that we're putting together to the Unabomber. Okay, that's the best comparison you can make. Somebody who just wants to go after everybody in the entire community at the same time. And I just happen to be kind of how he got started and figured out what to do. It's pretty freaking crazy. So we're not talking about minor stuff here, and we're talking about widespread, extreme threats to other people and just a level of hatred and malice. This dream was so powerful, so amazing, in light of the fact that right as she told me this, we knew that Ezra is cracking down on Stephen, and that Stephen was using Resplendent Cedar Osprey, those 3 words, Resplendent Cedar Osprey, as his name. When is David going to say that you are not in the military and that your name is not Ezra? And then he said, these things are not true. We're both being attacked by one individual. We don't necessarily know what his name is, but this is what he posted the very next day. So it was a blow to my ego, I admit.
Well, again, David Wilcock, tick-tock, motherfucker. You don't get to accuse me of being a child sex predator without consequences. Prove that what I reported on all of the things I mentioned, the Pete Peterson scam, the Anti-Gravity's Coming Soon scam, the Corey Goode Secret Space scam where you defrauded the UFO community, your old boss agrees with me, David Wilcock. Suffer. It has just only begun. You will pay for telling people that I'm a child predator. You will pay for telling people I'm a terrorist. You will pay for telling people I got you swatted. You will pay for telling people I stole money from your bank account. You will pay for telling people I'm sending bombs to people in the mail. You will pay for claiming that I sent you death threats I never sent. You will pay, David. And you've only just begun. You have no idea what is coming for you.
Describe. I wish you could understand how much.
At one point, we'll exchange fluids, but there's no rush.
I don't even know how much I want to say, because I'm not a kiss and tell type of person, all right? I got the ones that are team-filled. I mean cream-filled. We're going to exchange body fluids at some point.
What is rule number 12 in the rules of this Discord?
No gooning.
Will Drama Alert cover this or no?
So fuck you, and we're going to take you fucking down, and you're going to be on fucking Kino Casino.
Like, if this conversation ever got fucking leaked or whatever, I would feel so betrayed by you and probably never speak to you again, right?
You need to get your single ass over to fucking America, and you need to hang out with me at Brantley. Get that pussy popped.
Oh boy.
Too much. Like, I really, really liked you. Like, friend level and, like, teetering past friendship. Like, I was like, she's the girl. I can mold her into being, like, a superstar. Like, when I banned you and I had to kick you from the community, it hurt me. What? I'm trying to see you masturbate before I go to bed. Oh my God. I want my happy. Bro, I have this in my mind that this is how it, like, this is how it ends. And if it doesn't end this way, I'm gonna cry.
I said, what do you think his approach is going to be on his program?
I hope that he just owns it because he's Keemstar and apparently nothing affects him.
He is wrong, and anybody that follows MUFON knows that I am not a hoaxer, and I don't lie. About anything here, anything I say here is all true. To me, anyway. I didn't do anything wrong, just told the truth. There's never been any proof I lied. Not one.
I don't know. Well, what can I use? Anybody?
I'm a hoaxer. All right? That's what they're saying about me. I'm just giving it back. And I think the guy faked cancer. Gorilla Gamer faked cancer. I'm saying it. I think he faked his cancer. Do I have proof? No. He's telling everybody I faked an orb. When I left my seat a few years ago, a white object came around. I said I faked it with a laser pointer because I came back and had something black in my hand, which was my vape pen. But I'm a hoaxer because I had something in my hand when I came back to my desk. It was a vape pen. But oh no, that's the laser pointer. He's got it in his hand right there. The reason I think he faked cancer, because he looks like he's in perfect health. Gorilla Gamer faked cancer. I'm saying it. I think he faked his cancer. Gorilla Gamer faked cancer. I'm saying it. I think he faked his cancer. Do I have proof? No. Do I have proof? No. Do I have proof? No. Because I don't think I support any hoaxers, nor have I ever been caught in a hoax, lied about a hoax, supported a hoax, or anything hoax. And I would love it if you could come up with evidence of that. Trying to say I hoaxed an orb sighting because I had my vape pen in my hand and it's a laser pointer. No, it's a vape pen. And orbs aren't white on laser pointers. They're green, red, right? I don't know any white orbs from a laser pointer. I don't even know how you do that. How do you make an orb out of a laser pointer? You would see the, right? Wouldn't you see the beam? Anyway, I faked it, all that. I didn't do anything wrong, just told the truth. There's never been any proof I lied. Not one. Because I don't think I support any hoaxers. Nor have I ever been caught in a hoax, lied about a hoax, supported a hoax, or anything hoax. And I would love it if you could come up with evidence of that.
Ooh, so spooky. A ghost orb appearing while we're using a Ouija board. So spooky. It couldn't possibly be a laser pointer. Couldn't possibly be a green laser pointer. Ooh, even more spooky. Two ghost orbs. Two ghost orbs. So spooky. They couldn't possibly be laser pointers. Or could they? Ooh, look, a ghost orb. And it's white. This could not possibly be a laser pointer. It must be a ghost orb. Look, even spookier. Two of them. Two ghost orbs. These could not possibly be a laser pointer, because after all, no laser pointers are white. You'd see the beam, right? This is just another stupid lie from a grifter. Just like his usual pattern, Richie grift on lies to get out of the last lie. The first lie was the ghost orb hoax that he created with a green laser pointer. The second lie was that it was his vape pen. He had two things in his hand, one of which he put down on the table, the other of which he suddenly realized. You could see the look on his face like, uh-oh, I still have the laser pointer in my hand because I'm stupid. And he jams it under the desk. It's a laser pointer, friends, and I'm not going to argue with an idiot like him. But it is interesting that this man doubled and tripled down on this stupid hoax. It's shocking how easily this guy lies through his teeth. But what's even more shocking to me is just how stupid that he thinks everyone, especially his audience members, are. He thinks that his viewers are so stupid he can get away with anything, even something as stupid as this ghost orb hoax.
Worst yet, when he gets called out on the ghost orb hoax, he attacks the person who called him out, claiming he faked cancer. That's not true. Gorilla Gamer has cancer. He even posted all of his cancer paperwork all over Twitter, and Rich continued to tell everyone that he faked cancer, proving just what kind of a slimeball he is. True to his pattern, he lies, and then when he gets caught, he lies again. The first lie was that he was summoning ghost orbs at a live seance with nothing but a Ouija board because he has superpowers. The second lie was when he started telling people that Gorilla Gamer was faking his cancer. Why? Because Gorilla Gamer correctly pointed out that he created this stupid hoax with a laser pointer. But true to his pattern, like I said, when he gets caught lying, what does he do? Doubles and triples down. New lies to cover the old lies. The latest lie is it couldn't have been a laser pointer because you'd see the beam. And there's no laser pointer that creates a white spot. But he lies to his audience. Lies by omission. He forgets to tell them that when he was committing this hoax, he was using a green screen or chroma key. And we're using the exact same software here. And I've just shown you that when you point a green laser pointer at a green screen with the chroma key on, it appears to be white, just like his spirit orb hoax. Now, he said that you couldn't see the beam. You're right. Well, you could if you were using a very good, powerful laser pointer, but Rich in his hoax was using a super cheap, probably $5 laser pointer that doesn't have a visible beam. These have visible beams. Usually they do, but as you can see, the chroma key effect cancels out the green. And also, the very bright lights in a typical green screen will cancel it out. Will cancel out the beam. You won't see the beam. And it appears almost exact to his hoax. Now, I know he's going to come up with new lies now. He's going to say it doesn't look exactly the same or some other nonsense excuses. This is a fucking hoax, and he's a fucking hoaxer. Anybody who's watching him, or especially sending him money, you're encouraging his attitude that you as a viewer are so stupid he can get away with stupid things like this. You as a viewer, especially if you're sending him money, are saying it's okay to lie about somebody faking cancer because they called you out on being a hoaxer. You as a viewer, if you're sending him money, are encouraging him to lie to his audience. Congratulations. I'm going to show you what happens when you turn the green screen effect off. There we go. The background is gone. Now you can see the green. The lights are very, very bright. So unless you have a very powerful laser device, which these are, you won't see the beam at all. On a typical green screen, the lights are very, very bright. That's what helps make the chroma key effect work. So on a typical green screen with these very powerful lights, you would not see any green beam. And if I point it at the background, you will see the spot as a green beam. Now remember, these are very, very powerful laser devices. These aren't a cheap laser pointer like Rich used in this hoax. The very bright lights wash out most of the beam, even on these very, very powerful laser devices. And again, I'm not using a cheap $5 laser pointer like he was using. These are visible beam lasers. I didn't have a cheap one on hand, but as you can see, it creates a green orb with the chroma key off. But again, with the chroma vision turned back on, you can see that they'll appear as a white spot. And no, you won't see any visible beam because the chroma key effect keys out anything that's colored green, including a laser beam of light. We've chosen a similar background here. The ghosts. The ghosts. The ghosts. Ghost orbs. Ghost orbs. Sorry, I can't be in two places at once. He wasn't. So he went off camera, created the ghost orb, made it disappear, and then he sat back down. As you can see, with the green screen effect turned on, you won't see the beam. And you won't see a green spot. You will see what appears to be a white orb. You can do this with a very cheap laser pointer and get it even much closer to the fake effect that he created. This is a hoax.
Because I don't think I support any hoaxers. Nor have I ever been caught in a hoax, lied about a hoax, supported a hoax, or anything hoax. And I would love it if you could come up with evidence of that.
Gotcha, bitch.
Are you happy now? Are you happy now? Are you happy now? Are you happy now?
I don't know. Well, what can I use? Anybody?
I'm a hoaxer. All right? That's what they're saying about me. I'm just giving it back. And I think the guy faked cancer. Gorilla Gamer faked cancer. I'm saying it. I think he faked his cancer. Do I have proof? No. He's telling everybody I faked an orb. When I left my seat a few years ago, a white object came around. I said I faked it with a laser pointer because I came back and had something black in my hand, which was my vape pen. But I'm a hoaxer because I had something in my hand when I came back to my desk. It was a vape pen. But oh no, that's the laser pointer. He's got it in his hand right there. The reason I think he faked cancer, because he looks like he's in perfect health. Gorilla Gamer faked cancer. I'm saying it. I think he faked his cancer. Gorilla Gamer faked cancer. I'm saying it. I think he faked his cancer. Do I have proof? No. Do I have proof? No. Do I have proof? No. Do I have proof? No.
Hey, Rian, it's David Wilcock.
Hi, how are you?
How are you? Well, a little sad. I had to put my dog down yesterday, but what's going on?
I'm so sorry to hear that. So we were reaching out because we got a couple of people that sent us in some emails concerned about your dog Girly, that she wasn't doing too well, so they wanted us to pop in and do a welfare check, but it sounds like you've gone ahead and put her to sleep, but we just wanted to follow up on those complaints to check on her welfare.
So I'm a famous person, and I have a stalker. His name is Stephen Cambian.
Okay.
And he has been attacking me for 10 years online, and we're getting ready to do a massive lawsuit because he also attacks my aerospace company, Stavati. And I imagine this is his way of swatting me. He's done fake lawsuits from Britain, fake lawsuits from Holland. We told him that we're going to sue him. He called the CEO of my aerospace company, Chris Beskar, and pretended to be the Washington Post. He did that yesterday, and he was all concerned about, the lawsuits that we're going to file against him. This guy is really, really crazy.
Okay.
And so my guess is that because I said that Girly had this accident, that he is, again, trying to use, he's a psychopath, he's a stalker. And so it would make sense in his warped mind that he would try to swap me with the police and say that I was abusing my dog. But no, she had septicemia, and if I hadn't have taken her to the vet yesterday and euthanized her, she could have been, she could have gone into convulsions because she had this black diarrhea. I filmed it. There was like a 15-foot splatter area of black diarrhea all over the carpet. I mean, she's been degrading for 3 years.
Okay.
But this is part of it. This is going to be part of our lawsuit. It's almost certainly him. So if you could get me those emails, it would really help with the lawsuit.
Okay.
Because I'm almost certain it'll end up facing him.
What I will do is I'll text you a case number that we have where all of this will be documented. And the emails will be included in that. You can then go forward with making a records request with our records unit. And I just have some follow-up questions regarding Gurley, just because I need to dot my I's and cross my T's.
Sure.
You mentioned in your voicemail that your regular veterinarian was Netherland.
Yeah, I took her to Netherland Veterinary Hospital yesterday. They have 2 doctors. I met with Dr. Nate. We debriefed about Gurley for probably an hour before the decision to go ahead with the euthanasia was made. She was diagnosed with degenerative myoplegia, and he didn't really know what the internal bleeding was. It could have been a massive stomach ulcer or something, but of course it's going to lead to septicemia. So.
And you said she had been going downhill for a few years. I'm assuming you had her seen by a veterinarian in that time?
No, I did not.
Okay. Is there any reason?
It was never bad enough to take her to the vet.
Okay.
I mean, she just wouldn't get up off the floor, and she'd groan, and she was peeing on the floor a lot, and, she had intermittent pooping and peeing. Like, sometimes she'd do it, sometimes she wouldn't.
Okay.
But I never felt, I'm a very busy guy. I'm a public figure. I'm always struggling financially, so it never seemed real enough to go take her to the vet until this happened. But when I took her in there, I wasn't 100% sure that we were actually going to carry through with it, and that's why we talked for so long.
Okay. And when did she start to go downhill pretty badly?
Well, this has been a very long process, but I would say that as of maybe 3 months ago, she started to have these farts that smelled really bad. Like every night when I would have her in my room, I'd have to air out the room. And I didn't know if that was like, that she was about to die. I just had a conversation with my mother on, I guess, Friday, and I still didn't want to put her down. But we had discussed, you got to take her to the vet, you got to get a diagnosis, because she's smelly farts and she's peeing on the floor and her legs don't work. And on the day that I called my mother, that was the first time that she had fallen while she was walking. She would fall sometimes on the stairs trying to get upstairs or something, but that day, Friday, was the first time that she had fallen while she was just walking through the house.
Okay.
I was like, oh, man.
And about when did her legs really start to fail? You said that was a few weeks ago. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I was understanding the timeline.
Well, there was periodic stuff where she would stumble when she was going up the stairs, and that's been happening for about maybe 3 or 4 months, where it was more often. It would happen occasionally before then, but nothing really that old.
Okay.
But the last 3 or 4 months, the myoplegia started to become more obvious. But again, it was just when she was going up the stairs, and she wasn't getting strongly injured. She just stumbled a little bit. But it was when she fell on Friday while she was walking just in the house that I'm like, oh, shit.
Okay. And about how old was she?
Well, she was a rescue when I lived in L.A., so we don't know her exact age, but she was probably 14.
Okay, so she was getting up there in her years for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm quite certain that this is Stephen Cambian Leduc. This guy, this is really helpful. The fact that he tried to swap me with you guys is really going to help our lawsuit. If I shared with you the amount of incredible malice and violence that this guy has, the incredible number of things he's done to try to hurt me just because I'm a famous person, it would blow your mind. Okay. I have no doubt that it will trace back to him. No doubt at all. Okay. Nobody else would do this but him.
All right. Well, I'm really sorry to hear this is all going on.
I haven't been swatted already, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Sounds like there's a whole lot going on in regards to that. How do you spell his name?
Well, his real name, so he has this show online on YouTube called Truthseekers. And that was the title of a show I was developing with a production company several years ago. So that's on YouTube, Truthseekers. So the name he uses on YouTube is Stephen Cambian, spelled Cambien. And in the course of us doing our harassment and stalking lawsuit, tortious interference with business practices, and he's been acting more and more desperate now that I've mentioned publicly that we're going to be suing him. And as I said, he called the CEO of my aerospace company, Swatting, and pretended that he was the Washington Post. And Chris answered the call, but then found out, okay, this guy's talking about lawsuits and David Wilcock, and it's obviously Stephen, so he hung up on him. Okay. And so this guy has no limits in what he's trying to do to hurt me. He's been doing, just to give you another piece of context, I have all the evidence that's going to be in our lawsuit. He creates like 40 new identities a week on Twitter. And he's constantly bombarding my page with just spectacular hatred, which includes death threats. He's actually made, I mean, they're not strong death threats, but he said, like, we are going to get you and stuff like this. And they're just, the level of malice and hatred and violence in these things that he puts on my Twitter are incredible. And we've had to take down probably like 6 impersonation accounts just in the last 2 weeks where he uses my name, David Wilcock, but then he misspells it. I have all that evidence as well.
Okay.
There's another one that he just did that I got to take down now, actually. I haven't done that yet.
Okay.
And so given the fact that I actually had to hire 3 different people just to stop him, because it's like whenever I post on Twitter, he just absolutely bombards it with these fake identities, and the hatred is incredibly violent. He keeps escalating. So I had to hire 3 people. I've got Ridgeline, which is my customer service team. I've got Mike Wiskowski, and I've got Artie Thomas.
Okay.
So between those 3 people, we're all basically taking the shit down that he posts. But he also has been like calling everybody on my board of directors for the company. He threatens them on the phone. When I was donating to a sloth rescue in Costa Rica, he called them and said he was doing an investigation. And then he abused the woman on the phone. He swore at her and said, I hope all the sloths die. That was like 5 or 6 years ago. I mean, he is unstoppable. And he brags about it on his YouTube. He's done videos that you can watch where he's talking about all the things he's doing to disrupt me and laughing about. So we need to get like a restraining order on him and a cease and desist and injunction, but we're waiting until we actually have our lawsuit ready to go. And we're not quite there yet, but this is just going to add to the portfolio of all the stuff he's doing.
Okay.
Incredible.
Well, I'm sorry this is going on. I'll be sure to text you the case number for this, and I'll be documenting our conversation in that case. And if I have any follow-up questions, do you mind if I just reach out to you?
Not at all. I mean, in a way, I'm actually glad that he did this, because the more crimes he commits, the better it is. But I'll tell you this, I would imagine now that he's willing to escalate this much, this is a new level of escalation for him, that probably the next thing he will do, especially after because I haven't publicly announced that we euthanized Gurley yet, but probably the next thing he's going to do is call in a SWAT and say that there's somebody here and that I have a gun and I'm threatening them. So I probably do need to speak to whoever in Boulder County that he would call, because I would imagine that's going to be his next move, so that I don't get swatted, or that you guys know to be suspicious if somebody calls that in. Or maybe you can help me warn them to expect that somebody might be about to do that, because this guy is the worst. I mean, I'm friends with Jenny McCarthy, and her husband is Donnie Wahlberg, who's Mark Wahlberg's brother. And she says they've never seen anything like this in Hollywood history. This guy is the worst we've ever seen.
Okay.
It's incredible what I'm going through with this guy. I wouldn't at all be surprised if he tries to swat me next.
Okay. Well, since I am part of the sheriff's office, I do work pretty closely with the deputies, so I'll just make the Netherland cars aware of what's going on and the allegations, and yeah, we'll just kind of go from there. But do you have any further questions for me while I've got you on the line?
Well, I have a gigantic, overwhelming amount of evidence that I could give you if you need more proof of what I've been telling you is being true. So if you do need any of that, I'm happy to provide it. But you probably don't. I mean,
at this point, I don't think it's
necessary.
necessary.
I have 500,000 subscribers on YouTube. I'm on Ancient Aliens. I'm in over 100 episodes. It runs all day Friday and Saturday on History Channel. So when you're this famous, there's people who just really, really hate you and want to hurt you. And this guy just happens to be like the worst anybody's ever seen in Hollywood history. So it obviously is him. I can't imagine anybody else in my audience would have done this but him.
Okay.
What exactly did the letters say? They said they were worried about the health of my dog or something?
Yeah, here, I'll pull up the email complaints and I can read it to you verbatim. Give me 2 seconds. Get quite a few emails, so I just need to find that.
That jerk. I can't believe he would go that far. But then again, I mean, he keeps escalating more and more and more and more. So it's really scary, actually. I don't know but what he's going to come out here and try to kill me. I mean, it's very frightening. The whole thing is very frightening.
So this says here, the German Shepherd appears to be very old and clearly dying as per witnessing the animal of David's video via YouTube within the last week. The dog is shaking, whelping, and clearly in extreme pain. The owner, David, claims the dog is dying. The German Shepherd needs immediate medical intervention. The suffering of the animal is horrendous to observe.
Okay, well, that's all a lie because I haven't filmed Gurley in a very long time. I haven't put up a video with her in it in months, and that's easily provable by going to my YouTube and my Twitter pages. So this is a completely fabricated fake attack. The only thing that did actually happen is that I did a live stream on Sunday. I had 4,500 people watching live, and there was thunder, and she was pacing around upstairs, and I told her to lay down. But there is no video of her. I mean, you read it really fast. I couldn't type it all, but...
Oh, I apologize.
Yeah, it's okay. Shaking, whelping, all that stuff, that's completely false. I've made no videos of her. And so that is somebody who's totally lying to you and fabricating information that I can easily disprove. So I am going to need this for my lawsuit because this is another level of escalation that he's just conducted. It's obviously him. It wouldn't be anybody else.
Okay. So that was one of the emails we received.
Right, and then he'll make another identity, and he'll either call himself a woman or he'll have some other name, and then he'll do another one. So you have another one.
Yeah, and both of these emails will be attached to the case file. The other one is fairly vague, just stating that you mentioned her over the last month on your YouTube, that she's no longer eating, falling over while trying to walk, and possibly bleeding while using the bathroom. States that he has refused to get her care from a vet, even though people are telling him to give her help. People have even sent him money. So.
No, these are all defamatory. This is defamation. These are lies.
Okay.
It's not true that she's no longer eating. She always would eat very enthusiastically. She had not fallen over while walking. I mean, I guess that could happen once, and I mentioned that on Sunday. But no, this is Stephen. I'm telling you, it's this one guy. I've got a warehouse of evidence. I've got part of the problem with the lawsuit is he's done so many things. It's like this is going to be like a 200-page filing, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, how do I even wrangle the fact that the guy posts these attacks on Twitter like 50 or 60 a week, you know? And I photographed them all, and he uses tons and tons of different aliases. And he's been aggressively trying to destroy me and our company. So this is just his latest creative attempt to send you 2 different emails. But again, I can easily disprove these things as lies because I never made a video about her. You know, nobody's ever seen her for months. Last video I had her in was, I don't know, last year, I think.
Okay.
It's just total defamation and fabricated. I mean, we know who it is. It's a stalker. Yeah. I'm sorry you had to go through this, Rhiannon. I am.
Well, I'm sorry to have brought this up during a painful time during the loss of your dog, but I sincerely appreciate you giving me a call back and being willing to remain in contact if I have any further questions. And you have my number, so if you have any questions, please let me know. But I'll make sure to get that.
So you said I can do a records request with the case number, and then I can get these emails from there?
Yep, so I will send you the case number as well as the phone number for our records department. This may not be available until probably Monday next week because I do need to move forward with just typing out my report and documenting our conversation. And I'll probably just reach out to Netherland Vet to get the record to show that Girlie was euthanized and that we don't have to worry about her welfare moving forward. So tomorrow's my Friday, but I should have my report done by the end of tomorrow, and then it just needs to go through the approval process with records before it's available to the public.
Man, I think I'm being very calm, and I'm not cursing, and I'm not getting angry, but I am very, very angry that he did this. This guy will not leave me alone. He started doing this 10 years ago. He does it on a week-by-week basis. He tried to get people to get me audited by the IRS. I have a nonprofit that I donate to animal rescues and stuff, like I said, the sloth thing. He tried to get me, he told people to audit my company. He's published my address. He's published my phone number. He wants people to attack me. He's published all the names of the people on the board of directors of my aerospace company. He says that we're a fraudulent company. He posed as the Washington Post. He said to my CEO that we don't really have a naval admiral on our board, which we do. His name is Charles William Moore. And he was actually going to become the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, but then the DEI stuff, he got butted out of that, and he's working with us. This guy just is unrelenting. He does it every day. He creates about 40 new identities a week. He doesn't stop. And the violence is going up and up. He's making death threats. He tells me he's going to get me. And he's filed 2 fake lawsuits against us, which, he doesn't even know what the hell he's doing. They don't even look right. So he's really scared because he knows we're going to sue him. I've talked about it on my show because I've never had anybody this aggressive in my whole life. And so this is just his next step. So yes, please tell everybody in your office, if David Wilcock gets swatted, it's not real. I don't have anybody here. I mean, I'm not going to be hurting anybody because there's nobody here. But that'll be the next step, is he's going to say, he's going to call up you guys and be screaming and say, oh my God, I'm at David Wilcock's house, I'm being stabbed, or something like that. That's probably what he'll do next. So please be on the alert for that, okay?
Okay. I'll make sure to let the deputies know that this is a pretty complex and fluid situation and that there's potential for that.
Yeah, I would call it terrorism. He's essentially terrorizing me, and he's trying to hurt me and hurt my life and hurt me in any way that he can, and this is just the next step for him,
Yeah. And
he has no fear.
Yeah, unfortunately I can't speak to the laws outside of the animal realm since I deal primarily with the animal stuff, but I'll make sure that the deputies are aware of the report that was filed and your address. So.
Yeah, if you could just let them know that there's a very high risk now that he's going to do a fake SWAT and that they might get a call like that. And please call and text me if he does that so that I can respond without you guys just showing up here with guns. Because that's probably, people do this. They want you to get shot by the police. They're going to make it sound like there's some horrible violent event happening in my house. But I'll just tell you right now, nobody else lives here but me. I'm alone. Nobody is going to be here. It's just going to be me. So if that happens, it's totally fake and it's the same guy.
Okay. The deputies will have access to my report, so your phone number will be included in that.
Great.
Is your last name spelled with 1 L or 2?
It's Wilcock.
Okay. And, David, what is your date of birth?
A lot of people misspell it as COX, but that's not correct.
Okay. So David Wilcock, COCK. What is your date of birth?
March 8th, 1973.
Okay. And this is the best phone number to reach you at?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right, well, I think that covers the questions for me. I'll get that case number and the phone number for records sent over to you here shortly. In the meantime, if you have any further questions, feel free to reach out.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I want to get my hands on these emails, but you say that with the records request, once I have the case number as of Monday, we can do that.
Yeah, and I just can't guarantee when it'll be available to the public. The earliest would be next week. So.
Yeah, we have such a mountain of evidence against this guy that it's like we're just going to add this to a gigantic body of data, but it really emphasizes that he is continually escalating, and we have to move pretty quickly now to do the restraining order and the injunctions and all that kind of stuff, because this is the next step. The only thing left he's got now is a SWAT call, so I highly expect that will happen.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll, like I said, I'll definitely make sure that the deputies are aware of what's going on.
Thank you.
So, you're welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Rhiannon.
Yep. Sorry to call you at a distressing time. Sincerely sorry for the loss of Girly. But I hope you have a good evening.
Thank you, Rhiannon. Take care.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye.
I don't know. Well, what can I use? Anybody?
This is the story about dangerous UFO cults and murder. This is the story of what happens when someone gets stuck or trapped too deep down the rabbit hole of UFOs and aliens on the internet. There is substantial and supportive evidence that can show that some people get caught or stuck too deep in that rabbit hole. To some, UFOs and aliens on the internet becomes an obsession. An obsession so deep that some are willing to do anything to keep climbing down that ladder. Some people believe that by climbing further and further down that rabbit hole ladder and getting closer to the gatekeepers, those who hold the secrets, that they will be given some secret knowledge that others just don't have. I've often wondered about some of the people I've seen or met on UFO Twitter. Many of those people spend 8, 12, or even more hours a day feeding their obsession. And their obsession only grows with each new promise of revelations soon to come. But all those revelations that these so-called messiahs of disclosure are out there promising everyone never seem to come. But they've sure got something new to sell you every so often, don't they? And isn't it funny how they never seem to deliver on the promise of that disclosure soon to come? And what about the people that are selling this delusional fantasy world to people with little or no evidence at times? Do they bear any responsibility for the negative impacts that the obsession with this delusional fantasy world can have on people's real lives? I have witnessed the damage that this unhealthy obsession can do to many people who get stuck too far down this rabbit hole. It can lead to lost jobs, lost marriages, people who have lost their children, people who have destroyed their lives, even killed themselves. And what about the people who stood there taking the money of these people, selling them this delusional fantasy world where disclosure is going to come any day now, where the government has alien bodies and flying saucers, and soon will reveal the truth about it? What responsibility do those people have? When people's lives are destroyed, when marriages are destroyed, when people take their own lives, or when people get so far down this rabbit hole that they lose all sense of reality. that they finally snap and murder those closest to them. And murder those closest to them. And murder those closest to them. These are the true stories of murder in UFO land. Sadly, it happens more often than most people would ever imagine. Even sadder, almost none of the people selling the UFO narrative to the public dare mention this or even acknowledge it. The further and further we go down this rabbit hole, the curiouser and curiouser it will get. This is murder in UFO land.
I've been busting my hump, trying to catch MUFON, and I just can't do it. So I'm gonna try to rip him to shreds any way I can. And the best thing to do is lie, cause I don't got no proof. I gotta make shit up to make this guy look bad. It's amazing. I don't know how he does it. I don't do that mental gymnastics. Everybody accuses me of saying things that aren't really true. But let me tell you something. I've never brought anything positive to this field. I don't do that. I don't live in the positive world. I can't do it. There's so many people out there that lie, they cheat, they steal, and I just can't do it anymore. I mean, call me if you need anything debunked. I'm the best at making shit up. That's what I do. I'm Kylo Cambian. That's my name. And you're gonna learn a lot about me in the coming days. I gotta tell you, there's nothing more challenging than trying to debunk somebody when you don't have the evidence. So you gotta lie! That's what I'm doing! I have to lie. I got no choice. I can barely see, you know, because I got one bad ball. But hey, I'm not gonna say anything, you know, disparaging about Rich. You know, he's trying his best. He's trying his best. He hooked up with hoaxers. He hooked up with people that lie. They cheat. They didn't even interview Billy. Oh, I was supposed to interview Billy Gibbons. I lied. I lied again. I'm just trying the best I can with the little bit amount of energy that I have to do this podcast. I gotta lie for an hour straight. I gotta yell for 2 hours. How does anybody do this? Well, I can do it because I'm a magician and I know how to lie to people. I know how to trick people. I'm better than Lou Elizondo. Calm down. Everybody just calm the fuck down. I've got a lot of things I want to say, but I can't really say them all in this video. Just know this, that I'm doing the best I can with the lies I got. That's all I can do. I make enemies every day. If I don't have a new enemy, I'm not me. I'm not me. You know, you can hear a lot of rumors about me, you know, but no better big rumor than Rich Giordano being friends with Third Phase of Moon. What am I gonna do? He turned to the dark side. I'm Kylo Cambian, damn it. And Giordano turned to the dark side. I'm gonna put up a video, 10 things. I already did that. I'm gonna put more time into MUFON because I can't believe this guy has 200 people watching him live when I've got 75. I'm better than him because I lie. Are we supposed to tell the truth in this field? I don't know. I'm so confused. Rich turned to the dark side. I'll do everything I can to mess up your head, everything you're about. I'm Kylo Cambian, damn it. I've got one good ball. Give me a break, somebody, anybody. I'm Kylo Cambian. I've lost my mind. All I do is think about MUFON day in and day out. Third Phase of Moon. Them too. I'm gonna hook up with the Out There channel and see if we can rub two brain cells together and come up with more lies. I'm Kylo Cambian of Truthseekers. Oh. I think I need to change the name of my show to Lying Seekers. Yeah, check out my new channel coming out soon, The Lion Seeker. I'm Kylo Cambian. I've got one good ball.
Trapped so deep inside, I'm losing all my pride. I'm trapped so deep within, I'm swimming in my sin.
right. What? Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Hold on. I got this.
What's going on?
We're back.
Phil! Phil!
Oh my God, I've been snaked. The camera's...
The year of the snake, Phil. How are you enjoying the year of the snake, bro? I should have got my Randy Orton Viper shirt on. I don't have one, though. I should have ordered it express with the big fucking snake on it, Phil.
I used to have the original Randy Orton shirt where he did the pose, the first pose ever. That old school pose, and it was dope.
Yeah.
But the thing fell apart because it's just like a white outline logo, and it would crack.
Yeah.
You know, it falls apart. But that was a dope shirt from way, way, way back in the day. So, anyway, what's up, everyone?
Steve with a steel chair. Fuck on. Dark Side Phil has been taken out by Steve. What a dastardly bastard.
Coast to coast, smashed his face in. So what's up, everyone? What's up? Welcome to the show. Sorry for the technical difficulties there at the beginning. Today is February 18th, 2025. I'm DSP. That's PPP. This is Smart Guys, our wrestling commentary show, and I hope that you guys are having a good night as we are on the road to Elimination Chamber. These last few weeks have been a lot of kind of filler build-up for the Chamber, and this week with Monday Night Raw, it was absolutely no exception whatsoever. It was a lot of qualifying matches, a lot of filler, and a lot of stuff. People are saying the music is still playing, but it is not. It is absolutely not. What are you guys talking about?
They're messing with you, Phil. They're messing with you.
Oh, yeah, I don't see anything. Anyway, so, PPP, how you doing, man? How was your week? How's everything going?
Oh, man, it was good. I'm worried about you, though. Apparently, you're on self-deletion watch. Every day's been a struggle.
Oh,
you lost your smile.
definitely.
You've been miserable. Are you making it, King?
I can barely get out of bed in the morning. Let me tell you, I got to have both Kat and Jasper pushing me out of bed to get functional.
They're motivating you every day. Get up, King. Get up. You can win. You can get him, Rock. Get up. You're a contender. We got to get you in there for the rematch against Clubber Lang.
Oh,
it
my
wasn't
God.
fair, Phil.
Listen,
it wasn't fair.
The truth is, I just have never faced any criticism at all. So now that I finally got some criticism, you know, I just can't take it. I just, I fall like a house of cards. What can I say?
Listen, for the record, Phil handled it. Phil handled that interview because the thing is, they wouldn't let Phil talk. So all you're doing is like preaching. It's like a solo video. Oh, this thing, this thing, this thing, this thing, this thing. It's like, well, are we gonna catch Phil in a gotcha or not? You have to let him talk to get him, and they couldn't do it because they knew that Phil's righteousness would shine through. But Phil stayed positive. He stayed professional throughout. He didn't rage quit the call like people thought. You know, the heat was cranked up all the way. It was the ultimate grill Phil, the inferno in hell, and yet Phil stood strong. The segment was only supposed to be an hour and a half.
Yeah.
He did nearly double that. They pulled out all the tricks, all the stops. They had surprise detractor appearances, NDAs, polygraph tests, all the gimmicks, all the tricks, and yet none of it could put an end to Dark Side Phil's community, the positivity, the streak, the goal. Phil doubled the goal upon his return, and Steve showed his true colors as nothing but a yellow-bellied snake in the long grass. We tested Steve's loyalty, saw if he was going to be a team player, and Steve went into business for himself, not once, but Steve, I'm aware now tonight, you went into business for yourself again and leaked conversations to detractors. Very disappointing. Steve, you're fired, Steve. Steve is fired from the Keno Casino staff. We're not going to see the stench of Snake Steve ever again on the Keno Casino or on the Dark Side Phil airwaves. Steve has been eliminated.
Wow.
Steve has been whacked because he's a deceitful, lying grifter.
Wow.
Shame on you, Steve. You tried to grill Phil about his money, yet you took money yourself, Steve. You took money to spread lies about Darkside Phil and his family, his supporters, his business.
Wow.
Fucking shame on you trying to smash this man's rice bowl. He's a fucking internet legend who's given us over 15 years of memories and moments. What have you done, Steve? Where the fuck are your accolades? Where are your big moments? Where are they, Steve? I'm waiting. Your biggest moment is Phil. Phil made you. You're nothing without Phil. You're nothing without me. You're a low down, dirty bum, Steve. And you ought to be fucking ashamed of yourself associating with the scum of the earth. I saw you on that Detractor podcast. What's wrong with you, man? They will eat you alive and they will spit you out. You think that they're going to have loyalty to you, brother Steve? No, they won't. No, they won't. Once they're done milking you for everything that you're worth, they'll turn on you. They'll go after you and your business and your family, just like they've done to Phil, Steve. And in the end, you'll be nothing. You'll be nothing but the shit on Darkside Phil's shoes, Steve. So that's it, buddy. The detractors have no loyalty. It's not positive like Phil's community. It's all negativity, toxicity, trolling, and the like. That's not what this program is about. So let's get some subs. Let's get some donations. Let's go.
Real talk. All right. All ridiculous extrapolation aside.
What?
That interview, all right? Like, here's the thing. If you're gonna get someone in an interview and you're gonna try to like get them with gotcha questions or back them into a corner, the idea is that you present something that you think is like indisputable, and then you let the person respond in a way that backs them into the corner. And basically what you need to do, you need them to either self-incriminate or make themselves look bad. But the problem with the interview was he literally wouldn't even let me respond. Like, I would try to respond to something and he'd start like getting angry and yelling and then moving on to the next thing. It's like, but we didn't even get to that answer yet.
And that was the thing too, Phil. He would crank down your volume while you tried to answer and raise up his voice. It was the oldest trick in the book, the OBS audio manipulation. He was screaming over you. He was angry. He was agitated. He was seething. Whereas you were calm. You were cool. You were collected. You were the eye in the center of the storm. The thing is, DSP is the storm. That's what Steve doesn't understand.
It sure seems like that way, and I don't understand why. I really don't.
You are the vortex, Phil.
Oh my God.
You are the storm. And so Steve may think, oh, he got one up on you. Oh, da, 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 da. But in the end, everybody falls to the DSP curse. There's nobody but anybody that outlasts the king of a live stream. Darkside Phil. Many have tried. Many have come at the king and they've missed. And the king took their head. Destiny was one of the most recent examples. Destiny tried to make fun of Phil for saying it was a buyer's market for cars. And what happened to Destiny? It may not happen the next day, or the next week, or the next month, or even the next year, or 2 years, or 5 years, or 10 years. But eventually, all that come at the king are decimated. The king takes their head, leaves them humble and dead. All hail. It's true, though.
It's weird.
True.
It's weird because I don't lift a finger. I don't. Like, I'm like, listen, I easily could clap back at these people, come out of the woodwork over the years to try to drop my name to get some kind of notoriety with the internet crowd, right? I could go back at them. But I'm like, number one, I don't have a lot of clout. And number two, I don't like making that kind of content, quite frankly. I don't.
No.
I don't like making drama
Phil,
content.
When you say you don't have a lot of clout, that might be true in the internet sense. But in the universe, God smiles upon Darkside Phil.
I guess so.
Whoever it is that pulls the strings of the universe, whether it be Jesus Christ, God, Allah, the Buddha, the Dalai Lama, whoever it is.
I swear to you, I don't have like a...
fates up in Greek mythology, they smile upon you.
I have
The
to
wheel
promise
of fate-
everyone, I have to promise the internet someone, I actually do not have the death note over here, okay? I don't have that shit. I don't know what's going on that this stuff happens every time, but undoubtedly the people who fucking come at me somehow self-destroy themselves over a course of several years after they come after me, and
What
I
it
don't have
is,
anything to
Phil,
do with
it's
it.
the divine right of kings. You were born to rule the internet kingdom. You have the mandate of heaven. And that's the thing. When
Or
you
hell.
have the
It could be hell. I don't know.
You have the mandate of heaven, sire. And all those who come before you, one way or the other, are smited by God. Darkside Phil has God on his side. And there's no way that Steve, a mere follower of science and logic, can battle with the mystical powers of the almighty dark side,
You know,
Phil.
that might be it, because I've made some of the most illogical choices that any human's ever made, yet I'm still here, but people who follow logic seem to get felted left and right.
Exactly. There's no
That's it.
stopping it. There's no rhyme. There's no reason to it. There's no order. It's just pure chaos. It's the vortex, snortex, if you will. And all who step into it are destroyed, except for the king, who somehow rises above in the whirlwind.
Oh my God.
Storm, when the mighty waves rise, when the tsunamis come and they wash away all of the Johnny-come-latelys, all of the flash in the pans, never was, never will be anything. The legacy of Darkside Phil is elevated above all.
I love this
Washes
show, man.
them all away. They built their foundation on the sinking sand. You've heard the parable. The wise man who built his house upon the rock. And that's Phil. He built his house upon the rock of positivity, of building a community, upon consistency and work ethic. He built his business on the rock. But Steve, Snake Steve, built his business upon the shifting sands. The detractors built their business upon the shifting sands. And when the rain and the storms and the floods come in, the sand is washed away. You see, living on the sand is easy. You're on the beach. Ooh, I'm in the sun and the sand and the surf, and it's so nice. It's fair weather. But you get washed away in times of turmoil and distress. Whereas Phil stands tall against the winds and the rain and the floods and the turmoil. And he remains undefeated, undisputed. The king of the internet there.
There's something going on. All this gaslighting is really strong, man. It's just kicking over my room over here.
It's all true.
Oh,
It's true.
I gotta go open the
Fire.
window. Let it out.
Your Majesty, this is no crime of worm tongue display. Your Highness, Your Majesty.
Hold on,
you
let me take care of it.
Unparalleled
Ah!
amongst the internet dynasties. None can rival the House Burnell, sire. None can rival it. There are many who have tried. They have all failed. The sands of time have defeated them. But you, the Colossus, stand tall, sire. A statue in the desert wilderness. Behold his name, Ozymandias, King of Kings, Lord of Lords. It is Philip Paul Burnell indeed, and his majestic dynasty. Long may he reign. Down with Snake Steve and his schemes.
We received very serious death threats, 2 of them in 2 days. And this included attempted extortion and terrorism. So this has never really happened to me before like this. Whoever is doing this appears to be very concerned, and I believe it is because of the inauguration on Monday. So we have already filed federal police reports. We've already filed local police reports. We are taking serious action, and we believe it's all the same person I've been telling you the whole time. It's just one kid. I only have one kid hating on me. there's very, very compelling evidence it's him. So he is now, if he does anything else, he's probably going to get arrested. So he really should just stop, because we've got serious federal interest. We have a cozy relationship with federal agencies as a military contractor. So don't feel bad. I really don't think this person is going to do anything, but there's been a new escalation, and I just wanted to document that. Who is we? Somebody says. Well, that's Stavati Aerospace. So our entire board was given a terror threat, believe it or not. That, you know, and the only way we can prevent the terror is to pay a whole lot of money in cryptocurrency. Well, that's very, very dangerous. You start making threats like that, there's going to be an investigation, and we're going to find out who it is, and we already know. Because we only have one hater. So it's like, well, who else would be doing this? It's obviously the same guy. So I don't feel threatened necessarily, but it is upsetting. But I am not going to let one negative individual stop me from coming on the air, stop me from sharing these messages with you. I believe this is very important. Shelly Dean, oh my God. David, Sybil Haynes, oh wow, David, I'm so sorry you're getting scary threats. What do you mean when we say we? You just answered the question, thank you. Yeah, so anyway, I don't want to dwell on this. In a way, it's really good that he did this, because now, I mean, he's easily like, you know, there's two different crimes here that could be 10 or 20 years in prison each. So, I don't know. It's pretty wild. Normally, I would never make any mention of anybody threatening us, because you don't want to encourage that behavior. However, given the seriousness of the threats, I do think it's important that they are publicly documented here on the show, just in case this person decides to keep walking over the line. But, you know, there's so much evidence, we already know who it is, and so everybody's being alerted. It's an interesting way for the Alliance to create a situation, your hater, to make heavy protection for you. It just seems to be naturally happening. Yeah. I mean, this activated the whole board. It means there's going to be a lot more money put into prosecuting this. It means we can do police reports, and it means that we do, you know, injunctions, restraining orders, and if the person ever does anything again, he's subject to immediate arrest. That is coming very soon. I expect you're going to find out everything about this pretty soon.
She saw this standing on two legs, a wolf creature, a wolf standing in her yard, its paws crossed like this, leaning on a tree, staring back at her.
Folks are doing, and anti-gravity propulsion is something they want very badly. Bob said that the key to it was this element 115. He had a piece of it. I saw it. In fact, he had a little experiment they did with what's called a cloud chamber, where they had, it looked to me like light. They had a piece of this 115 in this chamber. They put some smoke in it, and it seemed, and then had a beam of light through it, and the light bent. Bob, at one point, when he thought he was going to die, had this piece of 115 in it was in a lead casing, in a disc-shaped casing, and he had it in front of a particle accelerator at his house, and he had the accelerator on, and all he had to do was flip a button. If this stuff was real, as he described it, flipping that button would hit it with, I don't know, it's protons or electrons, whatever it was, that would make it explode, an annihilation that would have left a great big hole in Las Vegas. And he had that piece. I saw the experiment. What happened to it, that's a story for another time. It's in a spot now where nobody could get to it, but it's still there. One of these days, maybe after Bob's gone, I'll go dig.
They come down this dirt road one night, and they see two figures, humanoid-looking figures, standing up with their backs to the road, and looked like they were smoking cigarettes. They had trench coats on, smoking cigarettes, standing out on the road. These guys figure, what are these fellas up to? So they're pulling up, and they go shining their lights on the guys, and they turn around, and they were dogs.
But no evidence of any kind to back up any of these stories has ever been presented. George Knapp, who's built an entire career around stories of UFOs and the paranormal, and who was one of the authors of the Hunt for the Skinwalker book, was asked about evidence on the Joe Rogan show.
Because they weren't there with cameras.
Is there any evidence?
Like for the first 20 months when the rancher is there, they don't have any evidence because he's not a paranormal investigator.
At this point, Knapp begins telling more stories about UFOs on and near the ranch. Rogan then interrupts and asks again.
Is there any evidence?
No, not really.
Oh.
If you're looking for physical evidence and solid proof, and they don't have it.
Oh. Knapp saying there's no proof or evidence is quite strange, considering the book Knapp co-authored says this: "We obtained an intriguing body of physical evidence to support many of the accounts described in the book." Okay, so where is that intriguing body of physical evidence?
A new era, a troubling new era. David Grush is a piece of dog shit. David Grush is a liar, and he's lying to the American public. Go for it. Yeah, be myself, you always say, right? Total fucking horse shit. And David Grush is a piece of dog shit. There was literally nothing scientific about it, nor was it American. It's not true. That's a lie. So there are foiable back and forths between Kirkpatrick and David Grush that will become public. I have seen them. As of the time of my departure, none, let me repeat, none of the conspiracy-minded, in quote, whistleblowers in the public eye had elected to come to Arrow to provide their, quote, evidence and statement for the record, despite numerous invitations. So let's just take David Grush. Is that true? It's not true. That's a lie. So there are foiable back and forths between Kirkpatrick and David Grush that will become public. I have seen them.
On this podcast, it's fair to say we're going to talk a lot about UFOs.
Full-time into UFOs.
Over 100 UFOs. The UFO world came to my door. There's UFO sightings and more.
Okay.
This is really interesting. What is your best piece of evidence that UFOs are real? Show it to me. Show it to me. Put it in my hands.
The sexual things that aliens had done.
Fuck this.
Yeah. This field is a mess. This topic is an absolute disaster.
All this shit about UFOs.
UFOs may not be extraterrestrial.
Hi, my name is Jeremy Corbell. I'm really into this, but I'm not a crazy person. I really want to know the truth. I've got a few things that I've been doing.
The hell was that?
UFOs.
UFOs every day.
Nonsense. It's garbage science. Nonsense. It's garbage science. Nonsense. It's garbage science. Nonsense.
Spheres.
We have no evidence.
Pyramids.
We have no evidence.
Cubes.
We have no evidence.
And cigars.
We have no evidence.
Spheres.
We have no evidence.
Pyramids.
We have no evidence.
Cubes.
We have no evidence.
And cigars.
We have no evidence.
Spheres.
We have no evidence.
Pyramids.
We have no evidence.
Cubes.
We have no evidence.
And cigars.
We have no evidence.
Spheres.
We have no evidence.
Pyramids.
We have no evidence.
Cubes.
We have no evidence.
And cigars.
We have no evidence. 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 No evidence. We have no evidence. No evidence. No evidence. No evidence. Evidence.
in the course of doing this work for you and for the Alliance, I get hit really, really hard. We have one guy who is basically attacking me full time. We have a team of 8 people now that we pay almost $2,000 a month, and I'm happy to do it. But if it wasn't for this one guy, we probably wouldn't even need them. But we will keep them in place afterwards. But I think there's going to be a lot less to do once we bring him to justice. We are going to be suing this guy. His name is Stephen. It's not Stephen Greer. It's not Stephen Tyler. Unfortunately, you know, the name Stephen used to be a positive. And what happened is, when I checked my bank account Wednesday morning, someone had tried to steal $4,000 from me. We have very strong, compelling reasons to believe that this is the work of Stephen once again. And I will tell you why. And I specifically had my dreams tell me I need to talk about this. I have decided I will not remain silent in the face of ongoing criminality. I checked my bank account on Wednesday, and it was freakishly low. I'm like, what the hell is going on? And I saw 7 different transactions that we're all trying to post from what it said on the statement, I'll show it to you, was Internap Holding Atlanta, Georgia. Notice the spelling. Atlanta is spelled incorrectly as Atlanta. What the hell is Internap Holding? Well, obviously, a legitimate business would not misspell Atlanta. They would catch that and they would spell it properly. So if you want to look at this, you know, I have a Chase bank account. This is what I saw. It freaked me out. It was horrific. They are stealing your money. They are stealing your donations, the love that you give me to try to keep this show on the air. The first one is 1207, 1,207.76, 1,205.32. Somebody tried to do this all in one day. Charge all this stuff to my account in one day. 1,046.03. And then we had 2 of them that are almost $200. 195.49, 193.67. Internap Holding. Who the hell is that? Then we had another one for 127.20. And then another pattern is the $9.60. $4,000 getting ready to drop out of my account. And I ask you this question, how would you feel if this happened to you? Well, I can tell you that it was horrific. And so I got on the phone. I called Chase Fraud Prevention right away. And I was on the phone with him for 45 minutes while I was building these slides, because I knew I was going to have to do the show on Saturday because I'm being attacked with wind. And now my bank account is being attacked. By the way, I never got the notification you're supposed to get. Oh, your credit card has been compromised. It's in database. There was no database. So I hardly ever use this card on anything. So how did anybody get my card number? It suggests, again, the DS, as an inside job, leaked it to the person they've probably been paying to come after me. And now that the U.S., you know, as I was calling it last week, the Z funding, and the rest of it is aid, right? You know what I'm talking about. Now that's been cut off. Maybe he doesn't have the money that he used to have, so he got more desperate. That's one of the reasons why I think it's him, and there's other reasons as well. So again, how would you feel if you wake up one morning and you're missing $4,000 in your available balance, but it's all listed as pending? So I got on the phone. I was on the phone for 45 minutes. They tell me, no, we can only seize it from when the theft first started. And during the time I was on the phone, she went back and found that this has been happening about $1,300 a month, every month except for October, since August. So August, September, November, December, January, I was losing $1,300 a month, and I wasn't paying enough attention. I definitely will be now. I'm going to be watching my account probably every day, looking at the transactions, because what the whole game is, you got to catch this stuff. And that's the way it is with Stephen, too. You got to catch him. I've had to hire 8 people to stop him from doing this stuff. He is an expert hacker. And if you haven't already heard this, nobody's ever heard of anything like this before. He says that he's a critic. He says I'm a grifter, a con artist. How ironic that he's actually stealing your donation money. Part of why I think it's him is that he harassed and threatened the CEO of Swatting Aerospace, Chris Beskar, left incriminating voicemails that we are keeping for our legal evidence on the exact same day that this $4,000 grift was attempted. So we do have his threatening voicemail. We're going to be using that in our lawsuit against him. He's scrambling to try to steal my money. We don't have any evidence he's been stealing money out of Stavati, but somehow he got my card, which I hardly ever use. And the last time that he called and threatened Chris was on a Friday. And so Friday morning, we got an email allegedly from India threatening us with bombs and explosives, saying we're going to die. He said, I want to kill David Wilcock. I want to blow him up. I forget exactly the wording, but it said, I want to kill David Wilcock. Allegedly from India, out of nowhere. We never heard of this guy before. And he's talking about Corey Goode. I haven't done the show with Corey Goode since 2018. Nobody talks about that anymore except for him. So on that morning of Friday, he says, I want to kill David Wilcock and Corey Goode. And he's all pissed off at us. Wait a minute. The show's like 7 years old. Where have you been? Who is this guy? Is it really India? No, he's just pretending to be, because again, he's a hacker. So that's how it started. And then on Saturday, Stavati got an email claiming to be from Russia, saying that we were selling military procs to Ukraine, which we were not, and then saying that Russia was going to blow us up with explosives, the same threat as the day before from India, allegedly from India. Says he's going to blow us up with explosives unless we pay him in cryptocurrency. So he was actually trying to extort money on a Saturday. And so Friday we have an explosive threat from India. Saturday we have an explosive death threat from Russia, which supposedly from Russia. Again, these are supposedly. And he's saying, oh, well, you have to pay me money, so I'll give you the names of the people who are going to do this so that you can bring them justice. No, we're not going for that. In the middle of this 24-hour period between these two threats, Stephen called our CEO off of his own phone number. He disguised his name, but it was the same phone number. And again, threatened us. So now, here we go. We've got $4,000 being stolen out of my account by a hacker, somebody who hacked my credit card. And then Stephen calls Chris the same day and leaves threatening messages. So you see the formula. The death threat happened in the morning on Friday. He stalked him that same afternoon, and then he made the terror and extortion on Saturday. And again, he wanted to take money from us, which now makes me realize, oh, he's been doing this since August. He was already stealing money, and he wanted more. It's been going on since last August. I was getting hit, as I said, every month for about $1,300. I didn't catch it, but I always kept running out of money. And again, it's this clever thing where they experiment with $10, $200, $1,200 to see, will it get approved, will it go through? And then they keep doing it every month so that it looks like you are on some kind of a payment plan. So the bank didn't catch this, unfortunately, because again, it's below the level where it would really ping the ultimate fraud attacks. So again, there was 3 tranches above 1,000, around 200, and around 10, as I already showed you. So I was shocked when this happened. And in the bathtub, I said, who's doing this? And I just kept getting Stephen. So I never had any indication that my card was stolen or in a hacked database, which leads me to wonder, is somebody leaking these card numbers as an inside job? So part of why I'm telling you this is I'm warning all of the Patriot influencers out there. This is bare knuckle boxing, okay? There's no holds barred. So what I think is happening is that the DS is now leaking credit card numbers of influencers to their paid trolls. The paid trolls get to keep any money they steal. It's part of their salary. But they're getting this inside intel that they wouldn't otherwise have. Because again, I'm very careful. The only way you can prevent this, just like how we have a customer service team, and anytime that I make a X post, I have to let them know in advance that I'm doing it. We catch the stuff that he does within, seconds usually. But he works very hard. He creates 4 or 5 fake identities. He says that I'm a grifter and a con artist and a fraud and I'm a disgusting and vile human being. And I have to look at this stuff. I photograph it all for legal evidence. One of the problems we have is we just have so much incriminating evidence, but now we've got terrorism, death threats, extortion, and grand theft. So all Patriot influencers, if it's happening to me, my guess is it's happening to you. You need to begin checking your bank statement all the time. In fact, I'm probably going to have to hire someone as time goes on just to watch my account pretty much every day and look for anything suspicious. Otherwise, I'm going to be doing this myself pretty much almost every day now. I'm just going to have to check it fanatically because you can get the money back as long as you catch it within 30 days. So the way the negative works is it only can do this if you're not paying attention. Also, I want to make this very clear. Whoever is doing this, it might not be him, but I highly suspect it is. Anybody that tries to steal my money or make death threats or terrorism, we will aggressively prosecute you, we will sue you, and you will be in prison. Terrorism can go, for a very long term, in prison, 16 plus years. So obviously I've had to change all my credit cards. And then ironically, I had the new cards in the mail on Friday and I lost my mailbox key. That's the negative working. You get these negative readings. So what's another reason why I think that it's him and not somebody else? If it was a typical person stealing numbers from a database, they wouldn't actually watch this 5-hour show a week. But he knew that I had just taken out a business loan. Normal thief would not be watching the show. But yet, if somebody was watching the show, then they would know, okay, now I'm going to try to get $4,000 instead of $1,300. So I know I've been talking about this. What do you guys think? How did your bank let it happen? Says Jenny Jean Razzle. My bank calls me if more than $500 is spent, but I have a small town credit union.
All these ancient prophecies telling us that the world will be transformed.
Wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can he steal? It's the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can he steal? He makes all this stuff up and claims that it's all true. The aliens want to eat us. Be careful that they don't get you. It's the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can you steal? It's the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can you steal?
This is where if I have a live audience, I get everybody to hug each other. I say, give your neighbor a handshake or a hug, whatever you feel is appropriate to you. And that way everybody feels the love a little more. I will never believe it, I will never believe it. Okay, that's fine. Maybe you need 25,000 more years, I don't know, buddy. But look, this is really compelling information, and it's going to get a lot more intense. It's coming up in a couple days here on Sunday, so if you haven't already signed up, we have reopened the cart. We still have the payment plan in place. That's Catalyst. Catalyst is negative experience, and so others mirror you back to yourself. Barack Obama, as I said before, I chilled with black guys from Harlem. I smoked cannabis with them, 420, blunts, White Owl, Philly blunt. I learned raps, okay? I've never been a racist. I don't even understand this. It's not real. It's an illusory reality, and other selves are the catalyst to piercing the veil. So look what's happening with other selves right now. And now I'm giving you a virginal third mind that's different than the two realities that you get to choose from. Why can't you understand something that's so easy? Very evil people are running the planet and want to kill you. and say, well, I don't believe this and it makes me scared and it makes me feel unsafe. But hypothetically, theoretically, maybe, perhaps, just in case, what if? And I don't remember what happened, but now I do. Now I do. And I want revenge. I do. I'm not going to lie to you. I want revenge. I want these people gone. I want these beings gone. They shouldn't be able to torture people like this. They shouldn't be able to do things to children like what they did to me. And the things that I'm now remembering that happened to me. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be crying like this. I'm sorry. You don't have to believe me. You don't have to believe that these things happen to me. That's okay. And I want to get back to the slides so we can talk about where this is going. Why was it difficult? And these things were done to me against my will. The people who molested me did so against my will. They did it on stage. They did it in front of large audiences. And they were making fun of me because I had special abilities in this ultimate personality that they created. I had telekinesis. And so if you go back to some of the dreams that I posted online in 1997, there's a dream where I'm in my school cafeteria and everyone in the audience is in a robe. And they all have their way with me, make them a banana sandwich. And I didn't realize when I wrote that dream down that it was true, but that I couldn't remember because the memories were taken away from me. But now I do. Now I remember. I don't want to go into this a whole lot more, but it explains why I've been so committed to my path of justice and freedom, why I will not let this go on, why I do not support these people. I did not deserve to go through what I went through. I did not deserve to be raped. I don't care what happens to me anymore, folks. Now that I know what they did, I don't care. I don't care what they say. I don't care what they say about me. This has got to stop. We need this thing to end. We need these people to stop succeeding in what they're doing, and we need their overlords to stop gaining the louche energy of torture, the ceremonies that they make people go through, and the horrible things that they make people do.
He's got some goals and you must pay. Tune in, watch him beg and cry. His bills are due, he just may die. The despicable world of Darksideville. He needs your money to get by. The despicable world of Darksideville. He needs your money to get by. The despicable world of Darksideville. He needs your money to survive. Watches begging streams all day. He sucks at games but makes you pay. Day off tomorrow and DoorDash. Send in some tips, he needs your cash. The despicable world of Darksideville. He needs your money to get by. The despicable world of Darksideville. He needs your money to survive.
Don't have to worry about if you took it, all you have to do is make it a little bit longer, and once we go through the first wave kills the nanotechnology. And that should be happening later this year. So, also, even if you yourself didn't get quite to the level of Christ-like healing powers, many people will have those healing powers. And so, once we go through this first wave, this reading we're going to read today talks about, again, the Yeruel reading. Some people will have those ascended Christ-like abilities, and they're going to be very busy going around and healing everybody. So, if you have damage from something that you took, they can heal all that damage. They can heal anything that's in your blood. They can heal anything in your organs. Anything that's wrong with you, they will be able to reverse it. We're not going to need med beds. We're going to be able to do it hands-on. Because again, we are going to transform into people who are like the great saints, sages, mystics, and teachers of yore. That's where we're all going here, folks. It's an incredibly exciting future. So yes, it's not as if everybody that made the mistake is doomed. There are many, many people who made the mistake and are going to be just fine. And I'm going to be one of those people going around doing healings. And I expect that alone is going to make me very, very busy. But again, part of what we see is that there's nanotech that seems to give you a MAC address, similar to an IP address, and it will change the MAC address. This is all discussed in Book 7 of Michael Prophecies, way beyond the scope of what I can get into here. But yes, there appear to be little microprocessors that people got, and it's not very complex. It's basically like tagging you like a cow, and chattel, again, treating you like a slave, like you got a tag in your ear. David, is Jack Sarfati ever took a Wilcock? Actually, I don't know here. I think that's probably somebody we can safely say, yeah, bye-bye. So anyway, that's a pornographic remark. The trolls are now deciding to donate $2 in order to try to get my attention. So, yeah, we do have people who are very bitter about this. They like the negative, and they don't want their reptilian friends to starve. I'm happy to serve in any capacity they want me to do. And I am literally helping to bring in the Christ consciousness to Earth, to bring in these angelic ETs, which of course that's all low-hanging fruit for trolls. But actually it's funny because he mentioned that. I did meet with Jack Sarfati in person, and he was highly impressed with my research. So it wasn't anything sexual, like he was implying by making a joke out of my name, but yes, I did meet with Jack Sarfati, and he was very interested in my take on sacred geometry and physics. And I think that what I'm doing is unparalleled. There's nobody else doing this. That's why I get so much opposition. That opposition, again, includes the subpoena. They're demanding more and more. At the same time, my attorney has had ongoing horrific negative pleading. It has greatly delayed my ability to respond. My attorney's mother, I assume she's deathly ill. She's been in the emergency room, I guess, since Thursday or Friday, so we haven't been able to respond yet. We have not yet filed our motion to quash, but we still might. I already talked about all this stuff. This coming Tuesday is a mandatory hearing in Congress. Everybody has to go, whether they want to or not. This person is called Jack Straw, calling it the Great Revealing, using my title from last week. Thank you. Thank you, Jack. He announced he will be addressing joint Congress. Every member is told their presence is mandatory. Why is this so interesting? Because in 1788, the Confederation Congress set the day March 4th for our new government under the Constitution to begin operating. It is the anniversary of our first Congress, and this is absolutely a new government. So if everybody has to go, I am ready for anything. Maybe, and again, all we have to do is wait 2 days. So I hope it isn't a letdown, but let's find out. I'm really excited about this one. I don't know if everybody caught this one, so if you guys want to get excited about it, feel free. It's very, very happy for me. They're just going to have a really hard time with being sexual, which has also been my case, as I said last weekend. I don't want to go into all the detail because it's traumatic, but you know, my relationships have not really been physical. Most of the time, it's just a short amount of time, and then I start to have difficulty. And it doesn't make it, fun to have a relationship, because I just got overwhelmed. I mean, with my first girlfriend, the first time I made out with my first girlfriend in college, she was Japanese. I started to feel sick, and I was very much in love with her. I thought she was beautiful. My heart was open to her, but as soon as I started getting physical, I felt like I was going to throw up. I had a very, very hard time with the whole process, and that has unfortunately been consistent. I have to feel very safe. I have to feel very stable. I can't just do it. It's got to be like, it's got to all be right, and I hope that I've healed enough from this that in the future it'll be different, but that's the way it's always been. And it's probably why people didn't stick around either. I mean, because Calabasas has a landfill, and there's a level 1 and there's a level 2. Level 2 has a double reinforced bottom, so that if you dump anything in there that's toxic, that it won't leach into the groundwater and it won't reintroduce into nature. It's got to be basically hermetically sealing toxic materials. But a level 1, like the one that we have in this particular city again, doesn't have that. You can have rainfall on it. The toxins go into the groundwater, and then you pump the groundwater into your house. And if you wash your hands in the sink, if you take a shower, if you drink the water, then you're getting highly toxic material. And this was actually decided by a judge. Nope, we're dumping it in there, and there's nothing you all peons can do about it. Then when I got to college, I threw up from alcohol, and my entire suite was laughing at me as I was not only vomiting into the toilet, but soiling myself at the same time. And I pledged that I would never throw up again, and I never did. I guess it was a PTSD thing. So I didn't throw up again until Tuesday. Somehow I've had this mind, I had martial arts training in high school, so I had mind over matter, and I could force myself to send it out the back end. I'm trying to be very discreet here. But I forced myself to not ever throw up. So once I actually did throw up, I realized, it's a lot less bad than when you were a kid. As long as you do it into a sink with a disposal or a toilet, you can get rid of the smell really fast. You get rid of the taste really fast with water. It's actually not that bad. I don't know why I was so afraid of this. It felt very natural and healing. But it also very, very strongly brought up these parallel life memories. It appears in these parallel life memories that I was profoundly abused, that this abuse was sexual in nature as well as ritual in nature. So I've been through all this stuff that I'm out there speaking out about, and that's probably something that sets me apart from most of the other people exposing this. I was brought into this group. I was suffering through black magic, ritual abuse, bloodletting ceremonies, all this kind of stuff I personally endured. Plus, it appears that I was actually being killed and resurrected as well, because we find out that one of the technologies they have off of the ships allows you to even be beheaded, and you put the head next to the body and you zap the person with this beam, and the head will grow back onto the body, and then you come back to life and you reincarnate into your body, and that can create an alternative personality. Vincent Mellon, fan since 06. Well, actually, we will say no to that, so thank you anyway. We already know what's going on here. We are being trolled unimaginably seriously right now. And that was obviously another example of this. Stephen and his little band of friends are very, very, very active right now. So anyway, thank you anyway, and thank you for the money, even though we know who you are. It's nice to get a little bit money back from the guy who's been stealing my money. So anyway, yes, this is very personal for me. I want to see these people free because I had no control over this. I never made a choice. I never said, I want to do this. I was dragged into it. I was abducted, either by car or by UFO, which again, we're going to learn in the future. This stuff is very real. I was put through horrendous torture, including executions, to create alternative personalities and all this kind of stuff. But then they would bring me back into my body, and when I would get spliced back in, I'd have a very intense fever, which might again have been from the result of them drugging me. And I had all these dreams, and then when I would take psychedelic drugs, I would start drawing things that almost always indicated ritual abuse.
I had such a horrible day yesterday in this house. And you have no idea how bad it was. Okay, check this out. I just want to show you something. Both of these smoke alarms, well, we had to rip them out. And the reason why is that when the house was built some 20 years ago, these guys have a terminator cell in them, as it turns out. And so even if you change the battery, it just says, nope, F you, we're too old, we're not going to work anymore, and we're not going to work for you. So I had my smoke alarms go out on me for 2.5 hours as beeping is happening. And then what was so strange was that not only did one of these two things go out where you put the battery back in, it's still beeping, but I also had a separate carbon monoxide detector smoke alarm that I had also unplugged and thrown into a box in the closet. And that started beeping and dying at exactly the same time as the other smoke alarm did. In my bedroom, in the middle of the night, somewhere between 5:30 and 8:30 in the morning yesterday. And by the time I got up, the dog was so traumatized that she had to immediately go outside, and then she had to immediately go outside again. The wind was insane. The cold was insane. And then the next thing you know, I got the fire department here, and we could not figure out what was beeping. It was like there was some kind of time bomb in the house, you know. So we literally, I mean, these guys, I had basically officials in my closet yesterday ripping through my stuff. The very serious look on his face, is this what it is? Are you sure that this isn't beeping? I'm like, dude, I got this in Kentucky, like back when I lived in Louisville, Kentucky, or actually Milton. Some guy on the phone was really, so excited. He was an old man. He called me up as a telemarketer. He was so excited about this phone that I've never thrown it away, even though, your phone company has to be compatible with this. I mean, it's basically useless, but I even put black tape over it because it had this big red light on it, and you don't really want that flashing all the time. So, but anyway, the point is that this became a potential smoke alarm that was beeping. That's how desperate we were, okay? Just to show you another thing, with an equally serious and crazy look on his face, the fireman said, "Are you sure it's not this?" And I'm like, okay, look, these are hard drives. I don't think they beep. I'm pretty sure they don't, but you know what? If it's going to make you feel good and it's due diligence and professional firefighting behavior, I'm happy to take these out of the closet so that if they beep, that we'll hear the beep over there and we'll know that it moved. Well, it turned out that it wasn't these. And, and this is all true. None of this is fake. They even speculated as to the possibility that this microphone case was the bomb. Because we thought, the beeping was so horrible, and then he had to keep firing off all the smoke alarms in the house. It was so intense. It was so intense. I was crying when they left because it had been so noisy for so long. This was not a ticking time bomb, as it turns out. I said, look, I think there really is nothing else in here except for a microphone. It doesn't have batteries, there's nothing going on here. It's not this, I promise you. But we couldn't find it, and the thing kept beeping, and I'm like, oh my God, are we ever gonna... I didn't know if I was gonna be able to do the show, because if that thing was still happening, I probably would have had to leave here. I wouldn't have my rig to do the live stream on. I would have had... Everything would have been crazy. So finally, thank God, after... They stayed here for 90 minutes, and they finally found it. In this box. Some carbon monoxide detector. Who the heck needs that, right? Just, yeah, that's ugly. Let's throw that away. Well, yeah, you probably want to leave that plugged in, as it turns out. I discovered the hard way. So it's been quite a ride. It's been quite an amazing, amazing journey.
Dispatch fire. Hi there. I'm calling because My smoke alarm is beeping loudly every 30 seconds, and it's in an inaccessibly high location. It's driving me crazy. I've usually had the fire department come out when these things happen and get the batteries changed, and I wasn't able to find anybody who'd answer the phone until I called this number. So thank you for answering.
Okay. So in the past, what have you done?
So I have a smoke alarm that's beeping every 30 seconds.
Yes.
It makes you want to kill yourself.
And in the past, what have you done?
What I've done is called the fire department, and they come, and we use a ladder, and they crawl all the way up there with me spotting them so that it's safe.
Okay.
They can change the battery.
What is your address? Okay, one moment.
Thank you.
What's your phone number? And your name?
David, and I do have a gate code they should probably have, too.
Go ahead with that.
The second gate might be open, might be closed, and that's...
Okay, I will let them know.
Is somebody going to be coming here?
I will tone them out. This isn't something we usually tone out the fire department for, so...
Well, I have no other way to fix it, and it is a very, very intense, bad situation with how noisy it is and how frequent it's beeping. I can't even live in my house like this. So it is very serious.
Okay, yeah. When people usually call with these, we ask that they call like a handyman or someone else who might have a ladder.
Well, this is the third time I've called the fire department. You guys never had any issue with it before or told me that it was a problem. It's the first time anybody's given me pushback.
Okay, all right, I'll tone them out.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
If you are overweight, and I used to be 225 pounds at 5'9", I had man boobs, I had the that's part of this course offering. And I'm going to have an upcoming new video course, which I'm going to start doing the slides for this week, called The Spirit of Michael Prophecies, which is also included in this. And I'm going to have at least 7 videos where I go through the 7 books and hit all the highlights. So if you don't have time to read all this, you can watch video. I got to get the hell out of here. I can't do this. Galaxy, the alchemy of Jesus Christ, is that you will become like him. John 14:12. As I do these things,
The idea that the Apollo moon landings were faked is one of the most enduring conspiracy theories of the modern era. Despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary, some continue to believe that the United States government staged the moon landings. This article critically examines these claims and debunks the myths that fuel this conspiracy. Origins of the conspiracy. The conspiracy theory that the moon landings were faked began to gain traction in the 1970s, shortly after the last Apollo mission. Bill Kaysing's 1976 book, We Never Went to the Moon, America's $30 billion Swindle, is often cited as a foundational text for moon landing deniers. Kaysing, a former technical writer for Rocketdyne, a company involved in the Apollo program, had no direct experience with spaceflight, yet his assertions captured the imagination of skeptics. Common false claims. The waving flag. Conspiracists argue that the American flag placed on the moon's surface appears to wave, which they claim is impossible without an atmosphere. In reality, the flag appears to move due to the momentum imparted by the astronauts during its placement and the lack of air resistance on the moon. No stars in photos. Another claim is that stars are not visible in the photographs taken on the moon, suggesting the images were faked. The truth is that the camera settings used to capture the brightly lit lunar surface would not capture the relatively dim light from stars. Misaligned shadows. Skeptics point to shadows in lunar photos that appear to be non-parallel, suggesting artificial lighting. This is a misunderstanding of perspective. Shadows converge on uneven surfaces and from multiple light sources such as the sun and reflected light from the lunar surface. Debunking with evidence. Physical evidence. Over 800 pounds of lunar rock samples have been brought back from the moon. These samples have been studied worldwide and contain isotopic signatures distinct from Earth rocks, confirming their extraterrestrial origin. Tracking and telemetry data. The Soviet Union, a Cold War adversary of the United States, tracked the Apollo missions independently and acknowledged their success. It is implausible that the US could have deceived its most formidable competitor at the time. Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, LRO. NASA's LRO has provided high-resolution images of the Apollo landing sites, showing remnants of the missions, including the lunar module descent stages, rover tracks, and footpaths left by astronauts. Psychological and sociological factors. Conspiracy theories often arise from a combination of skepticism towards authority and a desire for simpler explanations to complex events. They are bolstered by cognitive biases such as confirmation bias, where individuals favor information that confirms their pre-existing beliefs, and the Dunning-Kruger effect, where individuals with limited knowledge overestimate their understanding. Conclusion. The moon landing conspiracy theories are rooted in a misunderstanding of science and evidence. They persist due to psychological factors and a mistrust of official narratives. However, the overwhelming physical, photographic, and testimonial evidence from numerous independent sources unequivocally confirms that humanity did indeed set foot on the moon. Dismissing these achievements not only undermines scientific progress, but also disrespects the legacy of the thousands of individuals who contributed to one of humanity's greatest accomplishments. Bigfoot, also known as Sasquatch, is a legendary creature said to inhabit the forests of North America. Stories of a large, hairy, ape-like being have captivated the public imagination for decades. Despite numerous sightings and a dedicated community of believers, the scientific community remains skeptical due to the lack of concrete evidence. This article critically examines the Bigfoot phenomenon, highlighting historical hoaxes and the prevalence of fake evidence. Historical hoaxes and fake bodies. Throughout history, there have been numerous hoaxes related to Bigfoot, many of which involve supposed Bigfoot bodies. These hoaxes have been instrumental in shaping public perception and fueling belief in the creature's existence. One of the most famous examples is the Minnesota Iceman. In the late 1960s, a man named Frank Hansen exhibited what he claimed to be a frozen Bigfoot-like creature encased in ice. The exhibit toured carnivals and fairs, drawing significant attention. However, upon closer examination by experts, the Minnesota Iceman was revealed to be a latex model filled with animal parts. Despite Hansen's claims of authenticity, the body was nothing more than a cleverly constructed hoax. Another notable example is the 2008 Georgia Bigfoot hoax. Two men, Rick Dyer and Matthew Whitten, claimed to have found the body of a Bigfoot in the forests of Georgia. They held a press conference, presenting photos and a detailed story. However, it was soon discovered that the body was a rubber gorilla suit filled with animal entrails and other materials. The hoax was quickly debunked, and Dyer later admitted to fabricating the entire story for financial gain. These hoaxes are just a few examples of the many attempts to deceive the public and capitalize on the fascination with Bigfoot. They demonstrate a pattern of creating elaborate fabrications to support the existence of the creature, often for personal or financial benefit. The lack of credible evidence. Despite numerous claims and alleged sightings, credible evidence supporting the existence of Bigfoot is conspicuously absent. The scientific community relies on verifiable data and repeatable observations to substantiate claims, and Bigfoot lacks both. Photographic and video evidence. Many photographs and videos purport to show Bigfoot, but these are often blurry, inconclusive, or easily explainable as misidentifications or deliberate fabrications. The famous 1967 Patterson-Gimlin film, while one of the most well-known pieces of Bigfoot footage, has been the subject of intense debate and skepticism. Critics argue that the film likely depicts a person in a costume. Physical evidence. Claims of Bigfoot tracks and hair samples have been investigated, but results are consistently inconclusive. Footprints often lack the anatomical details that would be expected from a real creature, and hair samples typically turn out to be from known animals or synthetic fibers. Lack of biological evidence. No bones, teeth, or other biological remains have ever been found to support the existence of Bigfoot. Given the extensive searches and the proliferation of modern technology, the absence of such evidence strongly suggests that the creature does not exist. The proliferation of fake evidence. The allure of Bigfoot has led to a proliferation of fake evidence. From fabricated bodies and doctored photographs to planted footprints and staged videos, the amount of false evidence far exceeds anything credible. This phenomenon is not unique to Bigfoot. It is common in many areas of paranormal and cryptozoological claims. The motivations behind these fabrications vary. Some individuals seek financial gain, as seen in the Minnesota Iceman and Georgia Bigfoot hoaxes. Others may be motivated by a desire for fame or the thrill of perpetuating a mystery. Regardless of the reasons, the impact is the same. It undermines genuine scientific inquiry and perpetuates myths without substantiation. Conclusion. Bigfoot remains one of the most enduring legends in American folklore, but the lack of credible evidence and the prevalence of hoaxes significantly undermine its plausibility. Historical examples like the Minnesota Iceman and the Georgia Bigfoot hoax illustrate the lengths to which some will go to fabricate evidence. Despite the fervent belief of some enthusiasts, the scientific community requires more than anecdotes and dubious claims to validate such an extraordinary creature's existence. In the end, while Bigfoot makes for fascinating stories and intriguing folklore, critical thinking and scientific rigor reveal that it is more myth than reality. The multitude of fake evidence and the absence of genuine proof suggest that Bigfoot, much like other cryptids, is a creation of human imagination rather than a biological entity. The ancient alien theory, popularized in the latter half of the 20th century, suggests that extraterrestrial beings visited Earth in ancient times, influencing human civilizations. This idea has captured the imagination of many, leading to numerous books, television shows, and documentaries. However, a critical examination reveals that the foundation of this theory is built on misinterpretations, speculation, and pseudoscience. Key figures like Zecharia Sitchin and Erich von Daniken have played significant roles in promoting these ideas, often without credible evidence. Zecharia Sitchin, Misinterpretations and Misleading Theories. Zecharia Sitchin, one of the foremost proponents of the ancient alien theory, claimed that Sumerian tablets detailed the arrival of extraterrestrial beings called the Anunnaki. According to Sitchin, these beings came to Earth to mine gold and created humans as a slave race. His theories, outlined in books like The 12th Planet, rely heavily on his interpretations of ancient texts. However, Sitchin was not formally trained in ancient languages or archaeology. His translations of Sumerian cuneiform tablets have been widely criticized by experts in the field. Scholars argue that Sitchin's readings are inaccurate and that he often inserted his own ideas into the texts, leading to gross misrepresentations. Sitchin's lack of academic credentials and methodological rigor means that his conclusions are not supported by genuine linguistic or historical evidence. Eric von Daniken, Speculation and Pseudoscience. Eric von Daniken's 1968 book, Chariots of the Gods, brought the ancient alien theory into mainstream consciousness. He posited that many ancient structures, such as the pyramids of Egypt and the Nazca lines in Peru, were the work of extraterrestrial visitors. Von Daniken argued that ancient myths and religious texts contained references to these alien encounters. However, von Daniken's work is largely speculative and lacks empirical support. He often cherry-picks evidence and presents it out of context to fit his narrative. For example, he interpreted depictions of ancient deities and mythological creatures as literal representations of space travelers, ignoring more plausible archaeological and historical explanations. Additionally, von Daniken has a history of criminal behavior, having been convicted of financial fraud before publishing his book. This raises further questions about his credibility and motivations. The perpetuation of falsehoods and pseudoscience. The ancient alien theory is rife with falsehoods and pseudoscientific claims. Proponents often present dubious interpretations of archaeological findings and rely on the general public's lack of specialized knowledge to spread their ideas. Key examples include misinterpretation of artifacts. Ancient alien theorists often claim that certain artifacts, such as the Piri Reis map or the Antikythera mechanism, are evidence of advanced extraterrestrial technology. However, scholars have provided historical contexts for these artifacts, showing that they were products of human ingenuity and technological development. Exaggerated technological claims. The theory often underestimates the capabilities of ancient civilizations, suggesting that structures like the Great Pyramid of Giza could not have been built without alien assistance. Archaeologists and engineers, however, have demonstrated plausible methods by which these monuments could have been constructed using the tools and knowledge available at the time. Fabricated evidence. In some cases, evidence presented by ancient alien proponents has been shown to be fabricated or misrepresented. For example, photographs of supposed alien artifacts or structures are often debunked by experts who identify them as natural formations or misidentified cultural artifacts. The importance of scientific rigor and skepticism. The allure of the ancient alien theory lies in its ability to provide sensational explanations for historical mysteries. However, it is essential to approach such claims with scientific rigor and skepticism. Theories must be grounded in verifiable evidence and withstand critical scrutiny. Archaeology and history are fields that rely on systematic analysis and peer review. Theories are continually tested and revised based on new evidence and better methodologies. In contrast, ancient alien theories often resist such scrutiny, relying instead on speculative interpretations and ignoring contrary evidence. Conclusion. The ancient alien theory, as popularized by figures like Zecharia Sitchin and Eric von Daniken, is built on a foundation of misinterpretations, speculation, and pseudoscience. Sitchin's lack of credentials and inaccurate translations, combined with von Daniken's speculative narratives and dubious credibility, undermine the legitimacy of their claims. The perpetuation of these myths not only distorts our understanding of history, but also disrespects the achievements of ancient civilizations. By prioritizing scientific inquiry and critical thinking, we can better appreciate the ingenuity and capabilities of our ancestors. The true story of human history is rich and complex, and it deserves to be understood through rigorous scholarship rather than sensationalist myths. Skinwalker Ranch, a 512-acre property in northeastern Utah, has become a focal point for tales of the paranormal. From UFO sightings to ghostly apparitions and mysterious cattle mutilations, The ranch is a veritable hotspot for sensational stories. Yet, beneath the surface of these claims lies a troubling absence of credible evidence. This video critically examines the phenomena reported at Skinwalker Ranch, questioning the motivations behind these stories and highlighting the lack of scientific validation. The origins of the legend. The legend of Skinwalker Ranch began in the mid-1990s when the Sherman family, who had recently purchased the property, reported a series of bizarre and frightening occurrences. These included strange lights in the sky, large unidentified creatures, and unexplained animal mutilations. The stories caught the attention of Robert Bigelow, a wealthy entrepreneur with a keen interest in the paranormal. Bigelow purchased the ranch in 1996 and funded extensive investigations through his National Institute for Discovery Science, NIDSCI. Despite years of investigation and considerable resources, Bob Bigelow and his team produced no conclusive evidence to support the extraordinary claims. Reports from the Bob Bigelow's team often relied on anecdotal accounts and subjective interpretations, lacking the rigorous standards required for scientific proof. This pattern of unverified claims has continued under subsequent ownership, including the current owner, Brandon Fugel, who has further commercialized the ranch's mystique through television series and media appearances. The problem with anecdotal evidence. Anecdotal evidence, which is heavily relied upon in the case of Skinwalker Ranch, is inherently unreliable. Human perception is fallible and can be influenced by expectations, fear, and suggestion. Many of the phenomena reported at the ranch can be explained by natural or psychological factors. For instance, strange lights in the sky can often be attributed to aircraft, satellites, or atmospheric conditions. Unusual animal deaths might result from predation or disease, rather than extraterrestrial or supernatural forces. Moreover, the absence of physical evidence is a significant concern. Despite numerous claims of UFO sightings and encounters with otherworldly beings, there are no credible photographs, videos, or forensic evidence to substantiate these reports. The scientific method demands reproducibility and verifiable data, criteria that the Skinwalker Ranch narratives consistently fail to meet. Financial incentives and media sensationalism. The commercial aspect of Skinwalker Ranch cannot be overlooked. The property has been the subject of books, documentaries, and television series, all of which generate substantial revenue. The History Channel's The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch is a notable example, capitalizing on public fascination with the paranormal to attract viewers and advertisers. Such media ventures have a vested interest in perpetuating and exaggerating the mystery to maintain audience engagement and profitability. This profit-driven motive raises questions about the credibility of the claims. When financial incentives are tied to sensationalism, there is a strong temptation to embellish or fabricate stories. This creates a feedback loop where increasingly outlandish tales are told to sustain interest, further distancing the narrative from reality. The importance of critical thinking. In the face of such claims, critical thinking is essential. Skepticism is not about dismissing possibilities outright but about demanding evidence that meets the standards of scientific inquiry. It is important to recognize the difference between entertaining stories and substantiated facts. While the tales of Skinwalker Ranch may provide thrilling content for television and literature, they should not be mistaken for empirical truth. The scientific community remains open to investigating the unknown, but extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Until such evidence is presented, the stories surrounding Skinwalker Ranch should be regarded with a healthy dose of skepticism. It is crucial to prioritize critical thinking and empirical evidence over sensationalism and commercial interests. Conclusion. Skinwalker Ranch is a compelling case study in how folklore, profit motives, and human psychology can intertwine to create and sustain myths. Despite decades of anecdotes and media attention, there is a conspicuous lack of verifiable evidence to support the extraordinary claims made about the ranch. The allure of the paranormal will always attract interest, but it is our responsibility to distinguish between fiction and fact, ensuring that curiosity does not override the pursuit of truth. In the end, Skinwalker Ranch serves as a reminder of the importance of skepticism and the need for rigorous scientific investigation in the face of sensational claims. Until concrete evidence is produced, the stories of Skinwalker Ranch should be enjoyed as modern folklore rather than accepted as reality. For decades, the tale of the Loch Ness Monster has captivated the imagination of many, drawing tourists to the Scottish Highlands in search of Nessie. But is there any concrete evidence supporting the existence of this mysterious beast? Or is Nessie simply a product of folklore, misidentification, and clever marketing? Historical context and folklore. The legend of the Loch Ness Monster dates back to 565 AD, when Saint Columba allegedly encountered a water beast in the River Ness. This account, however, is steeped in mystical and religious undertones, raising questions about its reliability. Modern sightings and evidence. Interest in Nessie surged in the 1930s with the infamous surgeon's photograph of 1934, later exposed as a hoax. Despite this, the image cemented Nessie's place in popular culture. Subsequent sightings have been controversial, with many eyewitness accounts describing vague shapes and movements in the water, often inconsistent and unverifiable. Many purported pieces of photographic and video evidence have been debunked as hoaxes or misidentified objects. Scientific investigations. Numerous scientific expeditions have sought to uncover the truth about Nessie, using advanced sonar and underwater photography. The 2003 BBC expedition, which used 600 sonar beams and satellite navigation to scan the Loch, found no trace of the monster. A 2019 DNA survey of Loch Ness catalogued its biodiversity, but found no evidence of a large, unknown aquatic creature. Significant amounts of eel DNA led to speculation that large eels could explain some sightings. Psychological and sociological factors. The Loch Ness Monster phenomenon can also be examined through psychology and sociology. The human tendency to recognize patterns and familiar shapes, known as pareidolia, can explain why people believe they see a monster. Additionally, the legend is integral to local culture and economy, attracting tourists and providing an economic boost, which may unintentionally perpetuate the myth. Conclusion. While the idea of the Loch Ness Monster is enchanting, critical examination of evidence suggests that Nessie is more myth than reality. Historical accounts are exaggerated or misinterpreted, modern sightings lack verifiable evidence, and scientific investigations have repeatedly found no proof of the creature's existence. The legend of the Loch Ness Monster thrives not because of concrete evidence, but because of our fascination with the unknown and the allure of mystery. As long as there are stories to tell, Nessie will continue to live on in our collective consciousness, if not in the depths of Loch Ness. The Chupacabra, a skeptical look at the legend and its conspiracy theories. Introduction. The Chupacabra, a creature rumored to inhabit parts of the Americas, has become one of the most enduring legends in modern folklore. Described as a vampiric beast that preys on livestock, the Chupacabra has captured the imaginations of many, spawning a myriad of conspiracy theories. However, a closer examination reveals that the legend is more fiction than fact, rooted in cultural myths and misidentified animals. Historical background. The Chupacabra myth first emerged in Puerto Rico in the mid-1990s. The name, Chupacabra, translates to goatsucker, reflecting its reputation for attacking and draining the blood of goats and other livestock. The first reported sighting in 1995 described a creature with a reptilian body, spines along its back, and a predatory nature. This initial account rapidly gained media attention, and similar reports soon surfaced across Latin America and the southern United States. Skeptical analysis of the Chupacabra myth. Cultural and psychological factors. The Chupacabra legend can be understood through the lens of cultural and psychological phenomena. In regions where livestock is vital to livelihood, unexplained animal deaths can cause significant distress. The Chupacabra serves as a convenient scapegoat for these anxieties. Furthermore, mass media and the power of suggestion play critical roles in shaping and spreading such myths. Misidentification of animals. Many supposed Chupacabra sightings can be attributed to misidentified animals suffering from disease or malnutrition. For instance, numerous reports have described creatures that resemble dogs or coyotes with severe mange, a skin disease that causes hair loss and a ghastly appearance. In such cases, the frightening appearance of these animals fuels the Chupacabra narrative. Lack of scientific evidence. Despite numerous claims, there is no scientific evidence supporting the existence of the Chupacabra. No remains or biological samples have been conclusively identified as belonging to an unknown species. In contrast, investigations often reveal that the alleged Chupacabras are known animals with identifiable health issues. Conspiracy theories and the debunking. The Chupacabra legend is fertile ground for conspiracy theories, which often suggest sinister motives behind the creature's existence or cover-up. Government experiments. One popular theory posits that the Chupacabra is the result of secret government experiments gone awry. Proponents argue that these creatures are genetic hybrids or the outcome of bioweapons research. However, these claims lack credible evidence and are often based on speculation rather than documented proof. Alien origins. Another theory suggests that the Chupacabra is an extraterrestrial being, either abandoned on Earth or deliberately released. This narrative is part of a broader genre of alien conspiracy theories, which often lack tangible evidence and rely heavily on anecdotal accounts. Suppressed discoveries. Some believe that discoveries related to the Chupacabra are being deliberately suppressed by authorities to prevent public panic or to maintain control over knowledge. This theory typically appeals to those who distrust official explanations and seek hidden truths. Conclusion. The legend of the Chupacabra, while fascinating, is best understood as a cultural and psychological phenomenon rather than a cryptozoological reality. Skeptical analysis reveals that the creature's existence is supported by misidentifications and the power of suggestion rather than concrete evidence. Conspiracy theories surrounding the Chupacabra, like many such narratives, thrive on speculation and the lack of critical scrutiny. As with any myth, a healthy dose of skepticism and a reliance on scientific investigation are essential in separating fact from fiction. Cattle mutilations have been a source of intrigue and speculation for decades. Gruesome reports of livestock found dead under mysterious circumstances, with precise incisions and organs removed, have fueled theories ranging from extraterrestrial involvement to secret government experiments. Prominent figures like Linda Moulton Howe have capitalized on these stories, promoting sensationalist narratives with little to no empirical evidence. This article critically examines the cattle mutilation phenomenon, highlighting the lack of substantiation and the profit-driven motives behind the perpetuation of these myths. The origins of cattle mutilation stories. The modern phenomenon of cattle mutilations began in the late 1960s in the United States, particularly in the Midwest and Southwest. Ranchers reported finding their cattle dead with strange wounds that appeared to be made with surgical precision. Often, these animals were found with bloodless bodies, missing eyes, tongues, and reproductive organs. Such reports naturally led to public alarm and the search for explanations. Local authorities, veterinarians, and federal agencies like the FBI have investigated these cases extensively. The findings often pointed to natural causes: predation, scavenging by wildlife, or decomposition processes. Scavengers are known to target soft tissues and orifices, creating the appearance of precise incisions. Furthermore, the absence of blood can be attributed to natural post-mortem processes where blood settles due to gravity and coagulates. Linda Moulton Howe and the promotion of myths. Linda Moulton Howe, a journalist and documentary filmmaker, has been one of the most vocal proponents of the extraterrestrial hypothesis for cattle mutilations. Her 1980 documentary, A Strange Harvest, and subsequent books have played a significant role in popularizing the idea that these incidents are the result of alien experimentation. However, Howe's work has faced substantial criticism for its lack of scientific rigor. Many of the cases she presents are based on anecdotal evidence and sensationalist claims rather than empirical data. Moreover, Howe and other proponents have been caught promoting dubious or outright fake stories. For instance, several supposed eyewitness accounts and insider testimonies in her reports have been debunked or exposed as fabrications. Profit-driven sensationalism. The financial incentives behind perpetuating the cattle mutilation myth are significant. Books, documentaries, conferences, and television appearances generate substantial revenue for those promoting these stories. The allure of the paranormal and the mysterious attracts audiences, ensuring a steady stream of profit for those willing to exploit these interests. The case of Linda Moulton Howe is illustrative of this dynamic. Her works have garnered a cult following and have been financially successful, despite the lack of concrete evidence. This raises important questions about the motivations behind such narratives. When financial gain is tied to sensationalism, there is a strong incentive to embellish or fabricate stories, further distorting the truth. The importance of scientific inquiry. Scientific investigations into cattle mutilations have consistently pointed to mundane explanations. Forensic analyses by veterinarians and wildlife experts reveal that the supposed surgical incisions are often the result of natural decomposition and scavenging. The lack of blood is a common phenomenon in dead animals as bodily fluids settle and coagulate post-mortem. The FBI's investigation in the late 1970s concluded that most mutilations were attributable to natural causes and human activity, such as pranks or malicious intent by individuals. Despite these findings, sensationalist accounts continue to overshadow scientific explanations, largely due to the media and individuals like Howe who have a vested interest in maintaining the mystery. Conclusion. The mystery of cattle mutilations persists not because of compelling evidence, but due to the power of sensationalist storytelling and financial incentives. Figures like Linda Moulton Howe have built careers on promoting unsubstantiated claims, often at the expense of scientific truth. It is crucial to approach such phenomena with a skeptical and critical mindset, recognizing the difference between entertainment and empirical evidence. As long as there is profit to be made from sensationalist stories, myths like cattle mutilations will endure. However, by prioritizing scientific inquiry and critical thinking, we can demystify these phenomena and understand them for what they truly are: natural events misinterpreted and exaggerated for profit. The Dark Legacy of Sherry Shriner. Reptilian Aliens and Deadly Delusions. Sherry Shriner, a name that evokes a bizarre mix of sci-fi horror and fringe religion, is infamous for her outlandish conspiracy theories. Through a potent combination of charisma and digital outreach, she managed to cultivate a small but fervent following, promoting ideas so outlandish that they would be laughable if they weren't also so dangerous. Her theories not only distorted reality but led to real-world tragedies, including a murder that underscored the lethal potential of her delusional narrative. The Bizarre World of Sherry Shriner. Shriner's conspiracy theories covered a wide spectrum of the absurd, but they consistently revolved around a central, chilling theme: the world is controlled by reptilian aliens. According to Shriner, these shape-shifting reptilians occupy positions of power, from political leaders to celebrities, orchestrating a global conspiracy to enslave humanity. She claimed these reptilians were satanic beings, intertwining her conspiracies with apocalyptic Christian prophecy. Among her many assertions, Schreiner posited that major events, such as the September 11th attacks and various natural disasters, were orchestrated by these malevolent forces to further their nefarious agenda. She also perpetuated the belief that the government was complicit, acting as a puppet regime for these extraterrestrial overlords. The reptilian obsession. The concept of reptilian aliens isn't new. It was popularized by British conspiracy theorist David Icke. However, Schreiner took it to new extremes. She asserted that these entities could assume human form, infiltrating society at the highest levels. In her view, anyone could be a reptilian: your neighbor, your boss, or even your spouse. This pervasive paranoia fostered an environment where trust was eroded, and fear became the primary lens through which her followers viewed the world. Schreiner's claims included detailed descriptions of how to identify these reptilians, alleging that they had telltale signs such as unusual eye movements or strange behavior. She also preached that these beings had a distinct, often malevolent energy that true believers could sense. Such assertions only deepened the divide between her followers and the rest of society, isolating them in a bubble of suspicion and hostility. The dangers of Schreiner's doctrine. The impact of Schreiner's conspiracy theories transcended mere delusion. They cultivated a mindset ripe for tragedy. The most glaring example of this is the murder of Stephen Minio by Barbara Rogers, both members of Schreiner's online cult. In July 2017, Minio was shot in the head by Rogers at his request, driven by the belief that he was under attack by malevolent forces as per Schreiner's teachings. Rogers later claimed that Minio had become convinced that Schreiner had turned against him, labeling him as a reptilian. This tragic event starkly illustrates the psychological manipulation inherent in Schreiner's teachings. Her followers, inundated with fear and conspiracy, reached a point where violent actions seemed justified as self-defense against imaginary threats. This highlights a broader issue with conspiracy theorists who peddle fear. They can incite real-world violence and paranoia, leading to devastating consequences. The verdict on Sherry Schreiner's legacy. Schreiner's legacy is a grim testament to the dangers of unchecked conspiracy theories. Her outlandish claims about reptilian aliens and global conspiracies not only distorted reality for her followers but created an environment where mistrust and fear could thrive. The death of Stephen Minio is a direct consequence of this toxic ideology, illustrating how deeply these delusions can infiltrate the minds of believers. Schreiner's influence underscores the importance of critical thinking and skepticism in the face of sensationalist claims. While her theories might seem absurd to the majority, they highlight a worrying trend in the digital age: the ease with which misinformation can spread and the profound impact it can have on vulnerable individuals. In a world where such figures can amass followings online, it is imperative to promote media literacy and mental health awareness to prevent similar tragedies in the future. In conclusion, Sherry Schreiner's bizarre and dangerous theories serve as a stark reminder of the perils of conspiracy thinking. The murder among her cult members is a sobering example of how far removed from reality such beliefs can take people. It is a call to remain vigilant against the seductive lure of conspiracy theories and to strive for a more informed and rational discourse in society. The Pseudoscience of Sherry Schreiner, Orgone Devices and Reptilian Alien Protection. In the bizarre world of Sherry Schreiner, where reptilian aliens and government conspiracies intermingle with apocalyptic prophecy, one of the most peculiar and scientifically dubious aspects of her teachings involves the use of orgone devices. These devices, Schreiner claimed, were the key to protecting oneself from the malevolent forces she believed were controlling the world. However, a critical examination reveals that these claims are not only baseless but also dangerously misleading. The origins and claims of orgone energy. The concept of orgone energy was first introduced by Wilhelm Reich, a controversial psychoanalyst in the mid-20th century. Reich posited that orgone was a vital, cosmic energy present in all living things, and he created devices called orgone accumulators to harness this energy for health benefits. Though Reich's work was largely discredited and dismissed as pseudoscience, it found new life in the hands of modern-day conspiracy theorists like Sherry Shriner. Shriner adapted Reich's ideas, claiming that orgone energy could not only promote health but also provide protection against the dark forces she believed were at work in the world. According to Shriner, the true threat to humanity came from reptilian aliens, shape-shifting extraterrestrial beings allegedly controlling global institutions and plotting to enslave humanity. In her view, orgone devices were essential tools for warding off these sinister entities. Orgone devices as alien protection. Shriner's orgone devices were often simple constructions made from materials like resin, metal shavings, and quartz crystals. She claimed that these devices emitted positive orgone energy, which could neutralize the negative energy of reptilian aliens and other demonic forces. In her numerous online broadcasts and writings, Shriner urged her followers to place these devices around their homes, carry them on their persons, and distribute them in public spaces to create protective barriers. Her assertions were bolstered by anecdotal evidence and personal testimonies from her followers, who reported feeling safer and more protected after using these devices. Shriner's charismatic delivery and the tight-knit nature of her online community created an echo chamber where skepticism was scarce, and belief in the power of orgone was widespread. The pseudoscience behind orgone devices. Despite the fervent beliefs of Shriner and her followers, there is no scientific basis for the effectiveness of orgone devices. The concept of orgone energy itself is not recognized by any legitimate scientific body, and Reich's original theories were dismissed as pseudoscience. Subsequent studies and reviews have consistently found no evidence supporting the existence of orgone energy or the efficacy of orgone accumulators. Shriner's adaptation of these ideas into a tool for alien protection further stretches credulity. The notion that resin and metal trinkets can protect against shape-shifting extraterrestrial beings is patently absurd. These claims exploit the fears and anxieties of individuals who are already predisposed to believe in conspiracy theories, offering a false sense of security and diverting attention from real, tangible threats. The dangerous consequences. The promotion of orgone devices by Sherry Shriner is not just harmless pseudoscience, it has tangible negative consequences. By convincing her followers that they are under constant threat from reptilian aliens and that simple devices can provide protection, she fostered a paranoid and delusional worldview. This mindset not only isolated her followers from reality but also made them susceptible to further manipulation and exploitation. Moreover, Shriner's teachings diverted attention from legitimate methods of addressing personal and societal issues. Instead of seeking real solutions or professional help, her followers invested time, money, and belief in ineffective and scientifically baseless devices. This misdirection can prevent individuals from receiving proper medical care, mental health support, or engaging in productive societal participation. Conclusion. Sherry Shriner's claims about orgone devices are a clear example of the dangerous intersection of pseudoscience and conspiracy theory. Her promotion of these devices as protection against reptilian aliens is a testament to the lengths to which charismatic leaders can go to exploit fear and manipulate vulnerable individuals. It serves as a stark reminder of the importance of critical thinking and skepticism in the face of extraordinary claims. In an age where misinformation can spread rapidly online, the case of Sherry Shriner highlights the need for increased media literacy and scientific awareness. By fostering a culture that values evidence-based thinking and critical inquiry, society can better protect itself against the harmful influence of pseudoscience and conspiracy theories. The tragic consequence of belief, Barbara Rogers, Stephen Mineo, and the fatal influence of Sherry Schreiner's cult. In the shadowy world of conspiracy theories, where reality and delusion blur, the case of Barbara Rogers and Stephen Mineo stands as a stark and tragic testament to the deadly power of such beliefs. This chilling incident, rooted in the bizarre doctrines of Sherry Schreiner's online cult, underscores the profound dangers posed by unfounded conspiracy theories and their potential to incite real-world violence. The murder and its context. On July 15, 2017, in Coolbaugh Township, Pennsylvania, a harrowing event unfolded. Barbara Rogers shot and killed her boyfriend, Stephen Mineo, at his own behest. This was no ordinary crime of passion or spur-of-the-moment violence. It was a murder deeply entangled with the dangerous conspiracy theories propagated by Sherry Schreiner, a self-proclaimed prophetess who preached about reptilian aliens and government conspiracies. Rogers and Mineo were both devoted followers of Schreiner's cult, an online community steeped in paranoia and esoteric beliefs. Schreiner's teachings convinced her followers that the world was controlled by shape-shifting reptilian aliens who were intent on enslaving humanity. These extraterrestrial overlords, according to Schreiner, had infiltrated the highest levels of government and society, posing an imminent threat to human freedom and survival. The toxic influence of Sherry Schreiner. Schreiner's influence on Rogers and Mineo was profound. Her teachings fostered a deep-seated fear and mistrust of the world, creating a psychological environment where extreme actions seemed justifiable. For years, Schreiner had built a narrative that cast herself as the ultimate arbiter of truth, portraying dissenters and critics as part of the reptilian conspiracy. This echo chamber left her followers isolated from reality, trapped in a cycle of paranoia and delusion. The couple's descent into this conspiratorial abyss reached its nadir when Schreiner allegedly turned on Mineo, accusing him of being compromised by reptilian forces. According to Rogers, Mineo became convinced that Schreiner had branded him a reptilian, a death sentence in their shared belief system. This fear, stoked by Schreiner's manipulative rhetoric, led Mineo to a state of desperation. In a final, tragic culmination of his indoctrination, Mineo allegedly asked Rogers to kill him to escape the perceived threat. The dangers of conspiracy theories. The murder of Stephen Mineo by Barbara Rogers is a grim reminder of the destructive potential of conspiracy theories. While many may view such beliefs as harmless eccentricities, the reality is that they can have devastating consequences. Schreiner's cult exemplifies how conspiracy theories can evolve from fringe ideas into dangerous dogmas that distort reality and incite violence. Schreiner's teachings not only alienated her followers from society, but also fostered an environment where fear and mistrust thrived. The belief in a hidden enemy lurking within every facet of life led to a pervasive sense of danger and urgency. For followers like Rogers and Mineo, this constant state of fear became unbearable, pushing them towards extreme actions. Moreover, the insular nature of Schreiner's online community amplified these dangers. Isolated from outside perspectives and critical voices, her followers became increasingly radicalized. This echo chamber effect, common in many online conspiracy communities, exacerbates the detachment from reality and reinforces dangerous beliefs. The aftermath and lessons. The aftermath of Stephen Mineo's murder was marked by shock and disbelief, as the broader public grappled with the bizarre and tragic nature of the crime. Barbara Rogers was charged with third-degree murder and convicted, a legal conclusion that highlighted the severe consequences of her actions. However, the deeper issue remains: the unchecked spread of harmful conspiracy theories and their potential to inflict real harm. Sherry Schreiner's cult is a potent example of how charismatic leaders can exploit fear and paranoia to manipulate and control vulnerable individuals. It underscores the need for vigilance in combating misinformation and promoting critical thinking. In a digital age where such beliefs can spread rapidly and widely, fostering media literacy and mental health awareness is more crucial than ever. In conclusion, the tragic case of Barbara Rogers and Stephen Mineo is a sobering illustration of the lethal power of conspiracy theories. Sherry Shriner's bizarre doctrines not only warped their perception of reality, but also drove them to a devastating act of violence. This incident serves as a stark warning about the dangers of unchecked conspiracy thinking and the urgent need for greater awareness and intervention to prevent similar tragedies in the future.
Even this far.
The gun was probably touching his
I
forehead.
would imagine the gun was almost touching his forehead if it was not pressed against his forehead.
I think it was pressed against his forehead. I think you pulled it on purpose. In fact, I know that you pulled it on purpose. I don't think that you were planning this, but I think that's exactly what happened, correct?
It might, yes, that could be right.
Can you clear that up for me, just so I understand? At first, you said he wanted you to shoot him.
Yeah, I did say that. I think he did say something like that. He said, here.
The truth.
Greetings and salutations, friends. So Jeremy Corbell is back with more claims of having video of an extraordinary craft. But is it really an extraordinary craft? How many times have we been here before? How many times has he cried alien? Kind of like crying wolf. After a while, you just go, oh, yeah, okay, it's Corbell again. I took some time to do an enhancement of the video that he showed. Now, there's a bunch of theories rolling around, and I believe that this video has a very ordinary explanation, just like the other videos that he put forth as aliens or extraordinary craft. He's been wrong about everything. And there's some particular methods that he uses to present this video that he's done before, like the big bluff. I have all this other evidence, but I can't show it to you for one reason or another. He claims he has more video, and in that, the craft goes under the ocean or water for 17 minutes, and then it pops back up through the ocean surface and does 90-degree turns, but we can't see that video. I also believe that he is conflating two separate videos in this presentation. The objects look similar, but nowhere near exact. Even and under the zooms that I applied, you can tell that these two videos don't appear to be the same actual object. Now, there's a great deal of debate going on right now, but I believe that this one will be shown to be a very ordinary object or have an ordinary explanation. But don't let that get in the way of a good story that you could sell. I will be back tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we'll have, by then, hopefully we'll have a little more to share with you on this video. But I wanted to present my enhanced version of the video and ask you, what do you think it is? Party balloons? Is this just a splotch on the protective outer coating of a camera, the glass dome? Some people believe that it could just be bird shit on a camera dome and not an actual object. Now, I've been led to believe that that's possible, but not probable, because the object seems to be in focus. And if it was just a smudge on a camera lens or a protective glass camera housing, it would not be as clear. So let me know what you think in the comments. Is this really an alien spacecraft or an extraordinary craft? Let's just call it extraordinary craft, like Jeremy Corbell claims. Or is this going to turn out to be like all the other videos that he has put forth, making huge claims that turn out to be ordinary objects like balloons or flares or, you know, camera aperture artifacts? Let me know what you think in the comments. This is just a quick one just to present my enhanced version of his footage. By the way, why can't he enhance it? You know, there seems to be a purposeful attempt to obscure data in this presentation. The object is cropped, data is purposefully being excluded, and of course, he's got anonymous sources telling him incredible things, but nobody's allowed to see those people or interview them. This whole story is just another whopper, I think, from Mr. Corbell. I think this one's going to come crashing down, but I wanted to do the enhancement and give everybody the opportunity to see what they think. Let me know what you think in the comments, and please join me tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, where hopefully we'll have some more information on this story to bring you. By the way, where's Dave Grush been? Where's Lou Elizondo been? You know, there's rumors, by the way, that Lou Elizondo is going to be on Theories of Everything with Kurt. And by the way, Theories of Everything with Kurt is a huge part of the Lou Elizondo problem. How many times did Kurt get to interview him? Why didn't he ask him the hard questions? Like, what happened to all that money from TTSA? Why didn't you build a spaceship like you promised investors? Why did you quit? And what happened to the millions of dollars that investors were bilked out of? No investors made their money back, to my knowledge. Why won't anybody ask Elizondo the hard questions? And Kurt, if you're going to take the money from doing an interview with him, then it's your responsibility to ask the hard questions people want answered. Or are you going to do another circle jerk and just take the money and run, Kurt? How many hundreds of thousands of monetized views has Kurt from Theories of Everything gotten and made money from circle jerking Lou Elizondo and refusing to ask him the hard questions? All it would take would be one interview. We could clear everything all up. Where you claim that you ran a $22 million funded UFO program. Turns out that was false. Can you explain that or clarify that for us? You promised investors while you were a member of TTSA, along with your buddies, that you were going to create a spaceship with a revolutionary power source that would change the world. What happened to the spaceship? Where's the millions of dollars that you collected? How much money did you make, Lou Elizondo, from TTSA, where every investor got bilked out of money and nobody made their money back from their investment, to my knowledge? You know, these are the questions that people should be asking Lou Elizondo. And anybody that interviews Lou Elizondo and doesn't start asking him these hard questions, we will highlight here. And we will let everybody know that you're too much of a coward to ask the real questions. But everybody knows you can't get an interview with Elizondo unless you're going to softball circle jerk him and let him just talk. And now we see how terrible Lou Elizondo's influence has gotten. I am going to do this. We're going to go there. there's rumors that Lou Elizondo will soon be appearing on Theories of Everything with Kurt. And I'm just going to issue, I'm going to just say this, and I'm going to be as polite as possible as I can to Kurt from Theories of Everything. There was a time when I truly admired and respected Kurt from Theories of Everything because he was willing to engage some of these UFO celebrities with hard questions. But there's a caveat to that, and that is, or caveat, I don't know how he's, caveat. I believe that, listen, a lot of people are going after Kurt from Theories of Everything, and I've tried to stay out of it. I did make one very disparaging comment on Twitter, which I don't apologize for, because there was a time when Theories of Everything with Kurt was the great hope of people who are tired of these UFO celebrities pushing their false narratives and not being challenged. And there was a time when Kurt was willing to accept critical and hard questions from viewers and ask them, these UFO celebrities, hard questions. But I think he got spooked, and you can look on our new short section. Kurt once accepted a very critical question from me, and I was shocked. I was like, this guy with this huge show is going to actually ask this woman a real question that matters? And that was when he asked Linda Moulton Hale, why did you sell a completely and totally fake picture of an alien from a 2005 video game cover and put it behind a paywall and tell people it was a real picture of an alien? And listen, she lost her goddamn mind and melted down. That's what happens when you confront somebody that has no evidence or has fake evidence and a faith-based belief system. She lost her mind. So now, and by the way, after that, I think Kurt, and a lot of people have agreed with this, after that Linda Moulton Hale meltdown, Kurt pulled back from actually asking all the rest of the people on his show, including Stephen Greer and Lou Elizondo and many others, any hard or critical questions. And to be very honest with you, and I'm being 100% cards on the table, my heart on my sleeve, I like Kurt from Theories of Everything. I like, for a time, I liked his approach to try to, get to the secrets of the universe. Let's bring all the greatest scientists in here. But a lot of the criticism about Kurt from Theories of Everything is that after this Linda Moulton Hale meltdown, he didn't want to get confrontational. He wasn't prepared for the catastrophic meltdown, right, that people would go through when you confront their fake nonsense. So he pulled back, and basically he did the UFO circle jerk, just like all the other UFO circle jerkers. He took the clicks and the views, and he made all that money hosting these liars, these grifters, these false prophets of disclosure, and not being critical and asking the hard questions. And I get it. In fairness to Kurt, I don't know the guy well, but I got to know him a little bit through messages or whatever, enough to know that I think he's a genuinely nice person. And he's one of those people that doesn't like upsetting people. He doesn't like conflict. But I'm here to tell you, Kurt from Theories of Everything, if you're not willing to ask the hard questions, then you have become another UFO circle jerker, another part of the problem. So now there's rumors that Lou Elizondo is going to go on Theories of Everything, and I'm all for that. But I noticed that when Kurt interviewed Stephen Greer, he brought on a huge supporter of Stephen Greer and did not ask any critical or hard questions because he was being helped navigate that interview with a huge fan that didn't want to ask any hard questions. No, you can't do that anymore, Kurt. So, I've been trying to be fair with you. The Average Chris says, if it is true that Theories of Everything Kurt are interviewing Lou Elizondo, I have a question I would like you to ask him, and it's important to all veterans that he answers this. In this video with Tom DeLonge, did one, Tom make this story up, or two, did Lou tell him this story? Three, did this actually happen? Thank you. So, these are important questions, and I agree with the Average Chris. Now, let's listen to this completely and totally fake story that Tom DeLonge claims that Lou Elizondo told him.
A special forces operative, like a soldier. You know, he fought. Yeah. He fought.
According to Tom DeLonge, Lou Elizondo was a special forces operative.
A soldier. You know, he fought. Yeah. He fought the Taliban in Afghanistan like a month after 9/11 with Secretary of Defense Mattis, General Mattis, Mad Dog Mattis. Yeah. Mattis saved his life. Lou got pinned down in a huge machine gun fight. God, such and bullshit. He called for air support, and they said there was nothing in the area. And he said, "I looked at my friend. I said, we are going to die. We're dead. There's like 100 of them shooting, and they're pinned behind a rock." Then he heard something on the radio, and Mattis comes flying in on like one of those Bradley vehicles, saying, and big door flies down. He's like, "Get in, boys." He's in a t-shirt. He's on busy. I'll get to you in a second. He's on the automatic grenade launcher, just wiping people out. You know.
That is a completely and totally fake story. I'm sorry, but General Mattis was not on a Bradley. He wasn't shooting people with a grenade launcher or a machine gun. This is a completely and totally fake story. And somebody needs to ask Lou Elizondo to clarify this situation. Did he tell Tom DeLonge that story? Did he just make up fake stories that he tells people? We have seen him embellish and lie about his background and his accomplishments before. After all, he lied to the New York Times about running a $22 million funded Pentagon UFO program for 10 years that never existed. So, Kurt from Theories of Everything, I have a challenge for you. And I get that, Kurt, a lot of people are going to try to weasel out of this challenge. People are going to say that I'm going to yell or scream at Lou Elizondo, or I'm going to be disrespectful, or any of that. I give my word of honor, Kurt from Theories of Everything. If you bring me, along with you, on that podcast with Lou Elizondo and allow me to ask 10 questions, just 10 questions, I will do so respectfully. I won't use any ad hominem attacks. I won't personally attack him. I will simply ask him 10 questions. 10 questions. You do a 4-hour podcast, certainly there's time to let me come on, a critical voice in the world of UFOs and aliens, a skeptical voice, and clear up a few things about Mr. Elizondo and his various claims. I'm going to ask him about what has been described as the TTSA techno scam. I'm going to ask him about these fake stories. I'm going to ask him about his remote viewing superpowers. I'm going to ask him, about clearing up the discrepancy of his claims of running a $22 million funded Pentagon UFO program. I'm going to ask him to respond to the now verified information that he used sock puppet accounts, Lou Elizondo did, in the form of faceless bureaucrat, to harass, intimidate, and attack his critics. I'm going to ask him every hard question, 10 of them, that members of the UFO community desperately want and need somebody to ask him. I give you my word of honor. I will not raise my voice, yell, scream, be belligerent, or be disrespectful. I will be calm as a kitten and ask my 10 questions, and we'll see what happens. But Kurt from Theories of Everything, if you're not willing to do a real interview, then don't do it. If Lou Elizondo gives a real interview, I would love to be a part of that. I'll volunteer my time. I don't want anything. Tell me where and when. I'll be there to do it. 10 questions. But I have to warn you, Kurt from Theories of Everything, if you're not willing to do that and do a real moral and ethical correct thing in calling Lou Elizondo on his years of falsehoods, then you shouldn't do the interview. Don't think that I and everyone else is just going to allow you to take those clicks and views and make that money and do the circle jerk softball interview with Lou Elizondo, or allow him to use your platform for damage control for all of these damaging revelations about him that have been coming out over and over and over again. I further challenge you to let me bring Jeremy McGowan on and let Jeremy McGowan ask 10 questions, or let each of us ask 5 questions on this podcast. But I truly know and believe in my heart that Lou Elizondo will never agree to such an appearance. And again, I don't want to get personally insulting, but we have seen this man is not a moral or ethical man. He's not a man of virtue or courage. A man of virtue and courage does not use fake sock puppet accounts to go after his critics, to attack people that call him out on his false statements in that original New York Times article, or are critical of his evidence-free claims. A virtuous man, a courageous man wouldn't do that. So there's my challenge to Kurt from Theories of Everything. You say that you want to do things the right way. You've told me that in messages. I still have them. If you want to explore this topic and not be part of the problem, you have to be willing to go out on a limb to do the right thing. You have to be willing to also risk that Lou Elizondo won't do your podcast under these conditions. But I want to ask Kurt from Theories of Everything a very serious question. If you approach Lou Elizondo, and by the way, I'll sign a contract that I won't raise my voice, yell, scream, be belligerent, ad hominem attacks, personal attacks, any of that. If you approach Lou Elizondo and say, great, we'd love to have you on the podcast again, but I'm going to bring on a few people with me to help me with the interview. If he says no, you will know, Kurt, that if you do it without the help of a critical voice in that interview, you are being used. You are being used if he won't agree to that. If he's got nothing to hide, why wouldn't he agree to that? The only people, Kurt from Theories of Everything, that fear questions are people with something to hide. What does Mr. Lou Elizondo have to hide that he fears questions so much that he would refuse to do your podcast appearance just because you're bringing someone else on to ask the questions? And by the way, I'm suggesting that you bring me or Jeremy McGowan or somebody else that's a critical voice onto that show so that you, Kurt, don't have to be the bad guy. I kind of get that from Kurt. He doesn't want to be the bad guy. He doesn't want to confront people. And I think that it would be the best interview ever done of Lou Elizondo's career, because he's not going to be able to run from the questions. His only hope is going to be to pretend the internet went out or he had a power failure in his house as he runs from the critical questions that I believe will make him melt down worse than Linda Moulton Howe melted down. After all, did you see Linda Moulton Howe when she was forced to answer one question from me? Imagine Lou Elizondo having to sit there and being forced to answer 10 questions from me. There's a reason Lou Elizondo will only do friendly podcasts. And it's not because he's a truth teller. It's not because he's a courageous man. So that's my challenge to you, Kurt. And I hope that you will bear no ill will, but I feel obligated to call you out and say, you can't keep doing this circle jerk softball. You're not helping. You're hurting. You're doing more damage than good. And congratulations if you're making money doing softball interviews. If that's all you care about, then that's what you shall have. But if you want the respect of the community and anybody that has a conscience, you'll do the right thing and allow me to come on that podcast with your guest in a respectful, polite tone, and we'll get to the truth. Wouldn't that be something?
If you are overweight, and I used to be 225 pounds at 5'9", I had man boobs, I had the, big spare. I also go in there and the house is sweltering hot. So it's like, wait a minute, I rented this for the week. I gave you guys $4,000, what it was. I paid up front, even another one. Well, I bought these, right? And so some of the trolls online basically don't feel that you should ever be able to be paid for making art. But I would say to you trolls, well, wouldn't it be cool whoa, this has got to be something crazy. People are freaking crazy. And then it was after that, as I was driving back, that I got out on the road and this guy behind me and I flipped him off. And then the next thing you know, it's like he wants to kill me. This is all in the same drive on the way home. Okay, that's when that happened, on the way home.
The perpetuation of falsehoods and pseudoscience. The ancient alien theory is rife with falsehoods and pseudoscientific claims. Proponents often present big.
They're too bloody big. They're too bloody big. So big. They're too bloody big. They're too bloody big. They're too bloody big. They're too bloody big. So big. They're too bloody big. They're too bloody big. I know exactly where it is. I know exactly where it is. But it was bollocks big. But it was bollocks
Now here's the deal. 1. The UFO phenomenon is not real. The UFO phenomenon is not real. Now here's the deal. 1. The UFO phenomenon is not real. 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 It's not real. It's not real. The UFO phenomenon is not real.
Cattle mutilations have been a source of intrigue and speculation for decades. Gruesome reports of livestock found dead under mysterious circumstances, with precise incisions and organs removed, have fueled theories ranging from extraterrestrial involvement to secret government experiments. Prominent figures like Linda Moulton Howe have capitalized on these stories, promoting sensationalist narratives with little to no empirical evidence. This article critically examines the cattle mutilation phenomenon, highlighting the lack of substantiation and the profit-driven motives behind the perpetuation of these myths. The origins of cattle mutilation stories. The modern phenomenon of cattle mutilations began in the late 1960s in the United States, particularly in the Midwest and Southwest. Ranchers reported finding their cattle dead with strange wounds that appeared to be made with surgical precision. Often, these animals were found with bloodless bodies, missing eyes, tongues, and reproductive organs. Such reports naturally led to public alarm and the search for explanations. Local authorities, veterinarians, and federal agencies like the FBI have investigated these cases extensively. The findings often pointed to natural causes: predation, scavenging by wildlife, or decomposition processes. Scavengers are known to target soft tissues and orifices, creating the appearance of precise incisions. Furthermore, the absence of blood can be attributed to natural post-mortem processes where blood settles due to gravity and coagulates. Linda Moulton Howe and the promotion of myths. Linda Moulton Howe, a journalist and documentary filmmaker, has been one of the most vocal proponents of the extraterrestrial hypothesis for cattle mutilations. Her 1980 documentary, A Strange Harvest, and subsequent books have played a significant role in popularizing the idea that these incidents are the result of alien experimentation. However, Howe's work has faced substantial criticism for its lack of scientific rigor. Many of the cases she presents are based on anecdotal evidence and sensationalist claims rather than empirical data. Moreover, Howe and other proponents have been caught promoting dubious or outright fake stories. For instance, several supposed eyewitness accounts and insider testimonies in her reports have been debunked or exposed as fabrications. Profit-driven sensationalism. The financial incentives behind perpetuating the cattle mutilation myth are significant. Books, documentaries, conferences, and television appearances generate substantial revenue for those promoting these stories. The allure of the paranormal and the mysterious attracts audiences, ensuring a steady stream of profit for those willing to exploit these interests. The case of Linda Moulton Howe is illustrative of this dynamic. Her works have garnered a cult following and have been financially successful, despite the lack of concrete evidence. This raises important questions about the motivations behind such narratives. When financial gain is tied to sensationalism, there is a strong incentive to embellish or fabricate stories, further distorting the truth. The importance of scientific inquiry. Scientific investigations into cattle mutilations have consistently pointed to mundane explanations. Forensic analyses by veterinarians and wildlife experts reveal that the supposed surgical incisions are often the result of natural decomposition and scavenging. The lack of blood is a common phenomenon in dead animals as bodily fluids settle and coagulate post-mortem. The FBI's investigation in the late 1970s concluded that most mutilations were attributable to natural causes and human activity, such as pranks or malicious intent by individuals. Despite these findings, sensationalist accounts continue to overshadow scientific explanations, largely due to the media and individuals like Howe who have a vested interest in maintaining the mystery. Conclusion. The mystery of cattle mutilations persists not because of compelling evidence, but due to the power of sensationalist storytelling and financial incentives. Figures like Linda Moulton Howe have built careers on promoting unsubstantiated claims, often at the expense of scientific truth. It is crucial to approach such phenomena with a skeptical and critical mindset, recognizing the difference between entertainment and empirical evidence. As long as there is profit to be made from sensationalist stories, myths like cattle mutilations will endure. However, by prioritizing scientific inquiry and critical thinking, we can demystify these phenomena and understand them for what they truly are: natural events misinterpreted and exaggerated for profit. Alien abductions, a critical examination. Ladies and gentlemen, let us delve into the fascinating and controversial topic of alien abductions. For decades, individuals from around the world have reported being taken by extraterrestrial beings, subjected to bizarre examinations, and returned with fragmented memories of their ordeal. But what lies beneath these extraordinary claims? Today, we will critically examine the phenomenon and explore more grounded explanations. The narrative of alien abductions typically involves individuals experiencing a sudden paralysis, often in their own homes, followed by encounters with strange beings who perform medical procedures on them. The abductees often recall these events through hypnosis or during vivid dreams. While these stories are compelling and have permeated popular culture, there are several alternative explanations rooted in psychology and neurology. One of the most compelling explanations for these experiences is sleep paralysis. This phenomenon occurs when a person transitions between wakefulness and sleep, and temporarily experiences an inability to move or speak. During sleep paralysis, it is common for individuals to have vivid hallucinations that can involve a sense of a presence in the room, often interpreted as aliens or other supernatural entities. The fear and helplessness felt during these episodes can be so intense that they leave a lasting impression, leading some to believe they have been abducted by aliens. Another significant factor is false memory syndrome. Our memories are not infallible records of events. They are malleable and can be influenced by suggestion, stress, and cultural factors. Hypnosis, a technique often used to recover supposed abduction memories, can inadvertently lead to the creation of false memories. Under hypnosis, individuals are highly suggestible and can produce detailed accounts of events that never actually occurred, influenced by leading questions or the hypnotist's expectations. Cultural influence also plays a crucial role in shaping abduction narratives. Since the 1960s, when the first widely publicized alien abduction case of Betty and Barney Hill emerged, media and entertainment have perpetuated specific tropes about alien encounters. Science fiction books, movies, and TV shows have established a template for what an abduction should look like. People who experience sleep paralysis or other strange phenomena might unconsciously draw on these cultural templates to make sense of their experiences, leading to reports that align with popular depictions of alien abductions. Additionally, Psychological conditions such as dissociative disorders and post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, can manifest in ways that resemble abduction experiences. Individuals with these conditions may have episodes of dissociation or intense, intrusive memories that they misinterpret as encounters with extraterrestrial beings. Neuroscientific research offers further insights into how the brain can generate abduction-like experiences. The temporal lobe of the brain, when stimulated, can produce vivid sensations of a presence, out-of-body experiences, and other phenomena often reported during abduction episodes. These findings suggest that certain brain activities can create experiences that feel extraordinarily real, but are, in fact, hallucinatory. In conclusion, while the accounts of alien abductions are undoubtedly compelling and have become a significant part of modern folklore, there are numerous more prosaic explanations grounded in sleep disorders, psychological phenomena, and cultural influences. Understanding these factors not only demystifies the abduction experience but also provides valuable insights into the complexities of human perception and memory. Thank you for joining us on this critical exploration of alien abductions. Remember, sometimes the most extraordinary tales have surprisingly ordinary explanations.
Sheriff's office. Sheriff's office, anyone home?
Same.
His bedroom sliding glass door is open, screen shut, but there's no one in there either.
See any dog?
There's a dog bed right here, no dog.
Okay. Will you run and grab tape? Thank you.
Dude, I thought we had a fire in Colorado somewhere. I looked it up. This is all from Canada.
I know. 5 million acres.
5 million?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, because
All
there's
one fire?
no, there's several burning right now. By a grand total of 5 million acres so far this year. Sucks.
Yeah, that's
Highly unfortunate.
yeah. That's really unfortunate because that's where America gets like 80% of their wood from Canada. So wood prices are about to skyrocket.
Yep, as if they weren't bad enough.
Yeah.
Such is life, I guess.
Yeah, this is a beautiful place.
Yeah, that was
Obviously
property.
making money off his YouTube accounts.
I'm sure he gets some nice gratuity. I don't know what the right word is for ancient aliens.
Well, I mean, he clearly isn't broke.
Yeah.
I don't know why he's not taking his dog to the vet.
That's a great question. Thank you. Seven 797 on data.
797.
May I have a CR for this call on Ridge? Copy, thanks. Good. Oh, it's fine. I know, but I already took it off, so it's like, might as well.
No. I'm gonna peek in the garage because the blinds are closed. He has a trail cam at the beginning of his driveway, but there's no other cam.
Well, good job making the right turn.
I did not make the right turn.
I was when we saw you make the wrong turn, we were like, okay, it's supposed to be like right here.
Yeah. Right now, don't trust me ever on directions. I'll drive around in circles for 3 hours. I don't give a shit.
Absolutely. Yep. Oh, don't be sorry. I got shit going on up here right now, so. This was the exciting part of my day so far. Okay. I won't look at it, but okay. I mean, I will, not the whole 4 hours. I do kind of want to see what this guy's all about, though. So yeah, send it to me.
The idea that the Apollo moon landings were faked is one of the most enduring conspiracy theories of the modern era. Despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary, some continue to believe that the United States government staged the moon landings. This article critically examines these claims and debunks the myths that fuel this conspiracy. Origins of the conspiracy. The conspiracy theory that the moon landings were faked began to gain traction in the 1970s, shortly after the last Apollo mission. Bill Kaysing's 1976 book, We Never Went to the Moon, America's $30 Billion Swindle, is often cited as a foundational text for moon landing deniers. Kaysing, a former technical writer for Rocketdyne, a company involved in the Apollo program, had no direct experience with spaceflight, yet his assertions captured the imagination of skeptics. Common false claims. The waving flag. Conspiracists argue that the American flag placed on the moon's surface appears to wave, which they claim is impossible without an atmosphere. In reality, the flag appears to move due to the momentum imparted by the astronauts during its placement and the lack of air resistance on the moon. No stars in photos. Another claim is that stars are not visible in the photographs taken on the moon, suggesting the images were faked. The truth is that the camera settings used to capture the brightly lit lunar surface would not capture the relatively dim light from stars. Misaligned shadows. Skeptics point to shadows in lunar photos that appear to be non-parallel, suggesting artificial lighting. This is a misunderstanding of perspective. Shadows converge on uneven surfaces and from multiple light sources such as the sun and reflected light from the lunar surface. Debunking with evidence. Physical evidence. Over 800 pounds of lunar rock samples have been brought back from the moon. These samples have been studied worldwide and contain isotopic signatures distinct from Earth rocks, confirming their extraterrestrial origin. Tracking and telemetry data. The Soviet Union, a Cold War adversary of the United States, tracked the Apollo missions independently and acknowledged their success. It is implausible that the US could have deceived its most formidable competitor at the time. Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, LRO, NASA's LRO has provided high-resolution images of the Apollo landing sites, showing remnants of the missions, including the lunar module descent stages, rover tracks, and footpaths left by astronauts. Psychological and sociological factors. Conspiracy theories often arise from a combination of skepticism towards authority and a desire for simpler explanations to complex events. They are bolstered by cognitive biases such as confirmation bias, where individuals favor information that confirms their pre-existing beliefs, and the Dunning-Kruger effect, where individuals with limited knowledge overestimate their understanding. Conclusion. The moon landing conspiracy theories are rooted in a misunderstanding of science and evidence. They persist due to psychological factors and a mistrust of official narratives. However, the overwhelming physical, photographic, and testimonial evidence from numerous independent sources unequivocally confirms that humanity did indeed set foot on the moon. Dismissing these achievements not only undermines scientific progress, but also disrespects the legacy of the thousands of individuals who contributed to one of humanity's greatest accomplishments.
Hey, Brian, it's David Wilcock.
Hi, how are you?
Well, a little sad. I had to put my dog down yesterday, but what's going on?
I'm so sorry to hear that. So, we were reaching out because we got a couple of people that sent us in some emails concerned about your dog Girly, that she wasn't doing too well, so they wanted us to pop in and do a welfare check, but it sounds like you've gone ahead and put her to sleep, but we just wanted to follow up on those complaints to check on her welfare.
So I'm a famous person, and I have a stalker. His name is Stephen Cambian.
Okay.
And he has been attacking me for 10 years online, and we're getting ready to do a massive lawsuit because he also attacks my aerospace company, Stebati. And I imagine this is his way of swatting me. He's done fake lawsuits from Britain, fake lawsuits from Holland. We told him that we're going to sue him. He called the CEO of my aerospace company, Chris Beskar, and pretended to be the Washington Post. He did that yesterday, and he was all concerned about, the lawsuits that we're going to file against him. This guy is really, really crazy.
Okay.
And so my guess is that because I said that Girly had this accident, that he is, again, trying to use, he's a psychopath, he's a stalker, and so it would make sense in his warped mind that he would try to swat me with the police and say that I was abusing my dog, but no, she had septicemia, and if I hadn't have taken her to the vet yesterday and euthanized her, she could have been, she could have gone into convulsions because she had this black diarrhea. I filmed it. There was like a 15-foot splatter area of black diarrhea all over the carpet. She's been degrading for 3 years.
Okay.
But this is going to be part of our lawsuit. It's almost certainly him. So if you could get me those emails, it would really help with the lawsuit.
Okay.
Because I'm almost certain it'll end up chasing to him.
What I will do is I'll text you a case number that we have where all of this will be documented.
Okay, great.
And the emails will be included in that. You can then go forward with making a records request with our records unit. And I just have some follow-up questions regarding Girly, just because I need to dot my I's and cross my T's.
Sure.
You mentioned in your voicemail that your regular veterinarian was Netherland.
Yeah, I took her to Netherland Veterinary Hospital yesterday. They have 2 doctors. I met with Dr. Nate. We debriefed about Girly for probably an hour before the decision to go ahead with the euthanasia was made. She was diagnosed with degenerative myoplasia, and he didn't really know what the internal bleeding was. It could have been a massive stomach ulcer or something, but
Okay.
of course it's going to lead to septicemia. So.
And you said she had been going downhill for a few years. I'm assuming you had her seen by a veterinarian in that time?
No, I did not.
Okay. Is there any reason?
It was never bad enough to take her to the vet.
Okay.
I mean, she just wouldn't get up off the floor, and she'd grown, and she was peeing on the floor a lot, and, she had intermittent pooping and peeing. Like, sometimes she'd do it, sometimes she wouldn't.
Okay.
But I never felt, I'm a very busy guy. I'm a public figure. I'm always struggling financially, so it never seemed real enough to go take her to the vet until this happened. But when I took her in there, I wasn't 100% sure that we were actually going to carry through with it, and that's why we talked for so long.
Okay. And when did she start to go downhill pretty badly?
Well, this has been a very long process, but I would say that as of maybe 3 months ago, she started to have these farts that smelled really bad. Like every night when I would have her in my room, I'd have to air out the room. And I didn't know if that was that she was about to die. I just had a conversation with my mother on, I guess, Friday, and I still didn't want to put her down. But we had discussed, you got to take her to the vet, you got to get a diagnosis, because she's smelly farts and she's peeing on the floor and her legs don't work. And on the day that I called my mother, that was the first time that she had fallen while she was walking. She would fall sometimes on the stairs trying to get upstairs or something, but that day, Friday, was the first time that she had fallen while she was just walking through the house.
Okay.
I was like, oh, man.
And about when did her legs really start to fail? You said that was a few weeks ago. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I was understanding the timeline.
Well, there was periodic stuff where she would stumble when she was going up the stairs, and that's been happening for about maybe 3 or 4 months, where it was more often. It would happen occasionally before then, but nothing really that old.
Okay.
In the last 3 or 4 months, the myoplasia started to become more obvious. But again, it was just when she was going up the stairs, and she wasn't getting strongly injured. She just stumbled a little bit. But it was when she fell on Friday while she was walking just in the house that I'm like, oh, shit.
Okay. And about how old was she?
Well, she was a rescue when I lived in L.A., so we don't know her exact age, but she was probably 14.
Okay, so she was getting up there in her years for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm quite certain that this is Stephen Cambian. This guy, this is really helpful. The fact that he tried to swap me with you guys is really going to help our lawsuit. If I shared with you the amount of incredible malice and violence that this guy has, the incredible number of things he's done to try to hurt me just because I'm a famous person, it would blow your mind. Okay. I have no doubt that it will trace back to him. No doubt at all. Okay. Nobody else would do this but him.
All right. Well, I'm really sorry to hear this is all going on.
I haven't been swatted already, to be honest with you.
Yeah. It sounds like there's a whole lot going on in regards to that. How do you spell his name?
Well, his real name, so he has this show online on YouTube called Truthseekers. And that was the title of a show I was developing with a production company several years ago. So that's on YouTube, Truthseekers. So the name he uses on YouTube is Stephen Cambian, spelled Cambien. And in the course of us doing our harassment and stalking lawsuit, tortious interference with business practices, and he's been acting more and more desperate now that I've mentioned publicly that we're going to be suing him. And as I said, he called the CEO of my aerospace company, Swatting, and pretended that he was the Washington Post. And Chris answered the call, but then found out, okay, this guy's talking about lawsuits and David Wilcock, and it's obviously Stephen, so he hung up on him. Okay. And so this guy has no limits in what he's trying to do to hurt me. He's been doing, just to give you another piece of context, I have all the evidence that's going to be in our lawsuit. He creates like 40 new identities a week on Twitter. And he's constantly bombarding my page with just spectacular hatred, which includes death threats. He's actually made, I mean, they're not strong death threats, but he said, like, we are going to get you and stuff like this. And they're just, the level of malice and hatred and violence in these things that he puts on my Twitter are incredible. And we've had to take down probably like 6 impersonation accounts just in the last 2 weeks where he uses my name, David Wilcock, but then he misspells it. I have all that evidence as well.
Okay.
There's another one that he just did that I got to take down now, actually. I haven't done that yet.
Okay.
And so given the fact that I actually had to hire 3 different people just to stop him, because it's like whenever I post on Twitter, he just absolutely bombards it with these fake identities, and the hatred is incredibly violent. He keeps escalating. So I had to hire 3 people. I've got Ridgeline, which is my customer service team. I've got Mike Wiskowski, and I've got Artie Thomas.
Okay.
So between those 3 people, we're all basically taking the shit down that he posts. But he also has been like calling everybody on my board of directors for the company. He threatens them on the phone. When I was donating to a sloth rescue in Costa Rica, he called them and said he was doing an investigation. And then he abused the woman on the phone. He swore at her and said, I hope all the sloths die. That was like 5 or 6 years ago. I mean, he is unstoppable. And he brags about it on his YouTube. He's done videos that you can watch where he's talking about all the things he's doing to disrupt me and laughing about. So we need to get like a restraining order on him and a cease and desist and injunction, but we're waiting until we actually have our lawsuit ready to go. And we're not quite there yet. But this is just going to add to the portfolio of all the stuff he's doing.
Okay.
Incredible.
Well, I'm sorry this is going on. I'll be sure to text you the case number for this. And I'll be documenting our conversation in that case. And if I have any follow-up questions, do you mind if I just reach out to you?
Not at all. I mean, in a way, I'm actually glad that he did this, because the more crimes he commits, the better it is. But I'll tell you this, I would imagine now that he's willing to escalate this much, this is a new level of escalation for him, that probably the next thing he will do, especially after because I haven't publicly announced that we euthanized Gurley yet, but probably the next thing he's going to do is call in the SWAT and say that there's somebody here and that I have a gun and I'm threatening them. So I probably do need to speak to whoever in Boulder County that he would call, because I would imagine that's going to be his next move, so that I don't get swatted, or that you guys know to be suspicious if somebody calls that in. Or maybe you can help me warn them to expect that somebody might be about to do that, because this guy is the worst. I mean, I'm friends with Jenny McCarthy, and her husband is Donnie Wahlberg, who's Mark Wahlberg's brother. And she says they've never seen anything like this in Hollywood history. This guy is the worst we've ever seen.
Okay.
It's incredible what I'm going through with this guy. I wouldn't at all be surprised if he tries to swat me next.
Okay. Well, since I am part of the sheriff's office, I do work pretty closely with the deputies, so I'll just make the Netherland cars aware of what's going on and the allegations, and yeah, we'll just kind of go from there. But do you have any further questions for me while I've got you on the line?
Well, I have a gigantic, overwhelming amount of evidence that I could give you if you need more proof of what I've been telling you is being true. So if you do need any of that, I'm happy to provide it, but you probably don't. I mean,
at this point, I don't think it's
necessary. I have 500,000 subscribers on YouTube. I'm on Ancient Aliens. I'm in over 100 episodes. It runs all day Friday and Saturday on History Channel. So when you're this famous, there's people who just really, really hate you and want to hurt you. And this guy just happens to be like the worst anybody's ever seen in Hollywood history. So it obviously is him. I can't imagine anybody else in my audience would have done this but him.
Okay.
What exactly did the letters say? They said they were worried about the health of my dog or something?
Yeah, here, I'll pull up the email complaints and I can read it to you verbatim. Give me 2 seconds. Get quite a few emails, so I just need to find that.
What a jerk. I can't believe he would go that far. But then again, I mean, he keeps escalating more and more and more and more. So it's really scary, actually. I don't know but what he's going to come out here and try to kill me. I mean, it's very frightening. The whole thing is very frightening.
So this says here, the German Shepherd appears to be very old and clearly dying as per witnessing the animal of David's video via YouTube within the last week. The dog is shaking, whelping, and clearly in extreme pain. The owner, David, claims the dog is dying. The German Shepherd needs immediate medical intervention. The suffering of the animal is horrendous to observe.
Okay, well, that's all a lie because I haven't filmed Gurley in a very long time. I haven't put up a video with her in it in months, and that's easily provable by going to my YouTube and my Twitter pages. So this is a completely fabricated fake attack. The only thing that did actually happen is that I did a live stream on Sunday. I had 4,500 people watching live, and there was thunder, and she was pacing around upstairs, and I told her to lay down. But there is no video of her. I mean, you read it really fast. I couldn't type it all, but...
Oh, I apologize.
Yeah, it's okay. Shaking, whelping, all that stuff, that's completely false. I've made no videos of her. And so that is somebody who's totally lying to you and fabricating information that I can easily disprove. So I am going to need this for my lawsuit because this is another level of escalation that he's just conducted. It's obviously him. It wouldn't be anybody else.
Okay. So that was one of the emails we received.
Right, and then he'll make another identity, and he'll either call himself a woman or he'll have some other name, and then he'll do another one. So you have another one.
Yeah, and both of these emails will be attached to the case file. The other one is fairly vague, just stating that you mentioned her over the last month on your YouTube, that she's no longer eating, falling over while trying to walk, and possibly bleeding while using the bathroom. States that he has refused to get her care from a vet, even though people are telling him to give her help. People have even sent him money. So.
No, these are all defamatory. This is defamation. These are lies.
Okay.
It's not true that she's no longer eating. She always would eat very enthusiastically. She had not fallen over while walking. I mean, I guess that could happen once, and I mentioned that on Sunday. But no, this is Stephen. I'm telling you, it's this one guy. I've got a warehouse of evidence. I've got part of the problem with the lawsuit is he's done so many things. It's like this is going to be like a 200-page filing, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, how do I even wrangle the fact that the guy posts these attacks on Twitter like 50 or 60 a week, you know? And I photographed them all, and he uses tons and tons of different aliases. And he's been aggressively trying to destroy me and our company. So this is just his latest creative attempt to send you two different emails. But again, I can easily disprove these things as lies because I never made a video about her. You know, nobody's ever seen her for months. Last video I had her in was, God, I don't know, last year, I think.
Okay.
It's just total defamation and fabricated. I mean, we know who it is. It's a stalker. Yeah. I'm sorry you had to go through this, Rhiannon. I am.
Well, I'm sorry to have, brought this up during a painful time during the loss of your dog, but I sincerely appreciate you giving me a call back and being willing to remain in contact if I have any further questions. And you have my number, so if you have any questions, please let me know. But I'll make sure to get that. So you
said I can do a records request with the case number, and then I can get these emails from there?
Yep, so I will send you the case number as well as the phone number for our records department. This may not be available until probably Monday next week because I do need to move forward with just typing out my report and documenting our conversation. And I'll probably just reach out to Netherland Vet to get the record to show that Girlie was euthanized and that we don't have to worry about her welfare moving forward. So tomorrow's my Friday, but I should have my report done by the end of tomorrow, and then it just needs to go through the approval process with records before it's available to the public.
Man, I think I'm being very calm, and I'm not cursing, and I'm not getting angry, but I am very, very angry that he did this. This guy will not leave me alone. He started doing this 10 years ago. He does it on a week-by-week basis. He tried to get people to get me audited by the IRS. I have a nonprofit that I donate to animal rescues and stuff, like I said, the sloth thing. He tried to get me, he told people to audit my company. He's published my address. He's published my phone number. He wants people to attack me. He's published all the names of the people on the board of directors of my aerospace company. He says that we're a fraudulent company. He posed as the Washington Post. He said to my CEO that we don't really have a naval admiral on our board, which we do. His name is Charles William Moore. And he was actually going to become the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, but then the DEI stuff, he got butted out of that, and he's working with us. This guy just is unrelenting. He does it every day. He creates about 40 new identities a week. He doesn't stop. And the violence is going up and up. He's making death threats. He tells me he's going to get me. And he's filed 2 fake lawsuits against us, which, you know, he doesn't even know what the hell he's doing. They don't even look right. So he's really scared because he knows we're going to sue him. I've talked about it on my show because I've never had anybody this aggressive in my whole life. And so this is just his next step. So yes, please tell everybody in your office, if David Wilcock gets swatted, it's not real. I don't have anybody here. I mean, you know, I'm not going to be hurting anybody because there's nobody here. But that'll be the next step, is he's going to say, he's going to call up you guys and be screaming and say, oh my God, I'm at David Wilcock's house, I'm being stabbed, or something like that. That's probably what he'll do next. So please be on the alert for that, okay?
Okay, I'll make sure to let the deputies know that this is a pretty complex and fluid situation and that there's potential for that.
Yeah, I would call it terrorism. He's essentially terrorizing me, and he's trying to hurt me and hurt my life and hurt me in any way that he can, and this is just the next step for him, you know?
Yeah.
He has no fear.
Yeah, unfortunately I can't speak to the laws outside of the animal realm since I deal primarily with the animal stuff, but I'll make sure that the deputies are aware of the report that was filed and your address. So.
Yeah, if you could just let them know that there's a very high risk now that he's going to do a fake SWAT and that they might get a call like that. And please call and text me if he does that so that I can respond without you guys just showing up here with guns. Because that's probably, you know, people do this. They want you to get shot by the police. They're going to make it sound like there's some horrible violent event happening in my house. But I'll just tell you right now, nobody else lives here but me. I'm alone. Nobody is going to be here. It's just going to be me. So if that happens, it's totally fake and it's the same guy.
Okay. The deputies will have access to my report, so your phone number will be included in that.
Great.
Is your last name spelled with 1 L or 2?
It's Wilcock.
Okay. And, David, what is your date of birth?
A lot of people misspell it as COX, but that's not correct.
Okay. So David Wilcock, COCK. What is your date of birth?
March 8th, 1973.
Okay. And this is the best phone number to reach you at?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right, well, I think that covers the questions for me. I'll get that case number and the phone number for records sent over to you here shortly. In the meantime, if you have any further questions, feel free to reach out.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I want to get my hands on these emails, but you say that with the records request, once I have the case number as of Monday, we can do that.
Yeah, and I just can't guarantee when it'll be available to the public. The earliest would be next week. So.
Yeah, we have such a mountain of evidence against this guy that it's like we're just going to add this to a gigantic body of data, but it really emphasizes that he is continually escalating, and we have to move pretty quickly now to do the restraining order and the injunctions and all that kind of stuff, because this is the next step. The only thing left he's got now is a SWAT call, so I highly expect that will happen.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll, like I said, I'll definitely make sure that the deputies are aware of what's going on.
You.
So, you're welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Rhiannon.
Yep. Sorry to call you at a distressing time. Sincerely sorry for the loss of Girly. But I hope you have a good evening.
Thank you, Rhiannon. Take care.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye.
But there is a very important reason why I'm doing this, because I got swatted by our dear friend Steven. This was the business card that was left on my door on Tuesday, and he then took public credit for swatting me on Wednesday, with the police. He actually, that's right, this person who has been stalking me for at least 7 years that we know of escalated to the point of actually calling in a police hit on me to try to say that I was abusing my dog. And he wrote 2 different emails to them, which is all going to be in the investigation they're doing that's done on Monday. I did get swatted, and I never expected this to happen, is that this turned into the most dramatic escalation of stalking and threatening behavior from a particular person that I've ever had in my whole career. He clearly wants me to be destroyed. That was one of the terms that one of the police used. He wants to destroy you. I'm like, yeah, that's true. In essence, what's happened is that we've had this very intense invasion of my freedom and privacy, this person who wants me to feel bad, this person who is trying to hurt me. Stephen wrote 2 letters under pseudonyms to the police here in Boulder, which is, again, a serious crime. I mean, the police are very, very angry about this. They are not happy about this. They do not appreciate people calling in false claims like this. I told them, I don't know what this guy is capable of doing if he tries to call in a SWAT on me. So the SWAT team supervisor has assured me that they're not going to do any SWATs on my house. They know if anybody calls in with David Wilcox stuff to be very, very suspicious of it. Plus, I don't have anybody here. Somebody will call in, say, oh my God, there's violence. And what they're trying to do is to get a SWAT team to show up at your house, and they have their guns drawn, and it could be AR-15s or something like this. They could have body armor on, helmets, and riot gear, and they pound on your door. They might even break the door open, and they put you at gunpoint because they think that you're killing somebody inside the house. And I was so busy with what happened with this guy calling in a fake SWAT on me and trying to say I was abusing my dog that I wasn't even involved in this stuff. So thankfully, I didn't post anything about this. So I got to be very careful when I post because, again, this guy is attacking me with like 40 aliases a week. We now have hired a team and then 2 individuals. So I don't even know how many people are on the team. I think there's like 8 people on the team. So there's like a total of 10 people involved in stopping this one guy from bombarding my Twitter page with constant amounts of very, very vicious attack. But for him to escalate to the point of calling the police on me, he's actually now gotten himself in way more trouble. And it's much easier now for the police to cooperate with me to make sure that I'm safe. The crop circle directly tied back in with this business card that ended up on my front door thanks to getting swatted, which again shows that whoever this person, Stephen, is, he's really stepped it up and he's made mistakes. I mean, he's going to be, the police have told me I need to get a lawyer immediately. They're going to cooperate with the investigation. They're going to give me whatever help I need. They don't want to see me get hurt. Nobody should be threatened like this. And the police have already, as a result of him doing this swatting thing, the police have already spoken to the veterinary clinic. I know who this is. It's this guy, Stephen. I've got an enormous amount of evidence. Let me send you the evidence just a little bit because we're going to have to sue him anyway. We're already working on that. He can't stop. He creates 40 identities a week, blah, blah, blah. We've been dealing with this for like 10 years. It's actually more like 7 years, as much as I can trace. So again, he emailed the animal welfare to try to get me swatted. And the phone number for records is 303 blank. Now, why didn't she give me the phone number for records? Because we talked about on the phone that there's going to be an investigation. We're going to use her document that might be available as early as Monday. Going to contact the people in Philadelphia, the police there. She's going to talk to them directly. So is the SWAT team supervisor. So is the deputy. Okay. And they are going to help me because they see that this is like a very bizarre situation. Nothing about this SWAT attack was made public. And then this is the part that's so crazy. After he's under police investigation, because if you do this and you're lying, then they're going to get mad at you, not at me. After he already did this, he admitted publicly with his name that he was the one responsible for this. The fact that somebody swatted me and I have a police investigation now underway, and the police have basically demanded that I do a lawsuit. So now we're going to have to do a Savati lawsuit and a David Wilcock lawsuit. They'll help me. But they're like, you need to do this immediately. We don't want you having this guy stalking you and he wants to destroy you. You got to do something. I'm all right, you guys. All right, I'll do it. The thing that I couldn't even believe is he took full credit for this swatting attack, created 4 new aliases. He clearly wanted you to see these statements. He wants people to know that he was the one responsible. So in this one case, we're going to give him what he wants. He was called up Chris Beskar on Monday of last week and said he was the Washington Post. And I can't imagine he's not going to do another video, but the faster that he keeps attacking me, the faster the injunction is going to come down, and the faster they're likely to arrest him with the cooperation of Boulder. Okay, that's what's going on. I've already spoken to the commander of the SWAT team, the local deputy, the head of animal welfare. None of them have ever heard anything like this. They don't know what the hell to make out of it. I gave them evidence that death threats had already been made in a 15-minute period on, I think it was June 29th, from 4:43 to 4:58 p.m. in a 15-minute period. He attacked me like 30 times with 4 or 5 different identities. And in those 30 or 40 attacks were death threats. And I'm not going to, if I give them all to you, he's going to try to pick it apart and say da-da-da-da. But they're death threats. And I think the judge is going to agree that they're death threats. And it has significantly escalated this to a much higher level. So now I have to do a lawsuit. Now I have to get all this evidence together. So that's what I've been doing most of the week. I've been investigating the self-declared investigator. So as I just said, he had multiple death threats within a 15-minute period on June 29th. The judge is going to see that. That'll be in the lawsuit. I've got my team, so nobody can hate me on Twitter. I've gotten in touch with the local police, and his absolute hatred of me triggered this remarkable response from the universe in the form of this crop circle. So yes, if you're going to go after somebody, if you try to shoot 45, there's divine intervention. You try to get me swatted, there's divine intervention.
All of Goofy Goofon's lies and fake talking points fall apart under scrutiny. These messages are from August 2021, and they prove that this entire time, Goofon has been lying to everyone. He knew that they were using 100% faked videos, and these messages prove it. He keeps saying they have never hoaxed anything. There's no proof. People haven't proven anything. They haven't hoaxed anything in the past 5 years, 3 years. They haven't hoaxed anything on purpose. This proves that he 100% lied to everyone, and he knew this entire time he was attacking everyone calling Third Phase of Moon hoaxers, that those people were right. He lied again and again and again to serve his puppet masters. These private messages prove conclusively 100% that Rich knew the entire time he was attacking everyone calling Third Phase of Moon hoaxers that they were indeed accepting 100% fake videos, posting them, and pretending they didn't know they were fake. He can say nobody proved anything or there's no proof. He's just hoping that you don't see it.
And remember, it was the second darker scene one, which was created with some lights and a reflected glass, a sheet of glass, just like their 2018 Pepper's Ghost Lights Over LA hoax. And by the way, Ian sent this to Secure Team 10 and to Third Phase of Moon. In the case of Third Phase of Moon, he told them, this is how I created it, with a sheet of glass and some red lights on a stick. And I filmed it at a 45-degree angle. It is a reflection off of glass. It's not a real object in the sky. I did this to display how quickly and easily one can create fake UFO videos. Then Third Phase of Moon talked to Rich about it. They talked amongst themselves, and Third Phase of Moon told Rich that this second video with the red lights in the night sky was fake and how the faker faked it. It was a reflection off of glass. The person who created these fake UFO videos sent the video to Rich to see what he thought about it. Rich then talked to Third Phase of Moon about it, who was also sent the video and told it was fake. And Third Phase of Moon told Rich, yes, that one's fake, and here's how the guy faked it. It's a reflection off of glass. So later, Ian talked to Rich, and Rich acknowledged that Third Phase of Moon faked Rich acknowledged that Third Phase of Moon told them that it was fake and how they faked the video. In other words, Third Phase of Moon told Rich, yeah, that video is fake, and here is how the faker faked it, right? This message exchange happened August, let me see, it was August 8th and August 13th. And then we're going to see that on August 23rd, Third Phase of Moon posted this 100% fake, generated, created UFO hoax video and pretended they did not know that it was fake. So let me share my screen here. So this is August 8th. Ian sends Rich from MUFON the fake UFO video, asks him what he thinks. Rich says, major problem I have with the video is the shake. I would say it looks good and real, but there's a drone-like quality to it. It almost seems to move to the left and right like a drone does, very slightly. But since there's no tripod being used or leaning up against something to see pure movement, I don't know. I'll analyze it soon and get back. And the volume is very, very low for some suspicious reason. You shot this video. I believe the volume is low to not hear the drone. Don't know, but I'm super suspicious. And Ian sends him back a message that says, excellent. It's an exercise in illustrating a fake UFO. Then Ian tells Rich, this is August 9th, exactly how he faked it. It's an LED bicycle brake light taped to my ceiling pendant. Pepper's ghost illusion. Then he shares with Rich the original video that he has on YouTube. That's the full-length version with the full audio. See the TV reflection at the start. It's very important to note that Third Phase of Moon cut the TV reflection from their version of the video that they shared and pretended was a real UFO sighting. 1 second. Now we get to this next message, which is really damaging. Here, Rich is begging him for some of his content, right? The Martians video was cool. I love that. Did you make that? Is the music copyrighted? I want to play it here and throughout tonight's show if I could. I could use my own music if need be. Thanks for sending it. Then he says, Third Phase of Moon must have told me it was you who told them and they told me. Ha, I have so many conversations late in the wee hours. Hi, and sometimes I make mistakes. Here's the gotcha moment. Rich acknowledges that Third Phase told him it's a reflection. Third Phase must have told me it was you who told them and they told me. It's a reflection, right? That's what they told me. Third Phase of Moon tells Rich, this is not a real UFO video. It's a reflection, a Pepper's ghost. That's what they told me. Now I need to know. Ian acknowledges, yes, it's a Pepper's ghost. Again, telling him for the second time that it is a 100% fake manufactured video. It's a Pepper's ghost. It's 3 LED brake lights taped to my ceiling pendant. I'm shooting at a 45-degree angle to the glass. Is great. The footage is from Martian War, the other trailer. That's another video they're talking about. I'll be in chat later if you need me, boss. Rich acknowledges that he saw Ian on Fessler's show. I didn't know you co-host. Good to know. I'll see you in chat. And thanks for confirming you made that UFO. Thanks for confirming, Rich says, you made that UFO. Ian says it's an experiment. We did want to see if Tyler would play it. I have evil auto spell. All right. So he says it's an experiment. We did that to see if Tyler would play it. And he also, by the way, did it to see if Third Phase would use it. And they did and pretended they didn't know it was fake. Right? Thanks for confirming you made that UFO. Yes, it's a Pepper's ghost. So here we have 100% proof that Rich is told that this video is 100% manufactured fake UFO. This is on August 13th.
2021. The next week, on August 23rd, 2021, Third Phase of Moon posts the video and pretends it's a real UFO and is mysterious. Maybe it's aliens, right? Rich was told this is a fake UFO. It's a Pepper's Ghost, 3 LED brake lights taped to my ceiling pendant. I'm shooting at a 45-degree angle to the glass. Rich thanks him for confirming that he made that UFO. In other words, Ian told both Third Phase of Moon and Rich, this is a fake UFO, and this is exactly how I created this fake UFO. This is on August 13th, 2021. This confirms that Rich knows that the video is 100% manufactured fake. This confirms that Third Phase of Moon told Rich that this particular video is 100% manufactured fake UFO, a fake UFO. That was on August 13th that this exchange took place. Now, we will fast forward to August 23rd. And there's an issue here. One of the ways that Third Phase of Moon is now trying to stop people from debunking their fake videos, and I found this really laughable, is that they put copyrighted music over the stuff that they are really concerned with. They did it on this one. I cannot, even under fair use, play you this video with their commentary and talking over it. In this video that Third Phase posted, both Blake and Brent Cousins talk over it and perpetrate this fraud. I can't play you their audio, but I put their original video so you can hear them lying through their teeth in the description of this video. It's right at the top of the description of this video. But what I'm going to do is I have transcribed exactly what Blake and Brent Cousins said, lying to everyone, claiming, making all kinds of claims about this 100% fake manufactured UFO video that they were sent and told was fake. Remember, August 13th, Rich acknowledges it's a fake UFO. He thanks Ian for telling him he's the one that made the fake UFO. Ian tells him exactly how he faked it. Earlier on August 9th, Rich acknowledges that Third Phase of Moon told Rich, Ian made this video. It's a fake. It's a reflection. It's a Pepper's Ghost illusion. So Rich knew on August 9th and August 13th that this particular video was 100% a manufactured fake UFO created, much like their 2018 Pepper's Ghost fake illusion with a sheet of glass. It's a Pepper's Ghost illusion. And then on August 23rd, Third Phase of Moon gambles, and they put up this video. And by the way, they only put copyrighted music in this section where they play this 100% fake video. I believe, and I'll freely admit that this is opinion and speculation, that they put copyrighted music on all the shoddy stuff to prevent people like me from playing the video and debunking it, because then I would get a copyright strike because of copyrighted music. So we have muted the video. Let me make sure of that. And I'm going to play you what they played. Again, this is August 23rd, 2021, the Third Phase video that they titled, "These Crazy UFO Videos Prove They Are Not Afraid of Us." I've copied it to an alternate location. This is fair use, by the way. This is a transformative work. We are educating the public about Third Phase of Moon perpetrating fraud against YouTube and the general public, profiting from videos they know are 100% fake in order to, they profited from a 100% provably fake video, a video that they were sent and told, this is a fake, here's how I faked it. They put it up and lied through their teeth. Now, what I have to do is play you the video in silence, and when I do that, I will be reading what Brent and Blake Cousins actually said. 1 second, let me cue that up as well. All right, 1 second here. Let me highlight. I'm gonna
I will play you their Third Phases video from August 23rd, 2021 of this 100% fake video that they were sent and told was fake. Then I'm going to read to you exactly what they said in the video while the video plays. So this is a copy of their video. Their video is still on their channel, August 23rd, 2021, third phase video, titled, "These Crazy UFO Videos Prove They Are Not Afraid of Us." And I can't play you the audio, but I'm going to play this and I'm going to read what Blake and Brent Cousins said, lying through their teeth while they were showing everybody Ian's 100% manufactured fake UFO video that he sent to them, told Rich from GoofOn it was fake and how he faked it, told Third Phase of Moon it was fake and how they faked it. And we can see that in the timeline. This is August 23rd. Rich acknowledged that Third Phase of Moon told them it was fake on August 9th and August 13th. August 23rd, here's Third Phase of Moon perpetrating this hoax. I'm going to play the video, muted, sorry for that, while I read the best I can of Blake and Brent Cousins what the narration in this video is. All right, they say, "A craft in the sky. At first, I thought it was a drone. After some enhancements, we see something else. Watch this. We see a series of red lights that appears to be a craft, a large craft. Not individual lights, but indeed, in my opinion, something very large in the sky, just hovering there. And as we're getting a closer look at it, we can see it has some kind of structure, but we're not seeing any kind of indication of FAA lights. If it were some kind of blimp or airship or helicopter, this is something we would see, FAA lights. This isn't that. This is something large, and it's just hanging there." And from the eyewitnesses themselves, there's no eyewitnesses, they are stating it didn't make a noise. If this were a drone or this large or a helicopter, it would be making all kinds of noise. This is something different. That was Blake Cousins. Now he asks, "Brent, what's your thoughts here?" Brent says, "Seems pretty close proximity to the person who actually captured it. And to have this object that close, you would definitely hear it, especially at that size. It would emit sound, so it's not a drone. We can rule out drones. We're looking at it, and we see these three lights, and they are red. And what's really curious is we see an object supporting the lights. It seems to be one structure. This is an interesting sighting. I like this." Blake says, "Whatever this thing is, it is 20 to 30 feet in length here. It's quite large, and it appears to be hovering over the neighborhood like this. It's a little scary, to be honest, and maybe they are trying to make contact." Great. So what we have here is a provable fraud. They committed fraud here. Blake and Brent Cousins knew that this video was 100% manufactured and fake. They put it up anyway, and they pretended they did not know it was 100% fake. They put it up anyway and pretended that it may be aliens. It's definitely not a drone. It's not an airship. It's 20 to 30 feet in length. Did you hear that lie? He's telling people the craft is 20 to 30 feet in length. No, it's bicycle lights hung from a ceiling inside Ian's house. And then he filmed through a sheet of glass. That's what it is. And Blake and Brent Cousins knew 100% this was a 100% fake video. When they posted this, they knew it was fake. The person who sent it to them told them it was fake. The person who faked this video told Rich it was fake and how he faked it on August 9th and August 13th. On August 23rd, they put it up and did this terrible acting job pretending that this was some mysterious spaceship in the sky. This, my friends, is a fraud. This is a provable fraud. And this is a real problem for them because they collected something like $500 or more in ad revenue for this video. And I'm not, to be clear, I'm not a lawyer. I am not a law enforcement officer, but I can look things up. And I believe they have a real problem here, because what they did is something called theft by deception. And it could be a felony if they collected enough money doing this. And I will release all of my evidence to whoever inquires. I'm required to do that. I don't have a choice in this matter. But more than the fact that Third Phase of Moon just perpetrated a 100% provable fraud against YouTube and the public, it's more problematic for them than that, because these messages clearly show and indicate that Rich from MUFON has been lying to everyone. He knew August 9th, 2021, that Third Phase were taking fake videos from people, that people even said, I faked this, and here's how I faked it. He knew on August 23rd that Third Phase of Moon ran with a 100% manufactured fake video that they were sent and told, this is fake, here's how I faked it. And he said nothing. He's complacent in this hoax. I would say he participated by his silence. Why didn't he stand up? If he's, he's such a moral man, right? Why didn't he stand up and say, Third Phase fake that? I talked to the guy who faked it. That's a fake video. Why are they posting fake videos? No, he kept his mouth shut about it. He didn't say anything. And then it gets better. Then when I start going after Third Phase for faking things, he starts, saying my wife is a whore or a slut or a dancer hooker with fake tits. He says I'm a pedo, or I may be a pedo because I have pedo friends. No evidence of any of this. He's just making shit up. He's making fun of my children, claiming I'm begging for super chats for a gift I'd already bought a month before I ever even mentioned that gift. He is making fun of my dead father, making fun of my paralyzed eye, and the whole time he knew I was right. That's why he did those things.
Gotcha, bitch.
Dispatch Flora.
Hi there. I'm calling because my smoke alarm is beeping loudly every 30 seconds, and it's in an inaccessibly high location. It's driving me crazy. I've usually had the fire department come out when these things happen and get the batteries changed, and I wasn't able to find anybody who'd answer the phone until I called this number. So thank you for answering.
Okay. So in the past, what have you done?
So I have a smoke alarm that's beeping every 30 seconds.
Yes.
It makes you want to kill yourself.
And in the past, what have you done?
What I've done is called the fire department, and they come, and we use a ladder, and they crawl all the way up there with me spotting them so that it's safe.
Okay.
They can change the battery.
What is your address? Okay, one moment.
Thank you.
What's your phone number? And your name?
David, and I do have a gate code they should probably have, too.
Go ahead with that.
The second gate might be open, might be closed, and that's...
Okay, I will let them know.
Is somebody going to be coming here?
I will tone them out. This isn't something we usually tone out the fire department for, so...
Well, I have no other way to fix it, and it is a very, very intense, bad situation with how noisy it is and how frequent it's beeping. I can't even live in my house like this. So it is very serious.
Okay, yeah. When people usually call with these, we ask that they call like a handyman or someone else who might have a ladder.
Well, this is the third time I've called the fire department. You guys never had any issue with it before or told me that it was a problem. It's the first time anybody's given me pushback.
Okay, all right, I'll tone them out.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
She was great.
She was the best. And you know what? I think her death is weird. You know, I mean, like she.
Welcome to Conspiracy of Joan Rivers' death. Exclusive. Right, wait, shut up, Terry. Wait, shut up, wait. We gotta do this.
We need clips. We got to do this right. Okay. All right. Let's get ready to tell this Joan Rivers death conspiracy. Are you ready? All right.
Yes.
Here we go. All right. Now everybody shut
Story
shut
time,
up.
everyone.
Everybody shut up. All right. Everybody shut up. Everybody shut up. We're going to do it. We need clips. We're going to do it. Here we go. Greetings and salutations, friends. Tonight on Truthseekers, we have a worldwide exclusive story. Only we have this story. There apparently was a conspiracy behind the death of beloved comedian Joan Rivers. And bringing us the exclusive story right here on Truthseekers is Terry Joyce from the Not My Rabbit Hole show. Welcome, Terry Joyce.
Thank you very much. And I just want to give my gratitude to the late Joan Rivers. Yes, I think she was taken out. All right. For one thing, they didn't even do a tribute to her at the Oscars when she died that year. It was like, oh, Joan Rivers, like she was on the red carpet for many years going, what are you wearing? And all that kind of stuff. Joan Rivers. Here's the deal. Joan Rivers came out of this. You guys know this. She came out of a limo, and this guy, and apparently it was a wedding, and the guy said, "Oh, would it be great if we had a president that was gay?" And she turned to him, and it didn't look like a joke to me. She turned to me, she goes, "Oh, honey, we already have a gay president." And then the guy says, "Excuse me, what?" And she goes, and she looks around, and she goes, "Oh yeah, Michelle is a tranny." Everybody knows. Everybody knows. And she walked on. And after that, she was freaking dead because she was having she was just getting some. Like
easy operation.
A day thing. She went in to go
remember this.
Right.
Non-life-threatening.
Minor thing, something with their throat was supposed to be in and out the room. It was like a walk-in, day hospital thing. Somebody else came in there, said we got to do something else, and then she was dead after that. Come on, it's just not normal. I'm hearing my feedback, actually. That's what I think. My gut instinct is if she did something wrong, she said something wrong, she wouldn't apologize. Joan didn't apologize for things. She goes, "I'm not going to apologize." And they go, "Oh, Joan, apologize for your joke, Joan. Apologize for it." Well, you know what? She says, "I'm not going to apologize. As a comedian, I do respect that, but I'm not sure it's worth dying for. But no, whatever she did, whatever she said, maybe it was an accident. Maybe, there was no foul play in her death at all. All right.
One in a trillion chance.
But they totally dogged her. They totally, it's like Joan Rivers. Oh yeah. She doesn't get the praise that everybody else does. And oh, by the way, R.I.P. Sidney Poitier, because he died.
Oh yeah.
Oh, wow.
She didn't just get canceled. She got canceled.
Yeah.
Terry, have you seen Maybe she knew something.
So, my friends, in another exclusive Truth Seeker story, brought to you exclusively here on Truth Seekers, we bring you the amazing story of the conspiracy of the death of comedian Joan Rivers. Was it really a natural death or something more? What do you think? Let us know in the comments what you think about this exclusive, astounding Truth Seeker story. Thanks, friends.
Cut. Print.
There we go. We got a nice clip. Yes. Thank you all. Thank you all for helping me to produce a nice clip. From now on, every one of you panel members are slave mule, and you all better bring a clip or you ain't on the panel, you bunch of spongers. Bless you.
I mean, this is a weird phenomena where even myself, I have to be careful how I speak and use the right verbiage. And sometimes my emotions get the best of me and I just blurt out shit. I can debunk everything. And I'm going to give you an example of that because 2 nights ago, Third Phase of Moon was on Alien Scientist show. And Truthseekers was swearing at them, calling them all sorts of shit, talking about how Greer's this and they're that, and all they do is hoax stuff, hoax things, and I'm like, whoa, man, this guy doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. He's just blurting out stuff because he's mad. And when I saw Stephen Cambian do that, I said, I do that. I can't do that anymore because I was wrong. And I could be wrong about Christo. I don't think I am, but I'm not saying I'm 100% right. I just feel like this guy wants to believe so badly. Look, let me tell you something. I've got 400 tapes. I could pull out 100 things right now that aren't UFOs, and you would think those are the best UFOs you've seen. I could fool this whole entire place. I could fool the whole community. I could be Christopher Bledsoe, Dr. Greer, and whoever else you want to throw in there. Christo, for that matter. I don't know. You know what I mean? So I think what some of these people do, and I don't know about Christo, but they know what they're videotaping. They know what they're seeing. They just showed you the best part of it where you can't debunk it. That's what I feel's going on with Christo. But like I said, I'm going to give the guy a fair shot again. I'm going to look at the videos, the movies he has up, and I'm going to give a real good review. I'm going to give an honest review. Because I don't want to be that guy anymore, man, where I just blurt out shit just because I feel that I'm right. Because I saw Cambian do it, and it looked awful. It's not a good look. I think I'm better than just blurting shit out. But I think for the most part, I do explain in detail why I say what I say about certain people and things. I think I do a pretty good job at it. But I make mistakes, like I said. I don't want you to get into this field thinking you're recording UFOs, orbs, or any paranormal stuff. I don't want you to think that the ETs are contacting you, or demons, or angels, or anything else without doing real research. And a lot of people they don't want to do the research. It is Monday. And I did almost a 3-hour show yesterday. And we were looking at some fighting that was going on in the community. And then Third Phase of Moon went over to Alien Scientist show, and they were getting talked to very, very mean, like by Stephen Cambian and Solar Marshall. And they, Stephen Cambian was going, "You guys are assholes, you're putting up shit," and da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, it was interesting. But I never played the end of it, but I was gonna play a little more of it today, only because I've got nothing. My Twitter account was suspended all day, so I couldn't grab what's going on in the world. What happened on Alien Scientist show was Third Phase of Moon was being called, "All you guys do is hoax shit. Every video is from the same camera," which it isn't. And I said in my show yesterday that Third Phase has never been caught hoaxing a video. So Stephen Cambian said today, he sent me, let me see if I can still read it. Let me see if it's still up. If I can read it in my, the mail, the message I got in my email from Stephen. And it says, "How much do they pay you every month? There are debunks showing so many of the videos were taken over their home state with the same camera. No, there aren't. There aren't. There is also a debunk where they claimed they were in the Philippines to cover a story. They never left Hawaii. You said they never intentionally hoaxed. First of all, I said they never intentionally hoaxed anything that I know of, and they came out and told that story. They didn't hoax the sighting. They were talked into switching the story to the Philippines for some reason, and it was taken in Hawaii. They've admitted to that. But the message to you, Cambian, I'm going to get that down. I'm going to get that laugh. The thing I say is, you tried debunking their video from, the other night, last week, the 4 videos from Hawaii, and it didn't look anything like it. Space debris coming in. It looked nothing like it. Yeah, there were dots and, many dots in the sky, but it had no trails, no little exploding, meteorites or meteors. None of that was going on with this object. And the physicist who was on Alien Scientist said it was one object. And Third Phase of Moon is friends with a physicist who's on our panel, said it's one object. It's not space debris. And also, I also said, if you can find anything in the last 5 years, because since they came out and changed their ways and said, look, we made mistakes, we've owned up to it, we don't want to be that anymore. It was a rodeo, it was like the Wild West back when YouTube first came out. You can do anything, no repercussions, nobody cared. And they took advantage of that. They grew the channel, and, it is what it is now. The last 5 years, I've been a part of it for just about 3. If there were any hoaxes by them, I wouldn't be able to associate with them, at least business-wise. And they don't pay me, okay? Third Phase of Moon doesn't pay me. If I do work for them, like maybe edit some episodes or do something on Third Phase UFO Report, I get the money from the ads that come in, that generated from the views. That's it. But that's what I get if I help make a 20-minute video, 30-minute video, whatever. I mean, they're not paying me to say anything on their behalf. They never, ever, ever once said, can you please say something to your people and let them know that we're nice guys? I mean, how dumb is that to even say? It's just silly debunking logic. If you're going to be a debunker, you better be right. That's all I have to say. And, it is what it is now. The last 5 years, I've been a part of it for just about 3. If there were any hoaxes by them, I wouldn't be able to associate with them, at least business-wise. If there were any hoaxes by them, I wouldn't be able to associate with them, at least business-wise.
Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing? It looks like the TR-3B or some kind of triangular craft just hovering in the sky, and people on the ground have no idea what it is. And what's crazy about this, it's just not from one person. If it were from one person, I would speculate that this could be some kind of massive hoax. But when we have multiple eyewitnesses capturing this object,
those multiple eyewitnesses is only me, of course. I would also like to underline, no one from Third Phase of Moon have contacted me. They just lie. By the way, the TR-3B is supposed to be a super secret project of the United States, a secret anti-gravity weapon. This aircraft is set to reach lunar orbit in less than 1 hour. That's some of the biggest bullshits I have ever heard. I repeat, my original video had an explanation. The only mystery is created by the third phase of moon cheaters. Let's see what they created from a simple phone shot with the navigation on.
That's amazing. People were sharing their GPS locations of where this was shot, even captured in infrared. Again, multiple sources captured within the past 24 hours. Czech Republic, what the heck is going on? Look at this.
Has anyone seen the GPS coordinates? I haven't. But video thieves and mystery makers work as a team. After a while, the first expert is joined by the second with his assessment.
Damn, this is pretty good footage right here. Look at what we're looking at, this infrared nighttime vision footage, and then we have this scope, this triangular craft that's emitting lights.
Of course it is pretty good footage, but am I worthy of praise from the third phase of Moon Channel? Look out, another brilliant idea is coming.
Could this be the new breakthrough of the massive UFO sightings that everybody's been waiting for? Well, I'm sure we're going to find out more about what this mysterious object, this triangular craft, is.
The only breakthrough is the method of creating fake mysteries that third phase of Moon has shown. I'm not a fan of liars and mystery makers. When I started getting requests for permission to take over the video in Spanish, I realized I needed to take an action. So I added English subtitles to my original video and reported it as stolen. The response I got was very angry reaction from fans of the lying channel.
Some people might just dismiss this as too good to be true, and I would have to say possibly, but as we're looking at it again from multiple eyewitnesses, let's not forget about that.
Yeah, there are indeed many witnesses. I was there on Tuesday and Wednesday.
And what is the size? I'm saying the size of a house, or maybe much larger. It's hard telling, but I bet what we're going to see in the near future is a ton more of footage that's going to be dropping from the Czech Republic.
That sounds like an order, guys. But you could steal a little more from my original video, an explanation. A person who even doesn't understand a word could understand this.
Zdá se, že UFON o mě neví. Svítí si do dálky a osvětluje dokonce sousední stromy. Když přijdu blíž, zjišťuju, že UFOni fungují na 12 voltů.
So even the author of Third Phase of Moon channel could understand, if he wanted to.
I'm just speculating here, but looking at this thing, it's one of the most clearest shots of a triangular shaped craft that I've ever seen.
Well, I did my best. We don't produce scrap in Czech Republic, so when we film UFOs, we film them properly. And how did it turn out? I reported the video. I was expecting another video accusing me of conspiring with the US government, the secret services and the secret societies. It didn't take more than a few hours.
We wanted to go over what happened last night in regards to the video that we uploaded and shared to the world in regards to what was going on in the Czech Republic. Some kind of triangular shaped craft was spotted, and we received some information from the person, the original uploader, and we're in right now some communications.
And this communication is so secret, even I don't know about that.
And right now the original uploader says he's got some information, but right now keep it on the down low. So that's why we removed it. He asked us to remove it, which is pretty cool. He gave us a heads up, so that's good. But again, we're in communication. Hopefully we could bring you the exact news of what happened in the Czech Republic.
I admit these guys have it well thought out. They know exactly that they are stealing and creating a hoax, and when I try to stop them, they create another hoax. There is nothing but money in it. These liars and fraudsters don't care about anything other than money from gullible subscribers. Let's look at it in the light of the day. This is exactly that. And let me express, the channel Third Phase of Moon does not have any permission to use this footage. So let me react.
And, you know, it is what it is now. The last 5 years, I've been a part of it for just about 3. If there were any hoaxes by them, I wouldn't be able to associate with them, at least business-wise. If there were any hoaxes by them, I wouldn't be able to associate with them, at least business-wise. And they don't pay me.
Sheriff's Office. Because I got swatted by our dear friend Steven.
Do you realize as you're lying on a public live stream about being swatted that there's records that are going to prove that never happened?
But again, I don't hate Steven. It just kind of amazes me that since 2018 that he just won't stop. He's just so mad at me and he's so disrespectful and he's always making up these lies that are very easily disproven. And he's got a show on YouTube and he does 2.5 hours a week, sometimes more than once a week, just to hate me. And he's also out there attacking like Dr. Stephen Greer. He's really gone after Luis Elizondo. I mean, I think Luis Elizondo's cool, you know?
How dare you make these false accusations against me that are so easily provable? How dare you claim you're getting me arrested or you're suing me because I'm doing all these things?
I said, look, I know who this is. It's this guy, Steven. I've got an enormous amount of evidence. Let me send you the evidence, just a little bit, because we're going to have to sue him anyway. We're already working on that. He can't stop. He creates 40 identities a week, blah, blah, blah. We've been dealing with this for like 10 years. It's actually more like 7 years, as much as I can trace. He emailed the animal welfare to try to get me swatted.
He claims I took full credit for the swatting attack with 4 new aliases. No, I didn't. But we know who did, and we're going to show you, and that is a completely and totally false claim.
I mean, it's almost like he wants to be arrested, he wants to be sued, he wants to be in jail. I don't know why you'd want to mess with your life like this. I mean, to hate somebody this much, to try to get, to try to get me hurt, to try to get my dog hurt, it's really wild. And I kept thinking maybe he'll go away, maybe he'll stop, but he just won't. Put together for you guys. Why the hell not? Does Galea need to wear sunglasses? He probably should.
Spooky says, I was working with a filmmaker who knocked on your door to ask for an interview. It was filmed. You then called Jim Martin at 1091 and threatened calling law enforcement.
Me here at Truthseekers challenge UFO Jesus to find us one investor that will show us proof that they got their money back or made a single penny.
This is who he is, and the evidence shows that he's openly and proudly satanic. Now, there's nothing intrinsically wrong with that. It's an accurate character portrait of the man who's been making all these accusations against me. Now you're going to get to learn who he is. This is what he's proud of. This is what he wants to be. This is what he's saying. And this is the stuff that's going in the lawsuit. Just like my troll, wants to come after me with swatting. It's the same kind of thing. They are going to get really mad at you. They're going to threaten you. They don't want to publish your paper.
Area 503 says, I don't care, talk here. To be honest, I really don't want to, but I will. Unless you want to come on and talk to me about it in front of everybody. All right, I'll tell you. As nicely as I can. You disappeared for a while from MUFON. You weren't even around. You weren't messaging. Nothing. Then we see you on Cambian's show talking about your documentary and Lou Elizondo. I didn't even watch the show, didn't give a fuck. Because now Third Phase of Moon watched it, everybody else did. I did not watch even that part of it because I'm like, why didn't you even contact us? I mean, we're the ones who really initiated this narrative that you glommed onto over the course of us talking about it and made videos and stuff about Lou. And then you don't even ask me if I can showcase your video. No message, nothing. And you go over to Cambian's show, which, by the way, I introduced Cambian to MUFON, and if it wasn't for me doing that, he would have far less numbers than he does. Far less. I'm talking 30 to 40% less. He can laugh all he wants, but when you see when he's not attacking anybody, his numbers are half of what we have here at MUFON. So, you're welcome. Acknowledgement. But that's why I'm a little pissed. We spoke on, you want to know when we spoke on Twitter last? I'll let you know. I'll let you know when we spoke last. It was last year. And it was November 13th. That was the last time. Sorry, 14th. So, didn't even care to say, hi, can I do that? I mean, wouldn't you want to do that here? Since we agree that Lou Elizondo is a bullshitter? Is on a script? He's doing what he's told by the government? Dude. Yeah, your Twitter's broke. You never messaged me after 11:14. And then you messaged me yesterday and I didn't respond because I wasn't going to. And then I talked to somebody 2 days ago, and then you messaged me after I talked to that person who probably reached out to you and said, hey man, is there anything going on between you and Rich? Because he's upset you didn't message him about this, that, and the other thing. And then you message me. I don't find that a coincidence. Oh my God. Dude, that's not drama. It's the truth. You see what I mean, people? I bring something up that's a fact that he didn't message me about showing his little documentary, showing that. Get the fuck out of here. That's why I wasn't going to talk about it here. That's what they do. They run when they're caught in a lie. Coming in here acting like you get... I didn't message you! Because you said, hey, look, if I had a documentary, I would message my friends, all of them. You didn't even message me. I messaged you last. Yeah, you are such a liar, dude. I've got the proof right here. The point is, you had something to show the world, and you go to Cambian, and look, that's fine. I don't care you went there, but you didn't even ask. Not even a day later, a week later, hey, I was just on Cambian's show. Just want to let you know I'm advertising my documentary, wondering if you could have me on, or just, you didn't even do that. Get all mad. turn it and twist it on me, that's fine. That's fine. He's doing fine without you. Off you go. Toodaloo. Bye-bye. See, this is why I said, all right, I don't want to talk about it. And he's like, go ahead, let's talk about it. What did I do wrong right there? I don't understand. Maybe I don't know how to talk to people. Maybe I don't know how to talk to society. I mean, it's ridiculous. You have a documentary that you want to get out to the world, and you don't even contact your friends that have supported you and have shown your videos and have had you on. But since Truthseekers and I in Third Phase of Moon had our little disagreement in S4, seems like you found a way to find another avenue to go down. Go ahead, go. You know, Cambian's great. I like the guy. I have nothing against him. But if it wasn't for this show, his show would have far less viewers, because I see a lot of people going there from this chat room who were never there before that go there now. What can I say? I'm the liar. I'm the bad guy. That's it. That's okay. I'll be the bad guy. I'm the UFO bully. You had a chance to reach out and showcase your documentary to far more people, even Third Phase of Moon, who has 800,000, 900,000 subscribers. Well, 800,000 subscribers. You didn't contact them either. Gee, that's weird. Why you didn't contact us, that's on you. That's all I'm saying. I'm not reading the chat room. I'm not interested in an argument. You wanted me to bring it up, I brought it up. And now you're going to try to make me look bad. Nope, you're the one who looks bad, my ex-friend. You're the one who looks bad. And I don't appreciate the person that I confided in reaching out to Area 503. I know who you are, and I'm violently pissed at you because it's not the first time. And I don't care if I lose all my friends tonight. That's the way it is. That's the way it is. Fine. No, I mean, I care. I'm talking about people who are talking bullshit behind my back. I know who you are. I know you're doing it. And I still don't even confront you about it. But those days are over. Those days are over. Well, that just took a whole turn for the odd, didn't it? I mean, what am I supposed to do? You know, you confide in people in this community. And you have to say, don't tell anybody this. You have to say it. Even though it doesn't matter, they're still going to tell them. And I only confided in one person. Maybe two, but I know one of them wouldn't do it. So I know who it is. And that bothers me. That bothers me. Because there's no way it's a coincidence. I confide in this person, and the next day, Area 503 is reaching out saying, hey man, long time no hear. Like everything's okay. He says, yesterday, hey, reach out to me. I want to talk about you coming on your show and talking about all of Lou and crap I'm planning to drop next week. And I've got some funny ass Fessler drama. Two months later. See, when you didn't message us, me, or I'm not talking for third phase, but it's just weird that you wouldn't want to go on the biggest UFO channel to promote your whatever. But you go on the channel that we just had heat with, which to me is you saying, screw you. So.
Next to the CIA director, Woolsey and all that stuff. It pissed Woolsey off so bad that he had put a note out about it. But Stephen Greer is an absolute name dropper, and he doesn't.
Did you hear the latest documentary? He claimed that he was in an airport flying to a secret underground base, and there Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top met him and knew that he was going on a secret mission to an underground base.
Come on, man.
I'm still trying to get an on the record statement from him.
So
Let's just say
so
that's
you're
bullshit.
dismissing it. You didn't get it on the record yet.
That's great.
No, not yet.
But
I'm
you were
working
claiming
on it.
that you're saying it's hilarious about what Billy has to say, but you.
That's one of the cousins.
Oh, I'm going to drop it. I'll drop it for you. Oh, you'll get it. Don't worry.
Drop it. I want to hear it. We want to know. What is it? What did he say?
Why don't you get Billy Gibbons on camera telling him backing up Stephen Greer's fake story, you fraudster?
It's fake story, just like all those fake fucking videos you guys put out for years.
Yeah, 5 years of putting out fake videos, all with the same camera. You said
Did you
he
see
would
last
send
night's
those
video?
to you.
These guys
Did
have
you
put
see
out
last
tons
night's
of
video?
fake bullshit.
So-
Just have to have the truth now, buddy.
So, did you see last night's video?
I don't pay any attention to your stuff, dude.
So you're blind then?
No, I'm not blind. I can see right now.
Yeah,
Apparently you're not
if you
watching
shit on me,
evidence.
if you shit on me 800 times, but then you're nice to me once, it doesn't change the fact that you shit on me.
I'm just asking a simple question. I'm not attacking. I'm just saying, hey, look, what did Billy have to say? That's all. I'm not saying
I'm putting it on a show, and I'm not going to drop it here for you. You're the one that made a documentary, you dumbass, saying that some guy went on a secret mission with a guy from ZZ Top. It was your responsibility to check into it, you dumbass.
I didn't say that. That was Dr. Greer. It came out of his mouth.
You didn't fact check him. You made the documentary.
So we're supposed to
and then
fact
Rich
check
from GoofOn backed you up. Well, Stephen Greer wouldn't have done the documentary if they fact checked everything he said. So I guess you just make videos with liars because you don't want to fact check anybody.
I thought
He said he went on a secret mission with Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top, you asshole. And you put it in a documentary and you didn't check with Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top. I got to do that for you? I'm sorry, I won't curse anymore.
I think we need to do a mashup of the.
How much money did you make from that documentary? You couldn't check with Billy Gibbons' people if he went on a secret mission?
Yeah, they don't have.
I don't got Billy's phone number.
Neither do I. Celebrities are hard people to get to.
Whoa, really? Okay. So there you go. So Greer said it. Greer versus Billy. It's up to Billy to make a statement. We're just there filming, and they're
Again with the
stating his statements.
we're going to videos from the public. We don't know if they're fake or not.
Did you watch last night's video, Stephen?
Okay.
No, I don't watch. You guys watch it.
You did wait. So you got one good
Did you
video
watch last night's video, Stephen?
frauds, and you want me to like?
Because you got to watch last night's video. LOL.
I think Rich played it on his show. You're talking about the guy with the gun scope?
No. The mass sighting over Hawaii.
Oh, yeah, that's like
There's another video over Hawaii.
Four different camera angles.
Yeah, look at it. It looks just like space debris dropping out of the air. I'm sure China or somebody will admit they had a satellite that deorbited sooner or later. I swear that footage looks exactly like.
I'm not exactly sure. We had physicists look at that.
Pretty sure. Yeah, I'm sure you did have physicists look at it. Doesn't matter.
Bring it up.
I'm a physicist.
Yeah, take a look at it, Eric. Let me know if this is space.
I
mean,
let me look at it.
I'll
tell
you
what's up.
Let's not take
squadron of 10,000
let's not take assumptions. We're
got
spinning.
two physicists.
We're not
here.
saying it's alien spacecraft either.
You're the king of cop-outs. You know that, guys? You're the king of cop-outs. And by the way, what about that video you stole off that guy recently? I got the video on that. I'm going to do a show on it next week. You stole a video from somebody without permission, and it was a light on a tree. But you hyped it up like it was aliens. That's what you do. It's one of garbage.
Really?
I don't know. 10,000 videos. You don't get
here
it.
it is.
Keep forwarding it a little bit, Jeremy. Go to a different. Keep forwarding it. Go to the fourth video. Keep going a little bit. It gets clear. There's a better shot.
Orbiting.
There. Yeah. There you go. So this is space debris.
No, that's a physical object in the sky. It could be. I mean, who knows what it is, right?
Well, of course, that's what
Wait a minute. I wanted to ask him a question. This though, I thought you stated that this one of them was from a different time, though, wasn't it? Or was this?
No, this has all happened the same day, same
Did
time.
you show another video?
Didn't
you show another video from a different night though on a serious day?
Nope. It's all the same night.
All the same night, and it's from it's all from Hawaii. Okay.
Yes, from Oahu, Kaneohe, all the people. You know, it's our state, so we have a lot of connections, multiple sources.
Yeah. Are you saying that's definitely aliens?
I never said it was aliens.
No, he does the cop-out. He does the Cosmic Con shuffle.
If you
does say, well, it can't be this.
Well, can you tell me what it is, Stephen? We're
I'll
just
tell you what, anything. It's lights in the sky.
But it's a different.
I mean,
I'll show you what it's all.
I have some drones that look pretty cool.
Jeremy, show this from the European Space Agency. That video I just posted in the private chat. Show that. Looks an awful lot like that. Different height. But
so you're arguing against
debris. It's a lot of debris. It's far too close together. Why would something fly that close together? I don't know.
Don't ask me.
To me, it just looks like debris breaking up. And
I don't know what it is.
So there was a Russian satellite that deorbited.
Does it look like that? Good. That's fine.
Just hold on. Wait till it. Wait.
Oh, there we go.
That's not our video. This is space debris.
I didn't say it was your video, but hold on a minute. You'll see.
Now you see. Yeah, you saw for a second there with the different.
We're just using this for comparison.
Right? Yeah.
It's a great comparison. 100%. Good job on the comparison. Great job.
They call this, ufology. I call it aerospace intelligence.
You wanted to see something that looked like. Now it's starting to really look like it, but you can see that's much more in focus and it's much closer. What you'd filmed.
And your video is much further away.
Yeah, exactly. His video's further away. It's filmed on his cell phone.
It's not further away.
Well,
and it doesn't look anything like this. You have to admit it.
It looks very similar to me. If you take the zoom that this had and the clarity, this one has zoom and clarity.
Yeah, that thing looks
garbage video.
Why are we arguing about this? You guys wanted like saying space debris, but I don't think
because you can't stand it. Excuse for what you're showing, dude.
It's just interesting. You got 4 different angles of this thing. It seems like the lights are consistent.
When you find out it was a Russian satellite, it's going to drive you nuts, right?
Yeah. Some guy that stole from his own cancer benefit found a pin, and that's a big story to you guys.
Look at how those lights in this video are breaking.
That's the first one I found. There's ones that look much more like yours on here now, and I'm looking more.
These lights are very sporadic. They're not consistent like what we're looking at over in Hawaii. Not even close.
Oh, dude, you gotta understand this thing. It takes a long period of time. We're just looking at a few seconds of it. If you keep looking and looking,
there's 4 different angles. Some last longer than others. We'll take what we could get. You're killing the messenger. What's wrong here?
Dude, what is it then? What are you showing us? What is it? What do you think it is? I want to hear your.
No, he won't say what it is.
He won't.
Yeah, I mean, they're interesting lights in the sky, worthy of further study, right?
Just listen to what we say.
It's like we need more.
I don't see the trails on it. It looks very
to
similar, but I don't see like the trails on.
No, and that's because
I agree.
it has not. It's not been up long enough. You have to keep looking. It depends on where it's coming back into the earth at also, man. There's tons of these videos, bro. I've seen that same type of video before.
They don't look anything alike, Solar. I'm sorry.
Do you remember the one where they had filmed it and then it was squid at that one time?
It
That
might
film
if yours
from
had the
above.
same zoom and
Remember
clarity
when
that
it's
this
filmed
one
from
he
above?
has.
There's all kinds of stuff that can happen. It's very strange. The atmosphere is very strange.
Isn't it cool video though? 4 different sources, people shocked on the ground catching it, and they're
Why
saying
do you guys ever do the work before you put the video?
Hold on a sec. Wait, we've
video.
interviewed thousands of eyewitnesses. We have video testimonies along with their videos.
Oh, Michael Schratt.
Thousands of
Oh, my
original
God.
links. I don't know what you're talking about doing the homework. What do you want us to do? To fly to every
I don't know, Joey. Aren't you guys filmmakers? You couldn't enhance that footage. You couldn't zoom in or try to enhance it to get more clarity. You just put it out like this. Like
we enhanced it. We actually add
footage?
brightness, contrast. We slow it down. This is our enhancement of the government footage that the government couldn't even enhance themselves, and we do a better job at it. We're enhancing the footage as best as we can. We're
that
confirming
thing
the
there,
sources.
man! I can't even believe they even showed that damn. I'm sorry, that thing is just not worth it.
Of course they should.
The video
Yeah.
you showed last night's much better, but it's way too
Thank
much.
you.
Too much
Thank you.
traffic
And
going
we
on.
have thousands of those videos that are much better than what we've got presented over the
Brett
years.
Blake,
But
show 'em. I've seen some of your videos, man. Some of
As
your
much
videos are
trash
pretty
as you
damn
talk
good,
about
yeah.
third phase guys, they had better videos than the Pentagon show.
Yes, they did. Absolutely, they did, man. Yeah.
hundreds and thousands of videos with connections and the sources.
What's
from the
ridiculous
people.
is that anybody thinks that the Pentagon's going to show us anything we don't know. And the only videos they must have are stuff that's hidden in their vault. They need to show us that.
Can I ask Stephen?
They do a better job than
Stephen,
Corbell.
what language should we say? And what can you give me?
I just don't respect what you do because you shovel so much garbage, fake shit into the conversation.
We don't.
5 years you put out videos claiming people were sending them to you. People have proven they were all taken from the same camera. Always over Hawaii.
Brent,
What a coincidence. Come
you
on,
guys
man.
don't remember when you had the alien hanging under the bumper of the car, for God's sake.
Of course we did. We removed that a long time ago.
Come on,
Only
bro.
underneath
I
the
remember
car.
you guys
Why
had
does it matter if it's-
and you know what?
You
You
don't
guys
care if it's
made
fake
a
as
lot
long as
of
it's
money
money.
doing it. You guys made a lot of money doing it, but you also fooled a lot of people.
Yeah, good for you.
The
That's
reason
your
why
goal.
we're here collecting this evidence and what
Change.
you're watching right now.
The only reason Goofon has told me you guys have changed, and I've watched you guys. You have changed, but I still think you go back to the bullshit if you have to.
You know what?
You know,
That's
all
one
the
thing
control
that
is
Stephen-
all
Mr.
you
Stephen-
want, but hey, they got to 800,000 subscribers.
Well, yeah.
But if I just threw garbage out every week, I could probably do that too if I didn't do any
Right.
work. Just put it out.
Yeah, right, Stephen. You know, out of all of the wells in that are out there, the ufology well has been poisoned the most. So,
Well, here's
you
one
know,
of the
it's like you need
poisoners.
extreme
What do you call-
filters to like even make any sense of it.
So as Jeremy stated,
don't
we
see
have
the
better
value.
evidence than the Pentagon has submitted, and we have thousands of these videos, and we're calling out the thing that's happening in social media where they're the ones that are really guilty because they're doing it on a major, massive scale, and they're showing Jeremy Corbell's video that we've debunked years ago that this was Boca
Oh,
effect.
he's a
Finally,
joke. You
finally
guys
that's been
his
stated.
stuff murky garbage, yeah, right? His stuff's garbage, Jeremy Corbell. Absolutely.
Hey,
Thank you.
and also the major media is putting up this garbage over and over again, and we called it out and we caught him on it.
It's done on
Hey,
purpose.
there's
Jeremy
things that have
Corbell.
changed over the years at Third Phase Moon. When we see any indication of CGI, we throw it in the trash, and we'll call it out if it gets too big on the internet, just to debunk it because somebody has to do it with the big.
Well, let me ask you this, man. Let's say we find some bunk because you got a ton of people that watch your channel. If we find some straight up bunk and I contact you and I'll get a hold of Mike Schratt because he's one of my best friends and I say, Mike,
Michael Schratt.
can you put
Yeah.
will
You just
you
got
put
off
it
the
on
phone
it?
from 5 minutes ago.
I'll show you some bunk, dude. I'm serious about this. You guys can what you can do is you can come back into people's lives by saying, hey, look, we did make some mistakes years ago. We did what we did for production. We were trying to get our channel built up. We've changed our ways. We're actually debunking and truthing at this point. and maybe debunk some of this bull crap that's out there.
We have over and over and over again. You don't
But
watch
you won't debunk Stephen Greer
channel.
because that's a big paycheck.
No, I
for you.
haven't, guys. I'm not gonna lie. There's just so much on the internet these days, and I work 10 hours a day, bro. It's
Greer
hard.
is one of the most compelling guys in this field. Why
Compelling?
not?
You mean conconning? You mean? Come
Greer
on.
got me into this, man, back
Perfect.
in the Disclosure Project back in the day. So, you know, I can't, you know, it's something I disagree with this.
Exactly. Greer did get a lot of people involved in this, as well as Third Phase of Moon, into this topic. But Greer, as in the UFO Congress, or not the UFO Congress, the National Press Club, was groundbreaking. He had 400 people backing him up.
And he had a lot of fraudsters in that group.
I'm sure not every. Hey, this is a field that obviously some of our experts that we used to look up to have turned out not to be, and we know a lot of these guys, and they haven't changed. They're continuing to spread. At least, hey, like we've admitted, we've made mistakes. We're looking at this a lot more specifically in what kind of content we put out. And we've been conscious of this for a long time.
You keep saying that, but then you put out a documentary with Stephen Greer saying that an entire engineering firm got murdered over a free energy device in a certain state. Anybody can look at public records and see that it wasn't a mass murder of an entire company in that state. And you didn't do that. You just put that out. That's
It
what I'm
wasn't a
saying about
massive
shoveling
office
garbage.
shooting. It wasn't like an office shooting like you're claiming.
He said that all but one person in the entire company got murdered.
And you're acting like it's an office shooting, like somebody came in and murdered them all at the same time. That's what you're insinuating.
So now we get the you backpedal, and now we have an explanation.
Well, I don't know.
The explanation should have been in the documentary. You should have asked Stephen Greer what was the name of the company, looked it up, and found out if anybody from that company got murdered. You didn't. You just let him shovel garbage, fake information into the community. Because you filled your pockets with that Greer money. Good for you. If that's the goal that you have, congratulations. You make money very well shoveling garbage into the UFO community. And listen, I know we've talked on the phone, and I felt differently after we talked on the phone. Because I fell for we're trying to change. That was before the Greer documentary. Then I saw that garbage documentary and thought, no, you didn't change. Because if you changed, you wouldn't have put this garbage into the community. It was garbage. And I'll tell you this, it was extremely well filmed, great music, incredible editing, very artistic, but the information in it was garbage. All the information in it was
film is this, Steven?
This latest Greer documentary with them. I paid $15. You owe me $13 too. I paid $13 for that garbage. If I ever see you, I'm going to shake you. I'm going to turn you both upside down and shake you until I get my $13 back for that garbage film.
Is this it?
Yeah, that's it. Play the trailer. Go ahead and hit it.
Yeah, let's see it. What about letting us all watch it, cuz it's for free right now. If you are not.
Oh, you know, I don't know. I think
we went across the country. We flew up to Virginia.
Torrent that shit.
We worked.
I mean, if he's already made your money off it, let's play it for free right now.
No, that's how bad it is. It's not even
we
on
dropped the price on it.
I had to pay for it.
There's my boy, Michael Stratton.
If we can play it, you guys won't flag it.
No, of course not. We're not those games.
Oh, that would suck if you flagged it.
Oh, come on. We don't play games like that.
Turn it up, Chairman.
I played the trailer when I reviewed it on my channel. They didn't flag it. So
hold up.
Good for them.
Let me reshare this. Hold up so I can get the sound in there. Because I'm on above top secret. This is it. All right, you ready?
Roll it.
Roll it.
If the crash retrievals are true, then all bets are off.
Strat is back.
It's very hard for people to get their minds around where the real power is. And it's not at 1600 Pennsylvania. The reality is something much more stark.
They've been working on this for 60, 70, perhaps 80 years.
The reason why I'm talking is talking about these UFOs now.
Billy Carson, awesome.
Are these outfits a national security concern? They're proffering a narrative of a national security threat that doesn't exist. I call them alien reproduction vehicles. They're made by private corporations somewhere on this planet.
Technology from Roswell from 1947 has largely been held back from us.
Portal technology, teleportation, whatever you can imagine, it's already been done. The biggest secrets are not really pure energy and electrophysics. It's the science of consciousness. All their communication systems are moving through the consciousness field and are thought actuated. The people at the CIA call it WSFM, weird science and freaking magic. The transdimensional interstellar technology
sounds like ultra
will benefit humanity.
That has been tremendous disinformation.
The media is keeping secrets, whereas the government, these are lethal, vicious people. And I'm focused on exposing the extraordinary technologies that they want to keep secret. No aspect of life on Earth will be unaffected by it.
Stephen Greer.
Yeah, it took us about 4 months, traveled across the country twice to accomplish that. Different locations, Arizona, Virginia, and Los Angeles. And
I actually applaud, this is what I will say, I applaud their filmmaking and their production skills. But the fact that this is 2 hours of almost all repeated information that was in previous projects of Stephen Greer, and that the 2 big new pieces of information were that Stephen Greer went on a secret mission with Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top to an underground base where he saw limbs regrown, and that an entire engineering firm in a certain state, I can't recall, was murdered because they were pursuing the free energy technology. The fact that you didn't check those 2, you know, that's all I'm saying. Like, maybe you need somebody like me, and once you make a project, you bring in somebody at the end. If you had brought in somebody at the end of this thing that would say, you know, this may not be true or something, you know, tell the other side of it. And the other thing is, you've got 2 people here with very questionable pasts or claims of their pasts in the form of Billy Carson and John D'Souza. Did you know John D'Souza was a lawyer for the FBI? He didn't investigate anything paranormal. He sat at a desk working on warrants and things like that, FISA warrants for the FBI. He didn't investigate paranormal stuff. He puts himself out there as some FBI Fox Mulder guy because he former FBI. He was a lawyer. You know,
Billy Carson didn't make the Felon 5 either. He could have had his name with an asterisk.
Well, actually, you have to be very careful because Billy Carson is not technically a convicted felon. He pled guilty to a felony of fraud, and then he got a special deal with the judge that if he completed his
John D'Souza
probation,
won a
would
case
expund it.
against Comey himself in regards to trying to take his pension away, from what I'm aware of. And he won against Comey, the head of the FBI at the time, under the Obama administration.
That doesn't make him somebody that I should trust about UFOs and aliens, though.
Okay, but who should we talk to, Stephen?
I don't know. I do like Jim Goodall, and I do like Michael Stratt, and I think you should have given them more airtime in the video and less time to Stephen Storyteller Greer. You know, and look. Here's the thing too. I know that some people just lose their objectivity. You're hanging out with them, you're eating lunch with them, you're his buddy. You don't want to attack him for telling fairy tales, even if you didn't think when he was telling these stories that maybe this is bullshit and we should look into it before you just jammed it in the film. That's all I'm saying. I'm trying to be fair to you. I really am.
Well, it's fair enough, but it's true. And I wish we could investigate every single thing that people bring up, every single UFO.
Why don't you commit to this right now? The next documentary that you make, you let me come and be the skeptic and investigate the claims that people make. Why don't we do that? I'll do that with you. I don't want to work for you in any other capacity, though, because I feel like I use my objectivity.
Let me be the researcher. So
let me and Jeremy be the researchers, bro.
Yeah, we can all check. Oh no, that'd be a nightmare. Holy shit, we're gonna have facts and evidence in the next one? Shit.
We're in trouble.
But let's get back to Rich and his Doe Malone hoax. That's what I'm calling it, thanks to Andy from Unidentified S4, who created this wonderful graphic, Doe Malone. Apparently, Rich was Doe Malone and needed some material to talk about because he's too lazy to actually do research or to investigate anything or to, come out his mom's trailer in his backyard. So he hoaxed what I believe, and many people took one look at and believed to be a security dome camera, and claimed that it was the best UFO video, or excuse me, best UFO photo ever taken, or something like that. We're going to see tonight. So we'll put our fair use banner up. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public, and we're critiquing the videos that we are sharing. We're using this video to display in our presentation tonight how ridiculous Rich from GoofOn is, how willing he is to lie through his teeth to people. And then when he's caught, he lies more. It's beautiful. So this is transformative work. Lawyer letters are standing by. This is a short film that we are calling Dome Alone here. Here we go, friends.
Or stuff, but nothing that matches. I can show you another one here, what the cameras actually did look like that I captured. Yeah, I know. In 2000 and this is back in, that's a camera from 2005. That's what they look like. Sorry, it didn't prove me as a hoaxer.
So there we have it. One of the best UFO pictures ever taken. By the way, that's something called force perspective. And Rich, despite his many claims that us, negative Nellies here saying that that's a security camera, it's not a UFO in the sky. He says, well, we won't show you the original photo. Great. Show us the original photo. Show us the original photo of that in the middle of the sky. He can't and he won't because it is suspended from something, and he purposefully cropped or cut it out when he was taking the picture. Show us the original photo. And by the way, why would aliens from another star system come all the way to Earth and then fly upside down in front of Rich from MUFON and not fly right side up? They're flying upside down. He came out with all kinds of ridiculous explanations for why that was a real UFO and why we were all so wrong. And by the way, his first explanation was that those dome cameras did not exist in 2005. Yes, they did. Those cameras have been around since at least the early 90s. Do you know how I know that? Because I used to install security cameras like that in the early 90s. I think it was around 1992. I would install little cameras like that in local stores as crime was on the rise in Philadelphia. So I knew instantly what that was. So did most people, if you look at it. Show us that in the middle of the sky without the forced perspective that you are using to fake this, Rich. And if you can't, then it's fake. Or if you can't prove it's real and actually flying in the sky, it has no value. You mean to tell me that a big old UFO like that was flying around in the middle of the sky and nobody else took a picture? What date and time was it on? Can we get radar tapes? Do we have any other data points that we can examine to prove you're not lying? Of course we don't. We're just supposed to take his word for it that it's not suspended. And by the way, the truth is the truth. The truth does not keep changing. But in Rich's world, the truth keeps changing. His first truth and defense was those cameras didn't even exist in 2005. People started sending him overwhelming evidence that, yes, they did. Yes, they did. And then his explanation changes. Now there's 3 other craft in the picture, but I've examined his video. I've blown it up. You can't see 3 other craft in the middle of the sky. He's bluffing that, I believe, or show us give me the high resolution pictures. And I want to see an upside down flying UFO. There's the Evel Knievel of aliens doing upside down donuts in the sky right in front of Rich. And he takes a picture, but it just so happens to cut off right at the top of the UFO. So we can't see it in the middle of the sky. This is a hoax. This is a hoax. And he could say we don't have proof it's a hoax. Great, Rich. Prove that it's really in the middle of the sky. Release the original photos for photo analysis. I'll pay a photo analyst to look at it. Then we'll get some security experts to look at it and tell us whether they believe that that is a security camera or not. Then what are you going to do? Is the truth going to just keep changing and changing again? But back to the 20.
a very nasty fight to the death, take all your money, leave you for dead type of situation. And again, all of this is part of a consciousness hologram. So knowing yourself in the threefold discipline of personality we're discussing would also involve knowing where you are right now. You will do greater things than me. That doesn't even seem possible, does it? It's like, wow, how could that even be possible? But yet, that's what we're dealing with. All of us are here to reunify with cosmic consciousness, to go back to our oneness in the cosmos. When you start awakening and you figure out the whole thing's a hologram, and you have synchronicity, and you have telekinesis, and you're no longer worried about whether you're going to make it. Somebody said, what happened to the lighting? I don't know, you guys always get upset about all kinds of weird stuff. People get so sassy, they get so argumentative, they're so, like, wound up and screwed up and dysfunctional, right? And when somebody online is lighting me up with fire and saying, fuck, all this kind of stuff, like, whatever, okay, start to understand, yeah, okay, I figured it out. I figured it out. This is all consciousness, it's all mind, and I made this. I am that mind. I made this. I made the universe. Well, that's not really the way this works. Actually, it's like a cloud of horrible smelling, like poop. You're just this a-hole who thinks that your stuff doesn't stink. We're not really in our bodies, and you can connect with people's oneness on a deeper level. Basic idea here, and yes, this is a dimmer shot, so you're going to be sad because it's not as bright. I am sorry. I got stuff on my guitar. Come on, I lit it up for you. You see this light down here? Cut me a break, folks. And nowadays, the only thing that they're going to say, oh my God, you have a cult, you have a cult. That's why I've never done it, folks. That's why after all these years, you've never had a meditation group. You've never had a channeling group. You've never had a people come together and get to David. I mean, once in a while I do it at a conference, but even those are few and far between. And the one I just did, I wasn't able to show up in person because of the threats that we have. So here I am up in the mountains all by myself, and I've been here this way since last September completely alone. I needed this time off, and it may seem unfortunate to you that David isn't always there like a reliable clock week after week giving you amazing stuff to think about. And I'm sorry that I haven't been always there, but frankly, some very, very interesting stuff has been happening to me. I am experiencing telekinesis. I know that for a lot of people, they may find that impossible to believe. They may think it's hubris or hyperbolic that I'm saying this. It is not. I assure you, it is real. It is happening. And I think the most surprising thing for me is that if a voice is talking to you in your mind and moves something in front of you at the same time to prove that it is what it is, that's actually scary as hell. Okay, so the telekinesis stuff that's happening to me, I didn't think that I would have a problem with it. I didn't think that I would dislike telekinesis. In fact, one of the instances of telekinesis made me cry extensively. I just cried my head off. So, and I haven't even gotten to the main topic, and we're running out of time here. And I do need to do something that earns money this year. I can't just go moneyless. Something I'm going to get a lot more into in my next course, Ascension Philosophy, which I'm getting ready to start pretty soon. One of the things that I expect will happen is people being mean to me more than they have been. You know, they're not going to like this. They're going to be angry. They're going to be judgmental, and that part is going to happen. They don't like people. They don't want to be nice. They don't want to be loving, and they frankly don't care. There's all these different things going on. They're really scary. They affect you cognitively, and they affect you emotionally because it also causes a very real sense of panic, if you will. This time that you're living in right now is the time that you're going to have the old man stories. And they made up all kinds of stories, and I was there. In the beginning, I was right there. You're going to have old man stories, and they're going to be awesome. There's extraterrestrials here. They've crash landed. We got their technology, and they set the whole thing up not for the Earth to be destroyed, but for the Earth to be saved. I'm now very convinced that the big secret truth that underlies all the stuff I've been telling you all these years is that we are, in fact, not going to die. And that excites me greatly because I believed it for so long. that the only way to get rid of this entrenched evil on a particular third-dimensional world is to basically flush the toilet, start over, have the planet be wiped out, and those who learned what they were supposed to learn are rescued by benevolent ETs. When we get all the disclosure about Atlantis, we're going to be freaking amazed by all the stuff that's hidden under the ice down there. They've been studying since the 1950s. A mothership that's a mile long that you can sing to it and it changes shape. The structure of the object changes shape and it heals itself as the ice melts. So as the ice melts into water and there's a cracked part of the ship, the hull just knits itself right back together. It's very, very fascinating. And with the criteria I said earlier, including the movie about horses, something big is coming, folks, and I expect that it's coming very soon. It's as if the ultimate Santa Claus bounty, where he just said, frick it, I'm just going to empty the whole sleigh into your living room. I don't care about any of the other kids. I'm just going to do the whole frickin' big old Santa bag right in your living room. This concept that we are in trouble and that we need help and we're praying for help. Talk to the animals and do something besides freak out. Okay, because this is not a bad thing. And then as you become more of an adept, the telekinesis starts to happen, and they've even given it a new word. They call it, new term. They call it executive function. And apparently everyone who is ascending is having this double being forming. And what does this mean? This means that you're going to have a ghost that is you. It's yourself in the fourth density. You have your physical body, and you have an energy being that looks the same, but is activating as we move through this process. Now that I've really been studying this, it does still appear that at some point we will get rid of our third-dimensional body, but it's because the fourth-dimensional body that you bilocate into has become so full and so well-formed that you don't need the 3D body. You could create one if you want, but you don't need one. And so that process begins with your fourth dimensional ghost wanting to get your attention. It is you. It would look like you if you could see it. You won't see it. It's going to be invisible. And your ghost is going to try to get your attention by things like clock synchronicities, by things like the right people calling you at the right time. You just so happen to bump into somebody. All of these types of paranormal events, and then as it goes on, it will also turn into telekinesis, and that's what started to happen to me, which, as it turns out, is scary as hell. I don't like telekinesis, as it turns out. I thought I would. I really thought I wanted it. And then when I got it, it's like, whoa, this is just really crazy, because even with all of the things that happen to me, when objects start moving and it's clearly something that is not caused by you, you have no defenses left as a human being. You are done. You cannot ignore that that damn thing moved. You can't go back to the way you were. You cannot go back. You can't. That's what I've concluded. Very evil people are running the planet and want to kill you. Okay? And they're trying to do that, and they're aggressively pursuing this goal right now. And now the Earth is much like a tree in which the tree is ripening and the fruit has come to its fruition. Fruit, you see what I did there? Anyway, the things that I was forced to witness, the Draco's eating human beings, and Draco's eating my own body. Okay, one of the things I discovered, which is very weird, is that some of the technology they got in UFO Disclosure, they could literally chop your head off and then zip you right back together and bring you back to life like nothing even happened. So there are some sickos who had children get eaten alive and then resuscitate their body from the dead, and that's what apparently was done to me, among other things. That's it. I just want to kill people and drink blood and and rape and molest. That's my goal in life. And that's one of the main things I've had to deal with over the last few months.
I want you to transcend realities.
I should just explain. Sarah was so she was so up on proving her superpowers to me that she said, fine, if I'm not able to work on your chakras because you have a cursed ring that you have to destroy before my superpowers work, then you can send me somebody else that's going to have an open mind, and then I'll be able to prove my powers to them. And I went, okay, I'll send you somebody else that you can use your superpowers on. And I thought long and hard about what I was going to do about that. I have friends that are believers. I have friends that are total skeptics. And I have friends that are somewhere in between. She says, you haven't contacted me since. I have no messages or nothing from you. Well, Sarah, I can share the 10 times. I counted 10 times since the spring. I've asked you, I tried to schedule it. I've given you every opportunity to come on here, and you wouldn't. One time you said that you were deathly ill and couldn't even talk. And in the same day, not me, but somebody else pointed out that you were posting selfies on Twitter all day in full hair and makeup. So you were so sick, you couldn't walk, you couldn't talk, you couldn't do the interview, but you were posting glam shots of yourself all day. You know, that's a sad thing. And again, one thing I want to mention is that the purpose of this video is not to damage her reputation. It's not to slag her or anything. It's to get to the bottom of the proof. Is her superpowers real, or are they bullshit? That's my only intention here. Let's get back to the messages, because it gets on and on. I said, you told me you can diagnose and help people's illnesses. The person I sent to you, Sarah, was not sick. He was not terminally sick. He was not sick at all. And you had no idea. Shouldn't you have known he wasn't terminally ill with your superpowers and all? So just to be clear, I did send her somebody. And I told her that he was terminally ill with cancer. He and I are friends. He happens to be a magician, mentalist, and hypnotist. I wanted to send somebody like me that could really give her superpowers a real test. So I send in somebody named Cedric Taylor. You can look him up on YouTube. It's Urban Entity TV he runs, and he's a hypnotist. He and I talked. I explained that I think she's using hypnotic inductions and cold reading. He had one reading with her, and he came back and said, she's absolutely using hypnotic inductions. We're attempting to, and she's using cold reading like any other fake psychic that he's ever talked to or encountered. So the person that I sent to her, which I told her, let's be clear, I told her that he was terminally ill with cancer. And she said, oh, well, I'd be happy to help him with that. Okay. So she previously told me that she could diagnose people's illnesses by looking at their auras, even over the phone. Why, Sarah? Why didn't you know that the person I sent to you wasn't sick? Shouldn't you have been able to tell that when you looked at his aura, you fraud, you con artist? Shouldn't you have been able to tell that? But no, you didn't tell that. You couldn't tell that. And you acted like he was going to die any day now. I have his notes here about how those readings went, right? She comes back to me and says, I worked on his aura, which was really bad, and he said he felt better. He felt the work. So basically you're saying you have him lie to me. Yeah, he did lie to you. He played along. This was a test. This was a test of Sarah R. Adams' superpowers. A test that Sarah R. Adams failed miserably. and was attempting to keep up my part of the deal. You were to send an unbiased person to get the results that way. I made my friend Cedric Taylor promise me that he would be fair and give you, enough rope to hang you. I mean, we talked honestly. I said to him, I know that you're familiar with these cold reading techniques and these hypnotic techniques. You're a hypnotist. I just want you to verify for me if she's using hypnotic induction techniques and cold reading, or if you actually feel anything. If you think her powers are real, come back to me and we'll talk about it. And he came back to me and said, fraud like all the rest. There's nothing special about her, except he agreed with me that it's quite rare that a fake psychic will take the time to actually learn hypnotic induction techniques. He agrees with me and my assessment of your fake superpowers. So I say, I sent you someone familiar with fake psychic techniques, and you used fake psychic techniques just as I knew you would. Cold reading is not superpowers, Sarah. She says, and I told you when I talked, I told him anything. I suggested if he was sick, he could look into alternative healing therapies. And I told him, I don't heal people. I work on clearing emotions and energy. You're an intuitive healer. That's the title you gave yourself. Now you're saying that you don't heal people? You work on clearing emotions and energy? Your title is intuitive psychic healer, Sarah Adams. You're backpedaling now because you know that you just got punked bad. I sent a hypnotist to you, a mentalist that is familiar with fake psychic techniques, and he nailed you and said, yeah, Steve, I agree with you. She's using cold reading. She's using hypnotic inductions. She doesn't have any superpowers. Now, and you feel like don't you feel like just a little bit, Sarah R. Adams? You didn't even know that he didn't have cancer. You didn't even know that he wasn't sick at all. And you're telling him, I have the notes. You're telling him like you're working on shrinking cancer cells and all this nonsense you told him. This word salad, bunch of nonsense. You're working on his quantum chakra, third eye, pineal gland, quantum entangled consciousness alter, and all this nonsense you told him. Don't you feel at least a little bit like an because you didn't know that he wasn't even sick, and you're telling him that you're healing his cancer cells? And by the way, how dare you? If you really take money from people that have cancer and you tell them like you're shrinking their cancer cells, then you're a piece if you do that. And we have proof that you did it in at least this case.
What do you see with your mind's eye?
This interest of mine into consumer fraud and psychics, I was thinking about this, and I remembered seeing something on Sarah R. Adams' website that we just sort of brushed on in this last show where we discussed her, The Strange Case of Sarah Adams Part 3. I'm not sure that this is a Part 4 really, because, but I wanted to touch on what we sort of missed touching on. And I wanted to ask Sarah R. Adams to show us the Stargates. I'm sorry. I want to see the Stargates. I want to see the Stargates. If you're taking money from people teaching a class that you can open Stargates, right? You're telling people you're going to teach them that you, Sarah R. Adams, can access, create, and open Stargates, and that you're going to teach people how to do that for money, then show us a Stargate. Come on, just show us one. You don't have to show us multiple Stargates. Just show us one Stargate. Get your phone out, put it in the room, push record, go live on Facebook, YouTube, whatever you want to do, Sarah R. Adams, and show us a Stargate. It's basically consumer fraud. It's in black and white. Share something from her website because I find this interesting. Well, actually, what I really find interesting is how she can get away with this. So here's something from Sarah's website. This is the courses that she teaches. So she takes money from people to teach, right? Okay. Light Being Activation Course. This course will teach you how to create and open and access stargates and portals. That's just the first sentence. That's just the first sentence of what she's promising in this course. It will teach you how to create, open, and access stargates and portals. Now, I'm assuming since Sarah R. Adams is teaching this course in how to create, open, and access stargates and portals, that she can do that, right? So here we are, friends. We found her. She's got another superpower. This girl's got more superpowers. Like, growing up, I read comic books. I don't remember ever reading in any comic book a girl that had more superpowers than Sarah R. Adams. I don't know one. This is another major claim that she's making, that she can open and access stargates and portals. So, I think it's fair, Sarah. Get out your phone, push record, go live on Facebook or YouTube, and show us a stargate. Just show us one. Or is what you're doing fraud? Can you really not open stargates and therefore you can't teach anybody to open stargates? Because this is a pretty far-fetched claim, and I can't believe if you've got smart people around you and like a manager that they wouldn't go, yeah, that's a little too much. It's pouring it a little too thick. You can create and open and access stargates and portals. Friends, she's got superpowers. And not only that, she's going to teach you to have similar superpowers. She can teach you to open stargates. It's awesome. Now, look, it gets crazier. Like, okay, she's also going to teach you to interact with ETs, angels, and other light beings. This is one of the first steps to achieve contacting ET beings. So, this is hopium for hopeful people or hopeless people. Like all these people that believe in ET and really want to know the truth and really want to get to the truth of ET and they want to commune with our star brothers. Hey, for some money, she's going to teach you to do that. This is another thing that she can't prove. Sarah, you can't prove that you talk to ETs, angels, or any light beings. And if you can, again, push record on your phone, go live on Facebook, go live on YouTube, and show us some ETs, aliens, and other light beings, man. I can't wait to see this. So far, you got to show us fucking Stargate, and then you got to show us an ET, an angel, and other light beings. I guess you can pick Sarah R. Adams. You can pick whatever other light beings you want. But so far, you got to show us a Stargate, ET. You got to show us that you interact with ETs, angels, and other light beings. Jesus Christ, what am I doing here? Why do I gotta do this? Somebody's gotta do this, friends. Somebody's gotta. This is crazy. Okay. She's going to teach you how to be cleansing, clearing, and rebuilding the emotional body, the physical body, the energetic body. Okay, so she must make sure that your body is clear of energetic blockages first. We must also clear out the emotional body and detox the physical body. This is probably so she gets multiple sessions, right? You're not just giving her $200 and learning, how to open the stargates. First, she's got to work on your chakra, quantum dimensional, word salad bunch of bull and get like multiple sessions. You're going to be going to her many times, not just once for this. And it's probably, she doesn't list prices, probably a couple $100 a session. That's my guess, that's my speculation. If I'm wrong, her or her idiot manager can correct me. Let's see. She's going to guide you through an energetic rebirthing process into higher frequencies to achieve accessing any ET or angelic being. One must function at higher frequencies. Again, that's probably another session. She's got to fix your frequencies of some. I often interact with angels, light beings, and ETs. Okay, so Sarah R. Adams has, is that another superpower, that you interact with angels, light beings, and ETs? I'm going to put that in the superpower column. You can talk to angels and ETs and light beings. That, column of your superpowers, Sarah, is getting bigger and bigger, and I can't believe that Like, there's another superpower. You could talk to angels, ETs, angelic beings. Okay, and here's just this is a humdinger statement too. As a child, Archangel Michael appeared to me and spoke to me for hours. He told me that children often see angels because their auras are clear and that adults fail to interact with angels as their auras are dense from negative emotions and dense energies. Okay, so she talked to angels when she was a kid. Or she had imaginary friends like any other kid. I don't know. Okay. I lost my place, friends. Please bear with me. I'm somewhat visually impaired. Okay, I've always kept this experience deep within my heart, for it's a key of why many people cannot access light beings, ETs, or angels. Yeah, so to me, this whole thing is a setup so far. I'm going to get you there, and you're going to be able to talk to ETs and angels, but first you need a lot of work and a lot of sessions. This is classic Connery scam language to set up a stupid person. Like, after you read this, then she can go, yeah, you know, first we have to work on, clearing out your emotional body and detoxing your physical body before we can talk to those ETs or those aliens, right? And then you're going to have to come back to me because I'm going to have to raise your vibration before you can talk to those ETs and those angels and those light beings and before you can open the stargates. Okay. Oh, yeah. See, here I am. I did pre-read this, so I knew that. Okay. For contact to happen, you must put in the work to detox. The state of your energy field and a detox body is a major part of getting you to successfully contact otherworldly beings. And again, this is also a setup for failure. If you don't get to talk to ETs, angels, light beings, and if you don't get the superpower to open stargates and portals, then she's just going to say that you didn't put the work in. You're not detoxed enough. You don't have the energy field. Your body's not detoxed enough. Your soul's not detoxed enough. Word salad bull. Okay. The course consists of 12 sessions where I work one-on-one with you and we do major amounts of energy work together. And then I teach you to open stargates and access otherworldly beings. Oh, Sarah Orange, would somebody please buy this for me? Listen, I'll do it. If somebody's gonna buy it for me, I'll do it. But, look, detox is included in this course as is a basis of lighting up the body and rebirthing into higher frequencies. I'm choosing to work only with those who are sincere about working with me and are working to step up and do the work. Sarah, I'll do the work. I will detox whatever you want. I want those superpowers, Sarah. I want to have those superpowers. I'll do the work, Sarah. She's not talking to me right now, and she's blocked me for calling her a fake, fraud, psychic intuitive healer. Her manager hasn't replied to me because he's a coward and he knows I'm right. Bro, you know I'm right. She doesn't have superpowers. She's hot, right? That's what you think. You think she's hot. You're in love with her, and you've dedicated your entire life to get near her, to try to help her, to be close to her. Oh, I think her manager's in love with her. And he knows that she's full of because he's too smart to not know that she's full of, but he helps her anyway. Great guy. So, yeah, it's a 12-session course, and considering she charges $250 a session for the psychic fake healing that she doesn't really do, or she tells you that she's gonna do for $250, this is probably $250 a shot at 12 sessions. Wow, I didn't get my calculator out, but people complain that some of these courses are expensive. If it is $250 in 12 sessions, that's $3,000 for her. If she's giving a discount for teaching as opposed to using her superpowers at $250 an hour, maybe she's doing $125 an hour, in which case it's still $1,500 to take this course on how to open and access stargates and portals, interact with ETs and angels, and other light beings. So, listen, here's where I'm at, Sarah. Show us the aliens, honey. Show us the aliens, honey. Show us angels. Go live on your phone. We've all got a phone. You got a phone, right? Set it to video. Press record. Open up Stargates, right? Open up those Stargates, Sarah. Put your phone on. Open up the Stargates. Show us the Stargates. Or are you a fraud selling people fake shit? If you can't show us that you can open a Stargate, then how should we believe that you can teach us to open a Stargate? And why why am I even talking about this? She's got to prove her superpowers, bro. She's got to. Or what she does is consumer fraud. Honey, if you can't show us the Stargate, then you're selling people lies. And that's fraud, honey. That's fraud. So I think maybe we should take some bets to see if they don't change the wording of their course in the next couple of days after hearing about this. Because they know I'm right. They know I'm right. Hey, to gender, to Jander, to Jesus, whatever her manager guy's name is, that guy. Listen, you know I'm right, bro. You know I'm right, and you got to change that at least. You at least got to change that. You got to slack off some of that bull. You got to pull back on the bull meter. You never let her go full bull, dude. You never go full bull. She went full bull to gender, and you let her, bro. You're supposed to be her manager, right? You're supposed to care about her. If you cared about her, you would tell her that she went full bull, and she can't go that far. She's got to pull back. She's got to pull back at least a little bit, you know? She should have said something like, she can teach you to open and navigate astral dreamscape Stargates, right? Because that's a little more dreamy and ethereal, and you're not just saying that you can open Stargates. You know? You gotta layer in some more word salad bull, or this is really looks like fraud, it smells like fraud, because it is fraud. She's gonna teach us to open Stargates. Bro, I wish to God I wouldn't have pissed her off. I wish I would have tried to take that course first. Because then I could just come back and say, I took the course, I did what you told me to do, and I couldn't open Stargates, so she's just stealing money from people, teaching them how to open Stargates that don't exist. Sarah, your superpowers aren't real, honey. Your superpowers just aren't real. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news.
We've gotten 3 more examples of garbage stories peddled by Third Phase of Moon. But remember, I'm the bad guy for saying that they're garbage. So that's where we're at. But I do have a little bit more for you because Rich is constantly telling people he's going on this, tirade, both on his own channel and on other people's channel, claiming that I lied. I just picked my favorite 10 or 11 lies that he's telling about me right now. So we'll go through them. I'm trying to wrap this up as quickly as possible because honestly, I forgot that it's the last day of the month and it's my birthday, and I still have to make the show's monthly show journal for you Patreon supporters. I haven't missed one yet. I'm going to do that as soon as I end. I'm going to do that. And tonight's broadcast. Number 1, Rich lied and said that I would sue him. Not true. Show me a clip, Rich, where I said I would sue you. Somebody in the live chat suggested that I should sue him for slander or libel. And why did I do that? Or why did they say that? See, he's making excuses now, and he had to take his video down because I informed him that it was a community guideline strike. I didn't say I was going to strike his channel. I didn't say I was going to sue him. Show me a clip of me saying that. But he's going to go on other channels and lie through his teeth, saying that I'm the liar here. That's lie number 1. And here's the clip of what he actually said in regard to the pedo comment. I should be very clear in pointing out, saying something like this is a slimeball thing to do. and they've done it. Or, you know what? Well, I'll play it in a moment. Number 2, lied and said I would strike his channel. Not true. I never said I was going to strike his channel. I did advise him that what he said in that video he was forced to take off of YouTube was a community guidelines strike. Because it is. I never said that I would strike his channel myself. I just told him, you know what you did? That's a community guidelines strike, Rich. So he lied and said that I said I would strike his channel. Never happened. Show me a clip. Number 3, lied and said that I had to go back 8 years to find examples of third phase pushing fake shit. No, I used an example from February of 2022, just a few short months ago. Tonight, he's going to keep going. That's one of the talking points. That we haven't faked anything in a long time. And these people that are critics, they have to go back 8 years or 7 years or 5 years to find examples of us faking things. No, I just showed you last week an example from February of 2022. Tonight we saw an example from April of 2022 and May of 2022 of them pushing fake garbage. So don't lie through your teeth, Rich, and tell people that we've got to go back 8 years to find examples of third phase pushing shit. They've been pushing shit the whole time that you're working for them, and you're lying through your teeth telling people if they got caught with hoaxing things, I couldn't associate with them. Okay. Number 4, he lied and said that I said that they stole that fake TR3B video. No, I didn't. I never said that Third Phase stole the TR3B video that we caught them with from February 2022 hoaxing or faking or clickbaiting garbage. I never said that they stole it. The original uploader of the video made a video accusing them of stealing it. And by the way, he contacted them, crickets. Number 5, Rich lied and said that I said if you hang out with hoaxers, you must be a hoaxer too. Wrong. I never said that, Rich. Show me the clip. He used me saying if he hangs out with hoaxers, he must be a hoaxer too, as a justification for his pedo comments about perhaps me, Stephen, has friends that are pedos, and apparently that could make me a pedo. Wrong. I never said that. Show me a clip of me saying that, Rich. You can't. That's just bullshit excuse for saying that I may have friends that are pedos and implying that I may be a pedo myself. And just so everybody's aware, they previously called the Out There channel, Third Phase, I'm told, previously called the Out There channel a pedo for being critical of their garbage, hoaxes, or fake stories, or clickbait garbage, and for peddling fake manipulated stories. He came out as a critic against them, started showing how they fake shit, and this is fake, and this is fake. Suddenly, Third Phase is calling them a pedo. So I believe that this was intentional. This is part of their game plan. This is part of their playbook. If you can't kill the message, kill the messenger. Imply to everybody, or just tell them that he may be a pedo. You know, maybe they're going to call Astral Citizens, this Heathcliff, a pedo next. But oh wait, they can't, because now they're caught using those tactics. And good. I say good for that. And for those, some people said I overreacted. I'm going to play you the clip of what he actually said what Rich said in regard to these pedo comments, and you're going to tell me that I'm the bad guy here for calling him out and saying that that was slimy and a wrong thing to do. I have a wife, I have children, and I volunteer for children's charities, and this dumbass, this bitch, Rich from MUFON, he goes on a public live stream and he says this about me, a guy who has wife and children, a stand-up member of the community, who, by the way, I also volunteer for children's charities, you dumbass.
Because you could be friends, Stephen, with a pedophile. You know? What does that make you? A pedophile? Maybe it does.
And I'm sorry, but the analogy, excusers, it doesn't, no. He claims he used that analogy because I said if he hangs out with hoaxers, that makes him a hoaxer too. I never said that. I said if he works for them and constantly defends their fraudery, fakery, and bullshittery, that impedes his reputation. And no one can argue with that. And the fact that Rich, he just spent 2 days putting Jeremy Corbell on blast saying that he's lying and faking shit. First of all, there's no proof yet that Jeremy Corbell actually lied and fake shit. He could have done some research and proved it by calling the military and saying, have you guys been shooting at UFOs every day for weeks now? Or whatever Corbell said. He didn't do any research. He just went and did the Rambling Rich Act, where he's going to just tell you he lied without proving he lied. And where is Rich? Does he have the moral high ground? That's what my point is. My point to him was, if you're going to hang out with Third Phase and constantly defend them and work for them, you don't have the moral high ground to call other people liars or fakers. That's what I said. I didn't say, if you hang out with hoaxers, that makes you a hoaxer too. Never said that. Never. Let's get back to the rest of the lies. We'll put my fair use banner down as well. All right. Number 6, he lied and clickbaited people, saying that I was a hoaxer in his video title to cheat views and clickbait people to click on his video. He will not prove that I ever hoaxed anything. He can't prove that because that is a bold-faced lie strictly designed to discredit me. He wants to turn people against me and save face while he and his garbage-peddling employers keep making more and more money peddling all this fake shit. Trying to discredit their critics is what they do. They've done it before, and they're going to do it again. So, no. And you know, listen, this is absolutely manipulation of the audience. This is clickbait garbage. But you know what? He learned it from the best. How do you clickbait? How do you manipulate people into clicking on your video so that you could get more views? Remember, he was busting my balls that I had lower views than him. I don't do shit like this. And I've noticed he does this constantly. He tweaks the video. He puts out one, title. This was the original title, I believe, right? Watch Goofon Live. Review of Skinwalker Ranch. Episode 4, UFO Vortexes. And then it says, lying debunkers worse than hoaxers. Then he changed it to say this. Review of Skinwalker Ranch, UFO Vortexes. Truthseekers is a hoaxer. That's what he did. He put that in his title. And I didn't tell him I was going to strike his channel, but I did tell him that could be another community guideline strike, putting that in your title. If you can't indeed prove that I ever hoaxed anything, and he can't. The closest he could come is to lie and say that I hosted a hoaxer in the form of Anjali. I stand by what we did with Anjali. We actually investigated her story, and it's largely because of me and a few other researchers that we know she faked a lot of her story. But this right here is what we can expect from Rambling Rich. He's going to do anything he can to try to get people to click on his videos because he's an intellectual weakling and a coward. He can't argue with me with facts and evidence. And, honestly, I feel sorry for him because he's not smart enough to do this with me. He's just not smart enough to do this with me. But he's going to keep trying, right? Keep on trying, Rich. Terrible thing to call somebody a hoaxer with no evidence or no proof. Why? Because I called his employers hoaxers. With evidence and with proof. See, there's the difference, right? All right, number 7. He lied and said I did a terrible job of interviewing Richard Doty because I didn't ask about the Benowitz case. Again, a bold-faced lie because he cited some time that Richard Doty just popped on for a few minutes with a friend of mine, Eric the Awakening Man, and that was after our first interview. Conveniently, he left out when he was talking shit on me, or forgot to tell everybody that while he was talking shit on me, that in my original interview with Doty, and by the way, that's in the description of this video, if you want to listen to that, you can clearly see that I asked many questions about that whole event. So he lied to everyone again, or at least attempted to alter history and facts to fit his narrative. What's his narrative? I'm a bad researcher. I'm a bad investigator. I'm the bad guy here for pointing out that his buddies, Third Phase, are constantly faking shit. Number 8, he lied and claimed I hosted Anjali, who was a hoaxer. Wrong. I did host her. I investigated her, and with the help of some other researchers, I got that interview and proved that she was lying about most of her entire experience, and her original story was filled with lies, embellishments, inaccuracies, and fabrications. That was good work. He has no work like that because he doesn't investigate anything. All he does is shit talk other people and talk over everyone else's actual work. Why? Because he's rambling rich and he has no investigations of his own to share. None. Number 9, he lied and made excuses for them pretending to be in an entirely other country. Third phase. He lied and said a guy who faked terminal cancer was suddenly credible after he first put him on blast when he previously trashed that guy. You know, that was before third phase started making money off of a probable criminal and drug addict. He lied and made excuses for the TR3B video. And hey, I'm sure he's going to lie and make excuses for third phase for the 3 fake stories we've shown that they pushed tonight. Number 10, he lied and said if I had been hoaxing anything these past few years, he wouldn't associate with them. He stood there on a webcam and a microphone and he said, if third phase had been hoaxing anything these past few years, I wouldn't associate with them. Now we're going to see the excuses come. We're going to see play with words. Well, is it really a hoax what they did, or was it just a mistake and they're sorry they made a mistake? Next, he lied, and this is the most important part of this whole thing, this disagreement between the two of us. He lied and said, I started this. And no, the timeline is very clear, Rich. You lied to make things fit your narrative and gain sympathy, like I started this disagreement between the two of us. I didn't start any disagreement between the two of us. No. I had an argument with Third Phase Moon aliens on Alien Sciences channel. You weren't even there, and to the best of my recollection, I didn't even mention you. That was an argument between me and Third Phase of Moon, not you. That was May 19th. On May 22nd and May 23rd on your show, you put me on blast, making up all kinds of shit and making all kinds of excuses for Third Phase and blaming me. Your cavalcade of lies really did begin there, Rich. And I had an argument or disagreement with Third Phase May 19th. The timeline is very clear. You chose to get involved and put me on blast several days later. You chose to start this disagreement between the two of us. Before that, I would tell him to his face, I think you're doing more harm than good to yourself being involved with these people. But, you know, I did try to pull punches and not be, you know, nasty about it publicly to him. Because I figured he must really need the money to get involved with these Third Phase clowns and let them become his puppet overlords. You didn't have to put me on blast, Rich. You chose to do that. So no, Rich, you started this disagreement between us. It wasn't me. My disagreement was with Third Phase on May 19th. And on the 22nd and 23rd, you put me on blast. You attempted to paint me as the bad guy simply for pointing out that Third Phase peddles garbage, fake information, misinformation, hoaxes, and UFO fairy tales. And that's where we're at, and that's where I find myself, friends. So, I apologize if I missed any of the Super Chats. We'll check in with the Super Chats and the PayPal donators. And, you know, look, it's unfortunate that this had to happen, but he chose this path by putting me on blast, by defending his puppet overlords. Those are his employers. He's going to defend them no matter what. Remember what I predicted? Now we've got 3 or 4 more examples of them peddling fake garbage stories. What's he going to do? Probably wait to get his talking points for how to explain each one, whatever Third Phase says, like, here's the excuses for this fake story, here's the excuses for this fake story. That's a hell I wouldn't wish on anybody. Good luck climbing out of this shithole that you created for yourself. Right? That's where we're at. All right. 1 second here. Let me check in. And we'll check in with the live chat. Questions or comments for me, please put them in all capital letters. Oh, look at that. Oh, wow, that's very nice of you. You didn't have to do that. So we have Astral Citizens, who is here in the live chat with a kind and generous €10. He says, you never walk alone. Happy birthday, Steve. Yeah, let's talk off air. I'd like to have you here as a guest. I'll come on your show as a guest. Whatever we have to do. But I really appreciate what you did. I think that that was very fact-based and evidence-based. Well, yeah, we'll see. Rich from Goofon is a lowlife. It is inexcusable to have inferred that about Truthseekers. Simply disgusting. Yeah, and he would rather you forget it. But I'm not going to let him forget it. I'm not going to let him forget it. Just so everybody understands, I have a wife. I have children. I'm an upstanding member of the community. I have neighbors. I have family, some of which are into conspiracy land and may hear this shit. And I volunteer for children's charities. And I believe he knew all of this. He knew all of this when he made this comment. Let's play it one more time.
Because you could be friends, Stephen, with a pedophile. You know? What does that make you? A pedophile? Maybe it does.
You see the malice and the anger in his face right there? Honestly, when I saw that, I was like, there it is, right there. That's Rich from Goofon falling to the dark side. Right there, right now. That wasn't him using some example. And by the way, you know, could have used any other example in the world, you know. I could be a thief. I could be a, you know, I don't know. I could be a murderer even would be better than the example that he used, right? But I'm the bad guy, right? He calls me to the dark side. I know. They try to recruit me, and I said no because I did not want to lose my objectivity. I did not want to lose my objectivity. I did not want to suddenly start having to defend Third Phase of Moon because they're giving me a little bit of money or a little bit of subscribers or a little bit of views or whatever. To me, it's not worth losing all integrity. Ghost Rider says, I stopped watching Goofon when he was corbelling the Google Maps nonsense with the Kyle guy. Yeah, and let's remember that Kyle guy was the devil. He was a low-life scumball. Rich put him on blast. He was a low-life scumball that faked terminal cancer. All of a sudden, when there's a story that Rich and Third Phase could make money from, suddenly that guy was a good guy again. Isn't that convenient? Talk about manipulation. And you know what? I'm over all this. I'm kind of laughing about it now. It's my birthday. I'm feeling good. I'm looking good. I'm smelling good. Today I ate real good. My wife got me a cheesecake. The kids had cheesecake and cupcakes. We had a really nice time. And, you know, I'm sort of beyond being pissed off about all this because I'm laughing at this and the hole that this dumbass dug for himself. Because ask anybody that knows me. Like, I will go to the ends of the earth to help my friends. I really will. But once you burn me, especially like that, holy shit, I will cut you out of my life like a cancer.
Greetings and salutations. I'm Stephen Cambian, and you're watching Strange Stories. Today's story comes to us from Detroit, Michigan. Does anyone else have fond memories of a giant slide when they were a child? For me, I have incredibly fond memories of a giant slide at Dutch Wonderland. Every year when my parents took me there, that was the first ride that I ran to. Couldn't wait to barrel down that slide. At Dutch Wonderland, it's called the Fun Slide, and it's giant, but not quite as giant as the slide at Belle Isle. Many residents of Detroit, Michigan were very happy recently when they heard that the giant slide that they grew up with, knew and loved in Belle Isle, would be refurbished and soon reopened for families all over the area to enjoy. Unfortunately, for people that were some of the first riders after it reopened, things did not go quite as planned. I've reached out to a few of the mothers of those children that were brave enough to take the first ride. Here's what they had to say. I also talked to one of the fathers and showed him a tape of their child who was very brave and one of the first riders. Here's what he had to say. Today's strange story is literally the slide from hell. So for days now, people were posting videos of people brave enough to try this slide. It became a sort of a running joke in the area. You got to see this slide to believe it. And you do. Look at this. This is a crazy story. I reached out to park officials who told me that these problems are being addressed and that I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Earlier today, I reached out to park officials who told me two things, both good news. These problems with the slide from hell are being addressed and taken care of. And secondly, there is some good news. No children or adults who were brave enough to ride this slide from hell were seriously injured. But when I asked the official that I was talking to if he would let his children ride the slide, he said, hell no. Until next time, friends, I'm Stephen Cambian, bringing you another strange story.
Y'all ready? Let's get it. Hey, you can break your back on the giant slide. You can even break your neck on the giant slide. You can even bump your head on the giant slide. Then watch your hands and your legs on the giant slide. It's like jumping off a roof on the giant slide. Man, you could lose a tooth on the giant slide. It ain't much you could do on the giant slide. What's going on with this new fucking giant kids slide? Kids was getting on my nerves, so I sent them to the giant slide. Hold on, baby, it's about to be a giant ride. You go down, baby, it's about to be a lot of fun. Man, I don't know what happened. All I heard was a lot of crying. This ain't the same giant slide we got on this chill. This new slide looking like they jumping off of a building. This new slide, you gotta take a Tylenol to get on. If your kids getting on your nerves, make them get on. Still getting on your nerves, so you make them get back on. This new giant slide break necks and backbone. Then you just lay the kids down soon as you get back home. Let my kids get on once and they ain't wanna get back on. Hey, you can break your back on the giant slide. You can even break your neck on the giant slide. You can even bump your head on the giant slide. Then watch your hands and your legs on the giant slide. It's like jumping off a roof on the giant slide. Man,
you can break your back on the giant slide. You can even break your neck on the giant slide. You can even bump your head on the giant slide. Watch your hands and your legs on the giant slide. Like jumping off the roof on the giant slide. You can even lose a tooth on the giant slide. It ain't much you can do on the giant slide. Need a Tylenol before you ride the giant slide.
Greetings and salutations. Today we're going to be examining the phenomenon of cattle mutilations, mostly focusing on the controversial claims made by one Linda Moulton Howe. While some proponents argue that cattle mutilations are evidence of extraterrestrial involvement or government conspiracies, today we'll be separating fact from fiction and be heavily scrutinizing Linda Moulton Howe's reputation for selling very questionable stories. Cattle mutilations, the gruesome and mysterious deaths of livestock, have captivated the imagination of conspiracy theorists and UFO enthusiasts for decades now. Linda Moulton Howe has been a prominent figure in the world of paranormal and unexplained phenomenon, and she has played a very significant role in popularizing these very claims. However, her reputation has long been tarnished by allegations of promoting completely and totally fake stories to maintain her status and credibility in the field. We'll be critically examining the phenomenon of cattle mutilations with a particular focus on Linda Moulton Howe's involvement. After all, Linda Moulton Howe has made more money promoting stories about cattle mutilations being an alien harvest than anyone else on Earth. We will attempt to discern the veracity of her claims and address the question of whether cattle mutilations, like many other stories that she has sold, has been somewhat orchestrated or completely and totally fake and not what she reports them to be. Cattle mutilations typically involve the discovery of dead cattle with surgically precise incisions, removed organs, and a lack of apparent predators or scavengers in the vicinity. One other factor seems to be a complete and total absence of blood in the carcass. Theories surrounding these incidents range from natural causes such as scavenger activity or diseases to more extraordinary claims like those of Linda Moulton Howe involving aliens or extraterrestrial beings or some kind of secret government experiments. Linda Moulton Howe is a well-known advocate for the idea that the cattle mutilations are somehow connected to alien activities. Her work in documentaries, books, radio shows, and podcasts has garnered a significant following, but has also raised eyebrows in the skeptical community. One of the main criticisms of Linda Moulton Howe's involvement in the cattle mutilation phenomenon is the lack of concrete evidence to support her various claims. Many of these incidents she presents as evidence of extraterrestrial involvement somehow, but they can often be explained by more prosaic causes, such as natural decomposition processes, predation, or even simple hoaxes. More on that in a moment. Howe's reliance on anecdotal evidence and eyewitness testimonies from let's just to those cows to contact me. I was shocked by what people started contacting me and telling me. Several courageous whistleblowers have now come forward, and I believe that we may have finally solved the mystery of what really happened to those cows. These brave whistleblowers still live in total fear of Linda Moulton Howe, and after you hear what they have to say, you'll understand why. Several whistleblowers about these cow murders have agreed to come forward and tell their story, as long as we protect their identity. Now, friends, let's get into solving this mystery of what really happened to those cows.
In a shocking turn of events, we bring you an exclusive interview with an individual allegedly involved in a bizarre case. A suspect has emerged, accused of being paid $200 to commit an unusual and disturbing act, the killing of a cow using an old wooden-handled shovel. The identity of the suspect has been concealed for safety reasons.
Good evening. We appreciate your willingness to speak with us. To start, could you confirm whether you were involved in the incident where a cow was killed using a wooden-handled shovel?
Yes, I was unfortunately involved in that incident.
Can you tell us what led you to accept such a bizarre and disturbing offer?
Well, times have been tough, and I was desperate for money. I never imagined I'd find myself in a situation like this. When an old lady offered me $200 to carry out this act, I was like, hell. Yeah, I could use the money for my family.
And did the old lady provide any reasons for wanting this gruesome act committed?
She claimed it was some sort of vendetta against the cow's owner. I didn't question her motives. I was blinded by the promise of quick money.
But why did you agree to carry out such a cruel act?
I did have reservations, of course. I knew it was wrong, but desperation can make people do things they'd never imagine. I tried to convince myself that it was just a cow, but deep down, I knew it was a terrible mistake.
Can you walk us through the events of that fateful day?
It was a dark night, and I met the old lady near the barn. She handed me the shovel and pointed to the cow. My heart was racing, and I hesitated for a moment. But the thought of the money pushed me to do the unthinkable. I approached the cow, and, well, you know the rest.
What emotions did you experience during and after the act?
Regret, guilt, and shame consumed me. As soon as it was done, I realized the enormity of my actions. I felt sick to my stomach, and I knew I could never undo what I had done.
Have you been in contact with the old lady since the incident?
No, I haven't. She paid me the money, and I've been trying to distance myself from the whole ordeal. I've been haunted by my actions ever since. The alleged incident involving the cow's killing remains a disturbing mystery. I was working as a farmhand in 1979. One night, I saw this strange lady near the barn. She had a big shovel, and she was looking at the cows in the field next to the barn. It was like 3 in the morning, so I wondered what she was doing. I watched her for a bit as she kept looking over the group of cows nearest the barn. I'm sure she didn't see me watching her. The next thing I knew, she ran up to one of the cows and just clocked it in the head with a shovel. The cow was stunned and went down. I was shocked and speechless. I didn't know what to do. I got some binoculars out of my trailer and got a closer look. I couldn't believe it. It looked like she hit it so hard that the cow literally dropped dead. What happened next was shocking. It looked to me like she was cutting the lips and the asshole out of the cow with some kind of big knife. Then she hooked up some kind of portable pump and pumped all the blood out of the cow, spraying it around the field. Finally, I had had enough. I ran up to her yelling. She was so calm I couldn't believe it. She pulled a bunch of $100 bills out of her pocket and handed it to me. She said I was never here, you never saw me. I'll come back soon to report on this story, and you won't ever say anything about what you saw tonight. I didn't know what to say. Then she told me, you can take the money and live, or I can hit you harder than I hit that cow with this shovel. I just nodded and said okay. A few days later, the same lady was back on the farm with a film crew. She started saying aliens mutilated that cow and drained it of all its blood. Later I found out she sold the story and similar stories of dead cows for a huge amount of money. The day she was there with the film crew, she got me aside and gave me a few more $100 bills. She then threatened me that if I ever told anyone what really happened to that cow, she'd kill me and my whole family with that same big shovel. I found out later she paid off lots of ranchers and others in the area to pull off this aliens mutilated cow scam. I knew it was a lie and a scam, but if you had seen how hard she hit the cow she killed, you would probably keep your mouth shut too. What kind of woman can just crack a cow in the head with a shovel and kill it? Not the kind of woman I want to mess with. I never said anything about what really happened to those cows. Until now. It's time people know the truth. Linda Moulton, how? She killed some of those cows with a shovel with her very own hands.
I saw it myself. Other rumors spread in this area after all these cows turned up dead. People said sometimes she just paid guys desperate for money to kill cows, or help her kill cows. All the cows that died ended up in her fake alien stories. She really cashed in on this. Book deals. Documentary film deals. Speaking engagements. She's been cashing in on these cow murders for years. I just want people to know the truth. Linda Moulton Howe killed those cows. There is absolutely no evidence at all that aliens did it. Those cows were murdered to sell her fake alien stories. Linda knows it's true. I hope she's too old to retaliate against me now. People deserve to know the truth. She killed those cows with a shovel, or paid other people to help her kill those cows.
This strange lady approached me one late night. She offered me $300 to kill a cow. I asked her what she had against cows, and she said that wasn't my concern. I asked her how I was supposed to kill the cow, and she handed me a big metal shovel and told me not to be a pussy about it. She told me to sneak up to a cow and just clock it in the head as hard as I could. I knew it was wrong, but what can I say? I needed the money. She pointed to the nearby field where the cows were grazing. She was walking right beside me. She said something about what a great story this was going to make and how much money she would make from this. She kept telling me, do it. Do it. She kept handing me more money and saying, don't be a pussy, do it. I snuck up behind the cow and I hit it as hard as I could with the shovel. The cow went down. I checked and it was definitely dead. The next thing I knew, this crazy lady pulled out a big knife and started cutting parts of the cow off of it. She went to her car and got some kind of pump and cut open the cow and inserted some kind of tubes. I asked her what she was doing and she kept mumbling, not a drop of blood, not a drop of blood. She ran another hose from the pump into a ditch and drained the cow of all its blood. She told me if I told anyone what we did she'd kill me and drain me of my blood too. I believed her because she seemed so crazy. I kept my mouth shut. She came back the next day with the film crew and started filming. Later I found out she made a ridiculous amount of money selling stories about the cows being mutilated by aliens. I couldn't believe it. Later I found out she murdered or paid people to murder cows all over the area. Apparently, with every murdered cow she did the same thing, come back later and claim that aliens did it somehow. I still can't believe she got away with this for so long. This is why I'm finally speaking out. This Linda lady should face justice for what she did to those poor cows. I'm sorry I helped her murder that cow. To this day, every time I see a cow or drink milk, I feel terrible about what I helped this Linda lady do. She murdered those cows to make money selling fake stories about aliens. Aliens didn't kill those cows. Linda killed those cows. Well, Linda, and people like me she paid to help her. I'm sorry I helped this crazy lady kill that cow. People deserve to finally know the truth about all those stories she sold for many years.
As time goes on, friends, more and more people are coming forward and telling the truth about what really happened to those cows and Linda Moulton Howe's involvement in those events. It seems clear from the amount of evidence that we have so far gathered that Linda Moulton Howe was responsible for the deaths of those cows. There is now much more evidence that Linda Moulton Howe killed those cows than there is evidence that aliens did it. Linda Moulton Howe has made perhaps millions of dollars claiming that aliens killed and mutilated those cows. But now we may have finally solved the mystery thanks to these courageous whistleblowers. Linda Moulton Howe killed those cows with a shovel, or she paid accomplices to kill those cows so that she could profit from these fake stories about aliens killing those cows. Linda Moulton Howe has made millions of dollars claiming it was aliens when she knew all along she killed those cows.
Just hang out.
Greetings and salutations, friends. This is the first of our new series of Truthseekers shorts. What is it? Today's subject is a particularly interesting video that people keep sending me. This video depicts what appears to be a very strange creature. This video has been making the rounds on social media, and many people are making some pretty fantastical claims about the creature depicted in this video. I've seen some people claiming that it is a merman from Atlantis who somehow got tangled up in fishing nets and got captured. Still others have claimed that it is an alien from some faraway aquatic world in the stars. So, what is it? First, the mystery video includes some interesting clues about what this creature really is. The presence of some things I know for a fact that latex prop makers use, like an air compressor and a hair dryer, to me was a dead giveaway that what is depicted in this mystery video is actually a latex movie prop. But you can't do research by just proclamation. So I knew I'd have to find the movie that this was in and do a very detailed comparison. We needed to know what movie this was actually used in, if it is indeed a latex movie prop. So I scoured the internet, and at first I came up pretty empty, until I came across a post about sea monsters in film and television and saw a particularly familiar creature. After reading the post, to me, the mystery behind this video was completely solved. It was indeed a latex prop, but not from a movie, but rather from the science fiction television series called Raised by Wolves. We found the exact episode that this prop was used in, and we will show you that footage. The first time I show the footage is pretty stock from the television series, but the second time we show you the footage, I have zoomed in so you can see the creature from the TV show more clearly. Clearly, the latex prop depicted in our mystery video making the rounds and the creature used in this television series, Raised by Wolves, is the exact same creature. Interestingly, the television show uses a mix of special effects to create the illusion of this sea creature. The first part of the sequence shows a creature that is generated, in my opinion, by CGI. The first sequence from the television show Raised by Wolves, we see a CGI version of the exact same creature shown in the mystery video. Later in the sequence, we see the female actress actually bend down and get right on top of the creature. This is difficult to do with CGI, which is why they probably used a latex creature prop in those scenes. It is in those scenes that they use the latex sea monster prop, the scenes where the girl bends down and gets right on top of the creature. So while I'd love to see a real merman from Atlantis or an alien creature from an exotic aquatic world somewhere out there in space, this is clearly a latex sea monster prop used in the television series Raised by Wolves, specifically Season 2, Episode 5. I reached out to a producer connected to the show, and he confirmed for me that we were absolutely correct in our analysis. The mystery footage of the creature was actually taken from the social media of one of the special effects artists. So here we ask the question, what is it? And today we have an answer. So it is definitely not a merman or a sea creature from some underwater world. It is definitely not an alien from the stars. We now know definitively that this creature in the mystery video It is a latex creature prop created and used in the television series Raised by Wolves. So that will do it for this one, friends. Join me next time on What Is It? Greetings and salutations, friends. I'm Stephen Cambian, and you're watching Strange Stories. Have you ever needed a medical procedure but been turned down by your insurance company even after your doctor said that you needed that procedure? It's all too common in the United States of America, and some people from outside of the United States may be surprised to learn that it's not our doctors here in the United States who decide if we are allowed to have medical procedures we need, but rather our medical insurance companies who make that decision. One woman in Indianapolis needed a medical procedure. You see, for the past 3 years, she has been struggling with a stomach disorder called gastroparesis. And this stomach disorder causes her to vomit almost everything she eats. Her insurance company denied her coverage for this procedure. Apparently, Ms. Honig was not willing to accept this denial. And good for her. She stood up for her rights. It should be her and her doctor who decide what medical procedures she gets, not a greedy insurance company. So after she was denied coverage for the medical procedure that she desperately needed, she had enough. She went to their Indianapolis, Indiana headquarters. She went to their corporate offices.
What happened next was beautiful. Beautiful, but a little gross.
Do you have an employee badge?
Let's go, girls. I'm just kidding. Work?
A precious metals company.
Precious metals?
Yeah,
Well, no one will take my letter, but they said that I could mail it and leave it with like any relevant documentation. So. Oh, okay. It's just.
Dear Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield, thank you so much for your quick response of calling the cops on me. It was such a lovely surprise to get a visit from 2 men armed with guns and batons in my own home. It's nice to know that even if you won't give me the health care I need, you still care. Love, Sandy.
Anthem had around 40 million members as of 2018, making it one of the leading insurance companies. The annual revenue of Anthem Incorporated in 2020 was around $122 billion and has doubled in the past 8 years. One may ask themselves, how can a $122 billion company control what medical services one of their members is allowed to get? Shouldn't that decision be in the hands of the doctor and the patient? But not in our country, because here in the United States, it's not your doctor and you who decide what medical procedures you need. It's a $122 billion greedy insurance company. By the way, the CEO of Anthem Health is Gail Cazaria-Boudreaux, who is worth an estimated $50 million. And one may ask themselves, couldn't this person, who is the CEO of the company, make the right decision here and allow this person to get the medical treatment that they so desperately need? How is it at all fair that some woman worth $50 million is going to sit in judgment of poor people who need medical treatment? This is not fair,
and this should never be tolerated. We should never allow this to happen in our country. What kind of a world do we live in where some billion-dollar company gets to decide what medical procedures poor people are allowed to get? This decision should be in the hands of the patient and the doctor, not greedy billion-dollar insurance companies. If you think it's wrong that a greedy insurance company with an estimated revenue of $144 billion with a CEO of an estimated net worth of $50 million should not be deciding what medical procedures poor people need, I think that we should all do something about it, and that is to call Anthem. That's right. Let's give them a call and let them know what we think. The number is 1-800-676-2583. And we should all ask to speak to the CEO, Gail Cazaria-Boudreaux. Ask her if her $144 billion insurance company can't find the money to cover this young lady's medical procedure. Maybe she could take the money for the procedure this woman needs out of her own $50 million. The greed of this woman, this CEO, Gail Cazaria-Boudreaux, and this greedy insurance company is unacceptable. Let's do something about it. Call them and let them know what you think. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambian, bringing you another strange story.
Operators are standing by live to take your call. This one phone call could change your entire life. Pick up the phone and make that call right now. We're only seconds away before the show is over. Operators are standing by live. Pick up the phone and make that call right now.
I'm just kidding.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, step right up. It's time for comic disclosure. Two clowns talking an incredible amount of bullshit, and neither of them will ever prove any of this. It's the Comic Disclosure Show, where two clowns talk a whole lot of bullshit and have zero proof for any of this. Hosted by your two favorite cosmic clowns, Davey, Clowncock, and Clowny No Good. Let's get into it, friends.
Greetings and salutations, friends. It's time to go down the rabbit hole. And oh, what a crazy rabbit hole it is! Yeah. Filled with lies and deception, half-truths and bullshit. And two greedy clowns who only care about money. See, they want to tell their bullshit stories with no proof. They've got no proof for any of this. But that didn't stop them from collecting hundreds of thousands of dollars for their bullshit stories. All they care about, these greedy clowns, is cash. It's time to go down the rabbit hole, it is. And oh, what a crazy rabbit hole it is. See, these two greedy clowns thought they could tell fake stories for money. And they made hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars selling this bullshit. They'll never prove any of this. They got no proof. all they can do is lie, my friends. And they may have been hired by the deep state to muddy the waters into serious research of these topics. That's right, these clowns are hired guns. Welcome to the rabbit hole, friends. Watch.
I'm your host, and I'm here with an insider who claims to have worked in the secret space program. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
All right, one of the things that was very fascinating to me early along was getting access to this insider, Daniel. He called his project Phoenix 3. He claims to have worked at Brookhaven National Labs on Montauk Point, Long Island. Most people call it the Montauk Project. And as I said, it was a seat from a UFO hooked up to a very powerful set of transformers, and the person operating the chair, it would amplify their psychic ability, and they could manifest things in the room or create a portal that would take somebody through space or time. Is that what happens based on your knowledge? Or is there something else that happens?
In my personal case, I was involved in what they called the 20 and back program. And it was explained early on that I would serve 20 years and then, as strange as it sounds, be age regressed and brought back to the original point in time that I left and deposited back into my life with the give or take a few minutes of the time I left.
But there's a problem, because you've aged 20 years while you're out there in space.
Right. And what happens is at the end of your 20 years, and in my case it was more like 21, they take you back to the Lunar Operation Command, where you go through a massive debriefing, sign more papers, and then they take you and put you in a table and they sedate you and basically paralyze your body to where you cannot move. You have to be completely still throughout the process. And they put up these thin, almost like cardboard boards. You're strapped to like this kind of like a foam support, and then they put these like similar and look like weight, the way they were handling them, to like cardboard like boards around the shape of your body. And the process took about 2 weeks. And in this time period, they somehow technologically regressed your body back to 20 years to the time of when you joined. And during this time, some people had gotten tattoos, scars, injuries that would disappear, and
really,
you would be regressed back. People that have been put through this, when they've been back in, after they've been deposited back into their previous life, or this life that we know here, and they're undergoing hypnosis or memory regression, they'll have scars appear on their body during the process that will appear and then go away. Or tattoos, outlines of red scar tattoos that will appear for a short period of time and then go away. And it's some sort of cellular memory that's happening.
You didn't know this when you came forward, but many years ago, all the way back around 2000, I had read a really weird book online called The Mars Records. And it was a guy, and at the time there was no other data I had to correlate with this, but it didn't sound like he was lying. Just intuitively, it didn't feel like it was wrong. He was describing being in exactly what you're talking about now, the secret space program. He only got very slight memories of being around Mars, having some kind of psychic killing that he could do, a psychic termination technique involving telekinesis that he was very good at. He would fry people's synapses. And he reported that at the end of the assignment that he had in the 1970s, that he went through a 20-year age regression, that they brought him back to the time that he left. He'd worked for 20 years, and they age regressed him. This is exactly what you said. Were you familiar with people getting some kind of psychic training that could allow them to fry people's synapses?
Absolutely. And there are stations that they sit or stand at that enhance their abilities. And this is one of the weapon systems. And those that are trained in remote viewing and remote influencing, I mentioned it's like an anode cathode. One is made out of copper. One is made out of like a stainless steel or another metal. They place their hands on it, and then they focus their minds on a target, and they are able to kill the targets in several different ways, and multiple targets as well. And just like people that use fly drones and kill people now, a lot of these people are lied to about the targets that they're taking out. But yes, that is a very real but hard to believe technology and weapon system.
Well, you heard it right here. That's all the time we have for this episode. There's a lot more where this came from coming up next time, because you need to know. And we thank you for watching.
I just wanted to publicly apologize. Turns out I made many slanderous and false statements on my latest live stream. Looks like I totally didn't get my facts right, and I falsely accused someone of many heinous things that he did not do. I just wanted to say I'm sorry, since it was wrong to do that. I said I was going to get Stephen Cambian arrested. The truth is that he is an honest and well-respected investigative journalist. By making phone calls and fact-checking the things I say on my show, he is just doing his job, which is covering New Age, UFO, and conspiracy land topics on his show. I was wrong when I said he told Christopher Besker he was working for the Washington Post. The truth is, Stephen Cambian has a written agreement with a Washington, D.C.-based news organization, but not the Washington Post. When he called Christopher Besker, he gave his correct press credentials. If I sue him, Stephen can show everyone in court his written agreement with the Washington, D.C.-based news organization he has a written contract to produce written articles for. Then everyone will see his genuine press credentials and know he'd have no reason to lie about his press credentials. If I sue Stephen, I'd be proving that I am attempting to silence an investigative journalist who is writing a story about me and Stavati Aerospace. That's right. If reporters call and ask questions, or try and fact-check me or Stavati Aerospace, I'm just going to sue them into silence or die trying. I claimed Steven sent me multiple death threats on June 29th between 4 and 5 p.m. It turns out Steven could not have sent anything to me during that time. He was at a pond at his cabin teaching his son to fish. His public X post confirmed that. He sent no messages other than those tweets all day. His phone log shows on that date he sent no text messages, had no voice calls, and sent no emails. His only activity was to post to X of his sons and him fishing at the pond next to his cabin. His phone was in airplane mode most of the weekend. He unplugs from the web at the cabin as much as he can. I also accused Steven of calling animal control on me, but it turns out neither of the people who contacted animal control was Steven. He was able to track down who sent those messages to animal control, proving, once again, I was completely and totally wrong to accuse Steven of sending those messages. Now you may be wondering, how many times can I get my facts wrong in one live stream? It turns out I got everything about Steven wrong. I collected super chats while I was telling my audience complete and total lies about Stephen Cambian of Truthseekers. I profited from fake facts and misinformation. So every threat of lawsuits I make, you have to keep in mind, I'm threatening to sue a reporter who has been asking questions about my business dealings. All his reports have been factual and accurate. I can't attack his facts, so I'll just call him a satanic pedophile. That worked great for Corey. Wow, yeah, that worked out great for Corey Goode. Maybe this is a bad plan. After all, if I sue Stephen Cambian, I'll be giving him subpoena power over all my records. Then I'll have to sit in a deposition for an entire day while he and his lawyer get to ask me any questions they want to. Maybe this is a bad plan. Maybe I shouldn't have lied that I got swatted too. After all, anyone can call and check and find out that is another fake fact I used to collect super chats with. Wow. Yeah, I guess I should probably stop threatening to sue reporters covering me. This could end badly for me. I made many false claims on my last live stream. I got almost all my facts wrong, even though I claim I am such a great researcher. The truth is, I made it all up. I conflated multiple people into one main villain I could sell to my dumb as rocks audience. They ate it up. Facts don't matter. Praise the cash. I collected a lot of super chats giving my audience completely fake information. I made many claims, but I can't prove any of them. Meanwhile, Steven can disprove many of them. He's going to show evidence that I lied to my audience. Again, he's proven I lie to my audience many times. Stephen Cambian is a great reporter. He reported on the Emery Smith PayPal thing, the Pete Peterson GoFundMe thing, my charity, my shady aerospace company, and more. In fact, this reporter is so good, I'm going to have to hire lawyers to shut him down. His fact-based reporting is affecting my grift. So like I said, I'm going to have to apologize in advance for what happens next, but I just can't let a reporter this good keep reporting on me. I'm sorry I lied about him, but the grift has to go on. Nothing can stop the grift. Praise the cash and praise the grift, bitches. I got to take Steven down.
He also was read into and had the chief scientist show him the location, which...
This is another thing. There's these illustrations in this thing, and you see that thing in the background? I think those are porta potties. I'm not sure, but I think they're porta potties. And according to these illustrations, there's these secret underground bases that are big enough for like hundreds of people to work in. And apparently they're so secret that the government just lets everybody park their car right outside the secret base. And listen, if you got to take a dump, there's porta potties. There's porta potties outside the secret underground bases. So if you got to, listen, sometimes maybe you just got to, you're driving to work, you got to take a big dump. And maybe they don't have bathrooms in the underground secret alien bases where they're working on an alien spacecraft. they have such technology that they can back engineer alien spacecraft, but they can't figure out how to put a bathroom in that bitch underground. Instead, they got porta potties all along the back row. And this base is ultra top secret. It is housing the most secret things on planet Earth. The greatest secrets of the United States shadow cabal, black budget government. The deep state. It's the most secret base of the deep state. But we're going to put a row of all these porta potties out there. And we're just going to let everybody park their cars right outside where you go into the secret base. And listen, they would not do that. There's Russian satellites that would pick this up in a minute. In a minute. There's Chinese satellites that would pick this up in a minute. You don't put an underground base somewhere and then just let hundreds of people come to work and park right outside in a row and then put porta potties in case people have to take a shit. Oh my God, this is so stupid. What am I doing here?
We now have a underground military
This
base
is serious stuff.
that is in the Dugway sector, so-called Avery sector, Avery.
All right, and that's another thing. He said it's in the Dugway Proving Grounds, so we can look on satellite maps. And as ridiculous as it sounds, I went looking for big rows of cars and porta potties out by the Dugway Proving Grounds, and I couldn't find anything. I couldn't find shit. So is this fake? Well, this is another anonymous source. And if you look at the logic and the ridiculousness of this whole thing, I think you might agree that this is probably a tall tale. And by the way, there's more illustrations with the porta potties and the cars, I think.
Has huge capacity for parking. You go in, and there's a vast underground complex in that location. That location has been handed off to investigators.
And here's the thing. If there's huge capacity for parking, why is everybody parking their car on the surface then? This makes no sense. This is a total contradiction.
With the U.S. government. Next. This gives an illustration of the size of this. You could put easily on the platform that goes down the Air Force One. It's a very large elevator goes down.
I told you. Okay, so this location has been handed off, according to Greer, with investigators with the U.S. government. Which investigators? Which department is investigating this? Can we have their names? Oh, of course not. But what we can get is, see, there's the entrance to the underground base. Looks like a little shed there next to the porta shitters. I'm sorry, I can't get over the porta potties. Why would you just have a parking lot outside a deep underground military base where everybody can park and shit? This doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I'm sorry. There are underground bases, but they don't look like this on the surface. The point of an underground base is two things. Usually bunkers to prevent a nuclear, anything nuclear from reaching them, or to provide secrecy to work on things, I would think. It kind of blows the secrecy thing out when you got, 25 porta potties and 100 or 150 cars out there. And this makes no sense. Why would people not? You got enough space under there for the Air Force One and helicopters and a train, but you don't got enough space for people to park?
Nice.
And you don't got bathrooms? Why don't they got bathrooms in a deep underground base? You're like, listen, this is so stupid and so ridiculous, right? Imagine the scientists that work there. Listen, I would like to keep trying to back engineer this alien spacecraft, but I really got to take a shit, so I got to go up top. I got to go topside and use the porta potty. I got to go topside and take a shit before I can continue to back engineer this alien spacecraft. This is so stupid. And as stupid as this is, imagine the idiots that helped hype this, that helped this man take money from people for this level of stupidity, this level of illogical, childish, nonsensical stories that don't make sense.
Oops, accidentally hit the button. But yeah, we are at war, and it is a different war than we have ever witnessed. This rogue galactic federation that many are so excited to be in communion with, were kicked out of Andromeda. They were fighting with the negative in that galaxy, and they are headquartered on a planet called Venus. And we have, so see if this story sounds familiar. We have angelic looking ETs from Venus who are coming down to Earth and having affairs with women who they find fair. And in this case, it's elderly women, but I guess they like more mature women. I don't know. And in this case, it's elderly women, but I guess they like more mature women. I don't know.
Wow, did you hear that? The aliens from Venus, they only want to bang old broads, right? Yeah, make sure you understand that. Look, this is a Truthseekers exclusive story, okay? This is a new Truthseekers exclusive story. According to Corey Goode, there are aliens from the planet Venus coming down to Earth to find women that they find fair. But apparently, those aliens from another planet coming here only want to bang old broads, okay? They don't want to bang any young hot broads. They want to bang old broads. Maybe they got an old broad fetish, a mom fetish, grandma fetish, who knows? And this is not supposed to, this is serious, okay? This is some serious shit we're talking about. Those aliens want to bang old broads. Where does he get this from? How, in what universe does he think this sounds like it makes sense? Okay, there's these aliens, and they're coming here to bang human chicks, but they only want to bang the old ones. Apparently, they like old broads, right? Or what do you say, mature women? Jesus.
So,
yeah, I don't think it's exciting or good that some goddamn aliens from another planet in our solar system are coming here to bang our old broads. All right? Some of them old broads are still hot and cougars, and they're definitely still bangable. And I, for one, I will speak for all of Earth and all the men on Earth when I say that we, the men of Earth, do not want aliens from another planet coming here to bang our hot chick old cougars. All right? So, there's a lot of men on Earth that are getting a little older. They're divorced. They never got married, whatever, and they need a piece, all right? And them old cougars are easy targets sometimes. So I want to just say, for the benefit of Earth people, that Corey Goode should go talk to those aliens and tell them to stop banging our old broads. I am absolutely convinced that if we just let them bang our old broads, they're going to be banging our young broads next. Okay? Can't have them banging our young broads. If I'm telling you right now, if we let these aliens bang the old broads here, they're going to start with banging the old broads and the cougars, and eventually they're going to want to bang the young hot ones, all right? And we do not need that competition. Have you seen pictures of these aliens? Those are hot dudes. Those are hot dudes. They look like Chris Hemsworth from Thor. Am I saying that right? I think so. Listen, we do not need this kind of competition, okay? And I'm going to just show you. Look, I'm going to show you. We can't have these. Look at these guys. Look at this. You want to compete? Do you really, as a human male, want to have to compete with those Nordic alien men? Look at that. Look at that. Blonde hair, blue eyes, high cheekbones, perfect skin, perfect teeth, probably perfect nails, probably, right? Look at this. Do you want to compete with that dude for old broads you're trying to bang? Or worse yet, do you want to compete with that dude for young broads you're trying to bang? Come on, man. Corey Goode. This is Corey Goode is bringing us terrible news because all men of Earth are right now, we have to compete with some hot alien dudes that come here to bang our old broads. And I'm telling you, if we let them bang our old broads, they're going to want to bang the young hot ones too. No, you can't give these aliens an inch.
It's about truth. It's about disclosure. It's about transparency. And if it means that I don't get my day in the spotlight, then that's okay, because it's not about that. It never was about that. I didn't leave the Department of Defense because I wanted my day in the spotlight. I left the Department of Defense, ironically enough, to finish the very mission they gave me in the first place. I didn't ask for it. I'm not a UFO guy. I'm not a ufologist. I never have been. I never will be. I'm a counterterrorism and counterespionage guy. I do counterintelligence, counterinsurgencies. That's what I do. And it just so happens that in 2008, I was asked to apply those same skill sets into the UFO community. But I'm not a UFO guy. And so for me, it's all about the truth. Whether I'm hunting a terrorist or a spy or a UFO, the bottom line is the truth is the truth. I'm a counterterrorism and counterespionage guy. I do counterintelligence, counterinsurgencies. That's what I do. And it just so happens that in 2008, I was asked to apply those same skill sets into the UFO community. The bottom line is the truth is the truth. I'm a counterterrorism and counterespionage guy. I do counterintelligence, counterinsurgencies. That's what I do. And it just so happens that in 2008, I was asked to apply those same skill sets into the UFO community. The bottom line is the truth is the truth. It just so happens that in 2008, I was asked to apply those same skill sets into the UFO community. The bottom line is the truth is the truth. I'm a counterterrorism and counterespionage guy. I do counterintelligence, counterinsurgencies. That's what I do. The bottom line is the truth is the truth. I'm a counterterrorism and counterespionage guy. I do counterintelligence, counterinsurgencies. That's what I do. The bottom line is the truth is the truth. It just so happens that in 2008, I was asked to apply those same skill sets into the UFO community. The bottom line is the truth is the truth.
The Central Intelligence Agency is set up to deceive. That's what their job is, in fact. Counterintelligence, Lou, counterintelligence means I have to lie. You know, that's my job. So what is counterintelligence? What are some of the methods? That's something that the UFO field could study instead of people going off about, did Lou make a comment? You know, that doesn't go anywhere. What is that going to do for you? Who cares about Lou Elizondo ultimately, except as a pawn of the CIA threat motion? Otherwise, you know, it's just drivel, right? So, and how, you know, it could be anybody. They could have gotten someone else instead in that program and dressed them up for the part. I don't think, you know, it's not a special kind of assignment that they got for Lou. I just think that he kind of fit what they were doing, and they felt this is a guy who can pull it off. He's done a lot of counterintelligence. But I think what's important is, what is counterintelligence? Just in a nutshell, I need to deceive another country about what my activities are, militarily, espionage-wise, etc. And I need them to believe that something is happening that's totally different from what is actually happening. So I need to create a counter-narrative to the truth. That's counterintelligence. I need to lie to get people to believe. So therefore, Elizondo has a lot of experience. He's a professional liar. That's just a fact. And you know, expecting the truth from people like that, or the Central Intelligence Agency, counterintelligence agents in general, is craziness. Whoever thought of such a thing? And you know, so the way they've rolled it out and packaged it up and put a lot of money behind it and the media behind it, yes. But you know, I think we've come past a phase, like, you know, we are all kind of graduating in our own awareness, and this is pretty obvious, you know. So this one is getting pretty wobbly.
What is your occupation at Area 51?
I won't answer that. I have had reason to be present at Area 51, but I'm not going to clarify whether or not I was there as an employee.
Are you saying you were there as a visitor?
I'm not going to specify why or in what capacity I was there, only that I was there.
Can you tell us how many times you were there?
When I agreed to this, my fundamental ground rule was that I would not be asked to divulge personal data that might help pinpoint my identity. If you continue to ask questions that are out of bounds, I won't hesitate to terminate this interview.
Are you saying that the number of times you were present at Area 51 is enough to pinpoint your identity?
Any specifics will narrow the field of suspects. Of course, I could lie. Let's say I've been there 47 times, or anyway more than once.
Let's turn to the tape itself. The copy you've supplied is not the original tape.
No.
Was the original at Area 51 when you copied it?
That's out of bounds.
So there is the distorted, pitch-shifted, disguised voice of Victor. And again, it's Jim Delatoso that's asking the questions in that sequence we just heard. So now we're going to hear it again, but this time we're going to hear it with the modifications I've made to remove the vocal disguise from the Victor character. So let's listen to that clip, the modified clip, now.
What is your occupation at Area 51?
I won't answer that. I have had reason to be present at Area 51, but I'm not going to clarify whether or not I was there as an employee.
Are you saying you were there as a visitor?
I'm not going to specify why or in what capacity I was there, only that I was there.
Can you tell us how many times you were there?
When I agreed to this, my fundamental ground rule was that I would not be asked to divulge personal data that might help pinpoint my identity. If you continue to ask questions that are out of bounds, I won't hesitate to terminate this interview.
Are you saying that the number of times you were present at Area 51 is enough to pinpoint your identity?
Any specifics will narrow the field of suspects. Of course, I could lie. Let's say I've been there 47 times, or anyway more than once.
Let's turn to the tape itself. The copy you've supplied is not the original tape.
No.
Was the original at Area 51 when you copied it?
That's out of bounds.
So now we hear the true voice of Victor, or at least very close, I feel, to what the real voice of this person speaking, claiming to be the character Victor. I think it's very close to what his true voice is. And one of the other things that I wanted to mention is that to anybody who has any experience editing audio, and I should mention that I ran a commercial digital recording studio for some time, when you look at these audio files of the clips that we just played, it becomes very obvious that to anybody that knows anything about audio editing, one thing is very clear when you look at the waveforms and things like that, and that is that this interview sequence was not recorded together. In other words, in the documentary, they make it appear as if an interviewer is sitting in front of the Victor character and Victor is sitting there answering questions in real time. I can tell you with some degree of certainty after looking at these waveforms that that is not the case. This interview sequence was constructed. In other words, someone asked the questions, and in this case we have the interviewer asking the questions. Then we have the Victor character answering them. And on the DVD, if you just watch it, you know, it's kind of convincing. You don't really think that it's being done in an overdub sort of fashion. But once you look at the waveforms, it becomes very clear, and there's a few reasons for that. I can take just the questions and look at the waveforms, look at them on a spectrograph, and get noise levels. And the person asking the questions is very, very clear, and you can hear that yourself if you rewind this and listen to these clips again. But when Victor answers, there's a lot of room noise that's not present when the person is asking the questions. And if this back and forth, it becomes very obvious that the person that asked the questions was recorded at one time in a much cleaner fashion, probably in a professional or near professional recording studio environment, and that the Victor answers were just recorded like in somebody's living room or something like that. So
The other thing that we get to once we hear the voice of Victor with the vocal disguise removed is that this is most definitely not the voice of Robert Dean. Bob Dean has a very distinctive voice and way of speaking that I'm sure I went again back and forth listening to his voice, listening to the voice of the person answering these questions, and I'm quite convinced, and you would be too if you spent the time that I did, that this is definitely not the voice of Robert Dean. So we're left with, well, I guess that's the voice of Victor. And so I wanted to find some other sources of this Victor character speaking and make comparisons. And when I did, that's when I really got a shock. In 2008, as I mentioned, and we played a clip from the 2008 Victor interview before, with the vocal distortion still on there, with the vocal disguise, I should say, still there. We played that unaltered clip earlier in the show. And again, it's the same interviewer from the original 1997 documentary asking the questions once again. It's a very distinctive voice, and it's very clear that the person that asked the questions in 1997 is again asking the questions of this Victor character in the 2008 interview that they released, this new interview of Victor for the special edition DVD. So it becomes very clear it's the same person asking the questions. But I wondered, let's do the same thing I did with the original interview. Let's take the voice of Victor and let's take the distortion and the vocal disguise off the best that we can. And here is, we can compare it to the original voice of Victor, which we uncovered. And what you get is really, really shocking when you hear this 2008 interview. So first I'm going to play you a clip from the 2008 Victor interview. And again, first we're going to hear it with no modifications so that you can hear this distorted, disguised voice of Victor. Let's listen to that clip now.
You agreed to do that one phone interview with Art Bell Coast to Coast to promote the video at the time.
Which was a live interview, and I had made it abundantly clear that I was not to be put in a position of revealing my whereabouts in a live situation.
Again, Victor, with all due respect, you knew that the Art Bell show was live.
You say that now, that's not how I remember it, but in any case, it's a thing of the past.
Well, in any event, you contacted us for this interview.
This situation has not been of my choosing. If I came to you and requested, as you say, in fact I find that characterization insulting. I did not request to give you information. I offered you information. Yes, I did demand payment. Certainly I demanded it. I would not have been given it had I not demanded it.
Without the vocal disguise removed, it sounds very similar to the 1997 interview, and the voice of Victor sounds similar, and the voice of the interviewer sounds very similar. But again, I wanted to remove that vocal disguise and just compare it to the 1997 interview. And when I did, that's when I got the real shock. So if you've been waiting for the really crazy part of this whole thing, I'm going to play you the next clip, which is the same clip that we just heard, but with the Victor's vocal disguise removed.
And remember when I said that the investigation of this thing was kind of shocking? This is one of the things. We remove the disguise from the voice, and what we find out is crazy. What we find out is that the person asking the questions in the interview is the same person answering them. When he asks the questions, he has that narrator voice. And then when Victor answers the questions with a vocal disguise, it's the same person. So what we have here, I suppose, is a somewhat clever deception. To most people, they wouldn't pick up on the fact that the person asking the questions and answering them is the same guy. But I'm not most people and tend to look through any veil of deception
quite easily. And in fact, I think that I suspected this before I even took the vocal disguise off, but I wanted to do the work so that I would be sure. But now that all that work is done and many, many hours of computer rendering to strip off that disguise, let's take a listen to what I'm talking about, and you'll see that I'm right on this thing. It's the same person asking and answering the questions once you take off the vocal disguise. Let's take a listen to a clip now with the vocal disguise rendered off.
You agreed to do that one phone interview with Art Bell coast to coast to promote the video at the time.
Which was a live interview, and I had made it abundantly clear that I was not to be put in a position of revealing my whereabouts in a live situation.
Again, Victor, with all due respect, you knew that the Art Bell show was live.
You say that now, that's not how I remember it, but in any case, it's a thing of the past.
Well, in any event, you contacted us for this interview.
This situation has not been of my choosing. If I came to you and requested, as you say, in fact, I find that characterization insulting. I did not request to give you information. I offered you information. Yes, I did demand payment. Certainly I demanded it. I would not have been given it had I not demanded it.
So now we can clearly hear that the person asking the questions and answering the questions is the same guy. So to me, as soon as this becomes revealed, any credibility that this is a real interview of a real whistleblower who smuggled a tape out of Area 51 of a real alien being interviewed goes out the window. Because, come on, man. You're interviewing yourself? Is that what's going on here? I don't know. It's strange. And it just smacks of this is a performance, a hoax. This guy had to perform as the person asking the questions. Then he had to perform as the person answering the questions with a vocal distortion on. Come on, man. Why would anybody do that unless this was just some fake performance, some conjured illusion designed for the public to eat up so that they could sell it and sell it and sell it some more? And they've been selling this thing since 1996.
Earth appears to be more about how you draw the telekinesis out of the Earth. And I'm going to talk about this in the Ascension philosophy. I'm going to go in way more detail on the telekinesis exercises that Michael has been giving me telepathically. So, you know, take it or leave it, whether you believe that this is true. But if he wrote a book in 1999 that's telling the future now, he's probably telling me the truth about how to get your telekinesis to work too. Because it is actually getting results. I am getting it to work. I never ever thought this would happen. I never thought I would be able to develop this ability unless I died and ascended into some angelic being. But apparently it's happening to me first because it's going to be happening to you later on. And I'm here to tell you how to get ready for it. So this was a very, very strange one where I was in the tub, because another part of the thing is the telekinesis bathtub. So the telekinesis bath is one of the things that Archangel Michael has been making me do. I have to take a bath. I cannot take a shower. I am forbidden to take a regular shower. I am supposed to bathe, and I'm supposed to bathe every day, but only in a bathtub. And then another one of the really funny things is that you have to pee in the bathtub. He wants your DNA in the water. So I have been using scented oils. Even if you just do sandalwood and eucalyptus, those to me seem to be two of the most activating, because a lot of these compounds that smell really good have what are called sesquiterpenes, which are smell compounds that actually awaken your pineal gland. So sandalwood definitely, Palo Santo definitely, eucalyptus definitely. There's other ones that you can find. I would say just try it out and see what bath oils work for you. But the peeing part apparently is important because it's getting your DNA outside your body into a medium that touches your skin, which gets into this whole inside-out thing where you have to turn yourself inside out and become the universe. So apparently peeing in the bathtub is a good way to get you there. I don't know. I'm just following my instructions. I've noticed that there's an incredible amount of grief purging that goes on in the bathtub. Almost every time I take a bath, I'm releasing pain and sadness. And also, at least in the earlier stages, he wants you to stay in the bathtub until all the water drains out. So you gotta pull the frickin' thing and then sit in there, wait for the tub to drain out. It's a pain in the ass.
This question is a tough question. You look like a tough lady with your leather jacket. So this one comes from Steve Cambian from Truthseekers. On your website, there's a picture of a genuine alien taken to the moon, and the image that you used was from a 2005 video game called Area 51. Cambian, so Steve Cambian is referring to himself in the third person. Cambian from Truthseekers emailed you as the proof that what you were selling was from a video game, and then you refused to change. So whatever, there's some accusations there. Do you mind explaining to the audience what that picture is about, its provenance, and perhaps why you would not take it down if someone showed you it was video game art?
What are you talking about?
Okay, I can show the image. I don't have it printed here, but I can show the audience the image at some point. So you don't know what is being referred to here with the video game cover art of Area 51 and that being used as a genuine image on your website, apparently.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Kurt, I don't know why you are reducing the interview to this kind of petty stuff at the end. I really don't. I have been working as a professional journalist since 1968. I started at KNBC television. I went to ABC in Boston. I was hired to be director of special projects at the CBS station in Denver. I have corrected 1 million scripts. I have no idea, 40, 50 years, how many scripts. Information. That is just elementary to being a professional journalist. And I have a tremendous number of awards that are even in boxes, 35, 40 professional awards as a journalist. Why you would end up with some kind of a stupid question like this is beyond me. It's hostile, Kurt. Why would you do this? It's meaningless. I mean, why are you playing, now we're going to trap Linda in some, this is ridiculous.
I'm asking some of the most upvoted questions. So there's the sentiment in the community that you're a great investigative reporter, especially your early work, and that toward the end of the career, perhaps not as much due diligence in vetting sources. This is just a perception. So that's why people are upvoting it.
By whom? That's not my relationship with the world.
I'm just telling you, this is what many people have upvoted, so I'm asking the questions that people are interested in knowing the answer to.
You're accusing me of being some gullible 2-year-old, and I have just celebrated my 80th revolution around the sun. I have produced literally a few thousand reports at earthfiles.com, many, many, many documentaries for television broadcast. There is something about this, Kurt, that just feels so unprofessional, so unfair. I am doing hard investigation every day and every week of my life on a variety of topics.
I ask even Luis Elizondo, I ask many people similar questions about NDAs and is this piece of evidence proof? Is it proof? Do you have a public record of so-and-so. It's not as if this is such a strange question.
You just said it's because you have a reputation, essentially, of being gullible. I argue with that from the face of how much I have produced. That is, between my books, my documentaries, the 3,000 Earth Files reports, and on, the 15 years of the work I've done with ancient aliens. It's the opposite. I'm come to all the time because people say you do the best, most credible journalism in the field. That's what I hear.
Okay, well, I'm glad that you hear that. It's great. It's great to hear that. I hope I'm not trying to be accusatory. I'm simply trying to ask the questions that many people are wondering, and that for whatever reason other people aren't asking. So please, I don't mean to offend you.
Many people are asking what?
Okay, so I'm just... Every time I read you a question, it's either taken from Twitter or the live chat, or from Reddit, or from some other places where there are likes and upvotes and people's comments on comments. And so I'm looking at, okay, what are the questions that people want to know the answer to most? And I'm simply asking them. Is that not fair?
Nothing about the last 20 minutes have been fair.
Well, all right. Okay. Well, we'll just end this, and I apologize that you felt like it was hostile. That was not my intent.
It has this out. I'm a professional producer, writer, director, editor. I have a tremendous number of awards. From my point of view, I know how hard I work for facts, and that I take on subjects that some people won't touch because they're afraid. That's my answer.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate it.